枪兵不就翻了吗？
他应该没有他枪兵也下不去了，他枪兵全被他投出去了。
大姐要缩到里面去，他不能够一次性被打穿。书本不管了，看到飞龙直接不管了，往里怼。
这个位置书本就敢怼吗？
直接怼，他肯定要怼，他不会回去，他要怼穿，他要把你地面先打穿。反正飞龙也没有几条。
大姐这个正面不正高手啊，蟑螂一直在减少，
感觉穿的呀。后面还有蟑螂在续，能不能顶住？
把路口堵死。
来不及，现在来。
蟑螂太多了，
在正面赶紧缩的还不错。走上来了，女王。走上来了，一口气顶住，顶住，基地要顶掉了，嘎点有点慌。女王来了，开始站起来，女王站起来，我叫。完了，机器。
而且这边有电池了，不久就出来了一个，坦克往前抹，这边得all in，我去，神鬼的all in啊，神族啊，
感觉打不下来啊，
神族农民跑了，
这边这啥？神族这个农民感觉像葫芦娃呀，
往前跳。
像小面坦克在换，速度很高，这个坦克速度很高，
有机会。
还有一个坦克，下半部小秒了，
哎，坦克扩散了，
没了。神族这边兵没了，
继续。
这个上了，
要跑，但是有围巾，围巾空，墙头，
围巾
不管了，墙头。
来了两个坦克很关键，
两个坦克位置太好了，
守住。
我觉得随便防啊，
随便防。刚好出了两个坦克，感觉运气也站在 TY 的这一边。
没错。
神殿所有限定商品赠品也一个不少，我在这里也可以把光借给鸟哥。
现场以及屏幕前的观众朋友们，大家下午好，我是今天的主持人赤小兔，你们好吗？欢迎我们的星际指挥官们来到现场。那么我们这边是2026斗鱼嘉年华星际争霸传奇邀请赛的比赛直播现场。通过昨天的一轮较量，我们今天的4强选手也是已经诞生了，分别是我们的嘎姐、Neeb、TY 以及奥利维拉。选手们已经蓄势待发了，今天就会决出最后的总冠军。那我们先要有请出今天开场的2位选手，让我们掌声有请嘎姐以及 Neeb。好的，欢迎2位选手，先让他们跟观众朋友们一起来打个招呼吧。
Say hi to our fans.
Hello everyone， 你好，大家好。
Hello everyone, I hope you have a good time watching the games today.
我很期待今天的比赛，对。
哇哦，欢迎2位。那么其实这2位的话也是老对手、老朋友了，之前在美洲区经常打互有胜负，私下也是关系特别好的朋友。今天站在我们中国线下赛的赛场上，心情会有什么不一样的吗
？You two are old opponents and have a lot of fight in NA area. And you two also have good relationship. And what's your mood or what's your emotional at this moment?
So I actually checked last night, and Neeb is the person I've played most in tournaments out of everyone. He's also the player I lost against the most out of everyone. So today, I'm hoping for some revenge.
就是说他虽然跟他打了好多次了，但是他其实输得多，然后他今天想要报仇啊，想要来一个 revenge， 然后看看今天能不能干回来。
哎，我们也问一下 Neeb 选手有什么想说的吗
？Neeb, what do you want to say about this question?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a new patch, so anything can happen. I've won historically, but I think Scarlett has a good chance this time.
他说，因为现在是新版本嘛，一切都还没有定，所以呢，他没有对自己抱有太高的期望啊，就说这次嘎姐可能是一个好机会对他复仇。
那其实之前你不是已经打过 PBZ 了，也是很轻松取胜了嘛？问一下他觉得当前版本打虫族怎么样？感觉
？You have played PBZ tournament first at yesterday, and what's your feeling about PBZ in new patch?
I think it's very new, so there's a lot of stuff that Zergs don't know yet, and I prepared some things, so I hope I can show them in these games, and maybe it's good, maybe it's not, but we'll see.
他说现在一切新版本，所以都还未知，很多重组的流程都还没有确定。但是这对大家都来说都是一个机遇啊，然后也许他准备了一些流程，也许会有用，也许可能效果不太好，谁知道呢？让我们看看。
让我们拭目以待。那嘎姐的话，其实到现在为止还没有打过 ZVP 哦，就战术还没有暴露过，有没有准备一些特殊的战术来面对今天的比赛呢
？In the new patch, you have not played any ZVP at now, and you don't have opponent your any techniques. So do you have any great prepare? Today for ZVP match?
Well, I think this patch, this new version, it's a lot easier to beat Protoss than before. So I did prepare a few strategies, and I have high confidence for today.
OK，他觉得这个版本的话，神族可能就没有那么强了，因为上个版本他说神族很强，所以今天可能是一个好的机会啊，他准备了一些流程来那个进行那个 CVP， 所以说这个新版本是一个好的机会，我们来看看。
今天的这场比赛一定会非常的精彩，我们把掌声再次给到2位选手，期待他们给我们带来一场精彩的对决吧。哇，好，那接下来就要把画面交给我们最专业的解说席了。
好的，欢迎回来啊！
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Douyu Cup. Douyu Cup 2026, day 4, the final day of the tournament. I'm, of course, your host, VIP, with you, joined by these amazing players and by the people in chat as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all. To the final day here of Douyu Cup. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, this is a big Legends tournament happening in China. By Legends event, I mean that we have brought back players from years gone by. Players like Innovation, TY, Scarlett, Neeb, Trap, Impact, Oliveira, and many, many others. Fantasy was here, which is crazy. Fantasy Sue and many others, and of course we've been running the event for the past couple of days. Now we're here in the semi-finals. We have 3 series tonight, 2 semi-finals, both best of 5s, and a best of 7 grand finals. Let's go, Bible, let's go. So again, we do have 3 matches available here. We have 4 players left. Let's catch up on that bracket. Un momento, papi. There we go. Bam, un momentos. Here we go. You can see the bracket yourselves. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to get a link to the Wikipedia page. But Scarlett, she had an amazing series last night against Sue, by the way. Had a very amazing series. Took Sue down 3-2. Meanwhile, Neeb took down Jeshi 3-0. And now, bam, they're facing off against each other. They're going to be facing off in that best of 5. Videos are done. Game 1 is going to be on Rorschach. Game 2, Rainfall. Oh my god. Game 3, I believe Adatoni's Edge was in the mix as well. But they like to switch away from the Veto's map, yeah. But I'm a little bit shocked here. Rainfall and Rorschach as the first 2 games in the series. Those are the most aggressive maps in the map pool. And I have to wonder what Neeb has ready for us. Shout out to our 2 players. Of course, they did just provide some interviews. And Neeb said that he has some cheeky builds up his sleeve. And remember, he doesn't have to hold back. Who's on the other side of the bracket? A Terran player. So Neeb does not have to hold back here in PvZ. Likewise, Scarlett, I'm curious how she's been preparing for Neeb as well. They just mentioned that, of course, it's an NA rematch. They both have a lot of history together as friends and as competitors. And we'll see. We'll see what we are able to showcase on the new patch. Let's go. As we are about to jump into our fresh series. Let's go. Let us go. I also do want to apologize. I do see some people showed up a little bit earlier. The stream did go live 1 hour later today, just because there are less matches. But here we go. In the bottom left-hand corner of Rorschach, we have the Canadian Zerg. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the American Protoss, the Red Protoss. Representing on side, it is Neeb. Vamonos, papi, vamonos. And here we go. We're jumping into our fresh best of 5. Into our fresh series. Un momento. As I do open up our música. There we go. But here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions. Predictions are open, and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, I want to lean towards Scarlett here. You know, the patch is one thing, but also Scarlett's been much more active for longer as well. At the same time, Neeb does have that historical record over Scarlett. I think regardless of score, I want to see a back and forth series. I want to see a game 4. I want to see a game 5. I want us to go the distance. But here we go. First things first, the probe will block the expand. Scarlett going to be opening up with what looks to be a hatch gas pool. Standard opener out of... Oh, no, never mind. The drone is sent across the map. We're going for the hatch block. Now with this, remember, there's not all in. There's not all in. This is a way to be aggressive early on. It's a way to delay the economy of your opponent, disrupt their build, and get into a macro game from there. This should be a hatch before a gas pool. You see 1 hatch at home and 1 across the map. Ooh, is this going to be a gate expand here from Neeb? Yeah, we'll deny the hatchery. Scarlett does try to... Oh, let's try to sit up here. Yeah, try to block the cyber core, and I believe won't be able to. Yeah, won't be able to. Gas back at home. Spawning pool back at home. The plan was to delay, but the plan does fail, and Neeb is able to set up nicely back at home. Meanwhile, Scarlett going for a delayed hatch gas pool. Ah, the gas deal. But again, delayed hatch gas pull here from Scarlett, going for the gas seal across the map, just getting whatever she can with that drone, getting whatever value she can. And from here, the game will settle down, and we'll see how our players will tech up. Again, what we expect out of someone like Neeb is Stargate play, but what did we mention earlier? Welcome to Rorschach. Rorschach is a very small map of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground, all-ins are more favored here, whether it's Roach all-ins or whether it's Blink Stalker-based all-ins instead, or even Soul Train-esque all-ins. We're expecting aggression from our players, and we'll see who's going to be the initial aggressor. Who's it going to be? Vámonos. Vámonos. Yeah, so now we are going to be opening up. Soon getting into our take of choice. Soon TM. Likewise, I believe Scarlett does pull out. Yes, Scarlett pulls out a gas, only getting link speed, not rushing into, say, like a Bailey nest or rushing into a lair, just running up for the time being. What we're really waiting for here is the early to mid game to see the tech of choice from the Protoss and to see whether Scarlett goes Roach Horn first, Eva Chamber first, or lair first. I'm waiting for that tech. Now Observer just pointing out lack of gas. Third base on the way now for Scarlett. Adept does poke in. It does poke in, does pull away. There's that Stargate opener here by Neeb. Is within range of the Overlord, so Scarlett is now aware of the tech of choice. Is where it's going to be the initial Oracle. There's a chance we might even go Void Ray instead to hunt down Overlords and deny vision. Adaptation shade into the main. So far, catching out one Ling. Yeah, 1, 2 Lings are now getting a third Ling. And do we get into the mineral line? Not quite, not yet, but we do somewhat trade here against the Zerglings. Maybe one Adept may go down, almost gets surrounded. Shade does complete, and Adepts, they attempt to get away. Okay, oh, can we get a drone? Oh, Neeb goes further in. And looks like we'll get one drone goes down. Nice pick up here by Neeb. Neeb does shade away, does race back home, and we have confirmation it is Void Ray first, not Oracle. The plan here is to deny vision. Deny scouting. Scarlett is going to be in the dark, and this means that behind this, Neeb can be cheeky and go for a second Stargate into Mass Void Ray, can rush into a Fleet Beacon, into a Mothership Rush, or can even go into a Twilight Council, into a Charge Base all in, or can even play Standard as well. There are options here for Neeb. He does have options. Let's go. Yeah, it's from here. We're just hunting down Overlords. Adept does in the shade. So far, poking in. And does find some damage here. Gets another drone. Yeah, one more drone goes down. Twilight Council's on the way. Now, that is an early Twilight Council out of Neeb. Bear that in mind. So we're leaning more towards a Void Ray into Glaive Adepts or Void Ray into maybe a Charge Base all in. I say that with gases being taken and with still continued mining, I'm leaning more towards Blink. Sorry, leaning more towards Glaives. Or this could even be Blink as well. We did mention actually earlier that 8-gate Blink has made a return, but there it is. It is going to be Glaive Adepts out of Neeb. Oh, as the Gateway Explosion has well been scouted. Scarlett is aware that something may be wrong here just because of the initial Void Ray, but is still playing blind. And so far, that's going to be a 4-gate setup at a Neeb. Now, I should emphasize, it's not an all-in. It's not an all-in, but it is very committed, it is very aggressive. And if Scarlett doesn't open Roaches, Scarlett's going to be in trouble. Okay, there it is. Roach Horn gets thrown down. That's a 550 Roach Horn timing, though. Is that too late? It's going to take a while to really kick in. It will take a while. Here, Neeb is amassing. I believe Scarlett hasn't seen or confirmed anything yet. She's still droning up, making a handful of Zerglings, which will help a little bit here. But I still have my concerns. Oh, this is without Warp Gate. Oh, okay. Interesting. Technically faster production. Ling moves in. And Scarlett should confirm. Yeah, just as the move out occurs. But remember, we're on Rorschach. Short rush distance by ground. There's not a lot of time to react. Roach production has begun. Scarlett throws down a Spire. Ooh, there's 4 Roaches on the way. But the Adepts, they're already halfway across the map. They're already past the halfway mark. They're coming. The Adepts are coming. Yeah. Behind this into Fleet Beacon. Oh, he's crazy. Stasis Trap into the main base. Sorry, into the third. Spore is out of position. Adepts, they go for the dive. And what do we go for? Do we push in towards the natural? Do we settle here for Queens? So far trading well with Zerglings. So far it does trade well. Shade doesn't get past. Once again, nice stasis wrap though. Yeah, it was a nice stasis, but no major drone damage. So far Scarlett has some very good crisis management. Minimizing losses. And it is going to be, oh, 2 more Stargates. So it's going to be triple. Are we going into a carrier rush? Okay, let's go. I mean, the issue here, whatever Neeb is going for, the problem here is that we already have a Spire. Remember, Scarlett already threw down the Spire, is already setting up for Corruptors, or even Mutas. They do change into the mineral lines, but no target firing. Despite that, the Queen does fall, and we do still get a couple of drone kills. And 9 drones going down. Getting it to 9 drones. As I say, 9, getting it to 14 workers. 16 drones going to be going down. 16 drone kills against the entire mineral line, and behind this, we're going to Mass Phoenix. I mean, he just got the Spire. True, he saw the Spire with the Adepts. Neeb knows. Mass Phoenix on the way. Scarlett is not aware. Thankfully, I don't believe Scarlett's made any mutas yet, but I'm concerned. Yeah, the concern is there. Again, that was critical damage. Scarlett does rejoin up to 82, but again, Neeb has had more of a stable economy for longer. 76 workers. I'm still waiting for an extra wave of Phoenixes. And this is heavily reliant on Scarlett actually committing into meter play, but that hasn't happened. Uh-oh. What are we going to do? Lift up 1 roach at a time? Scarlett, there's a window. There's potential. Scarlett moving out. Going into just mass roachling. Phoenixes are revealed. Forcing out Corruptors. And confirms the carrier production. So it is going to be the carrier rush out of Neeb, but again, Scarlett has time to react. Can Neeb slow the game down? That's the real question here. I mean, Scarlett's already is about to max out. Scarlett should be able to commit across. And look to end the game early. So far, getting into 5 drone kills. Roaches they commit. What's on the ground for Neeb, if anything? Yeah, there's so little left over for Neeb after the adept aggression. To go into mass sky shots like this is just so risky. As roaches they rotate. We're getting into what, 14 Corruptors? That's a lot of Corruptors. And it's going to be a tough ult. It's going to be a very tough ult here for Neeb. Corruptors are going to be moving in. Ooh, already one-shotting one of the Phoenixes. Does come into the slow zone. Carriers they move in as well. Initially a better start here for Neeb, but when Cloak finishes, Corruptors they can just go to town. They're already focusing on another couple of Phoenixes. Cloak does run out. Scarlett taking more bases. And again, it's just a very awkward army here from Neeb. Very awkward. Yeah, Scarlett commits. Bailey's roll in. They head into the mineral line. Neeb does pull away, but probes are still going to go down. Oof. Losing up to 10 probes. 11 probe kills. Neeb may just be forced to counterattack. Flux Main's almost done. 4th base is denied. This might just be it. I'm still not convinced by this army. I'll be honest. It still feels very awkward. It's a very awkward composition. Carrier defense back at home. Neeb moving out across the map. Does catch out some of the Corruptors that have stationed into the mineral line. But again, are there enough Void Rays here? There's only, what, three Void Rays left? Okay, nice Cloak. Cloak is activated. Once again, Corruptors to get forced back. Neeb breaking into the third. Should get the expansion at least. And do we have enough Corruptors? That's 12. Okay, 12 Corruptors left. Does focus on one of the carriers. Gets one. But this Prismatic Alignment. Oh my god, Prismatic Alignment is brutal. And so many Corruptors go down. The lasers, Pappy. The Void Rays. Yeah, Void Rays, they reign supreme. There's no good answer. I thought that maybe there would be enough Corruptors to punish the Voids as drones, they reveal the gold. They reveal the gold base. But again, the Corruptor count was just not there. Not enough. Not against a handful of Void Rays. And with that, Neeb is snowballing out of control. Breaks through the main army, pushing in towards the natural. Has reached critical mass. We're back to 2021. Pappy the Void Rays. 13 drone kills, and with that, Neeb is done. And Neeb is done. And Neeb is snowballing out of control. Broken the natural base. Activates Cloak as well. GG gets called, and Neeb will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Neeb again being cheeky initially, going for the Masquerade Adept, killed 16 drones. 16 drones went down to the Adepts, and I was concerned that the carrier rush follow-up would not really be too ideal. Same with the Phoenixes. Neeb did go Mass Phoenix to shut down the Mutas, but there weren't any Mutas, as there was nothing done with the Spire. And I assumed that Scarlett would break the 4th base at least. Sorry, I say 4th. No, yeah, the 4th base. I thought that she would be able to break the 4th base, cripple the economy, and then build up Mass Corruptor. But we saw that Neeb actually held on to the 4th. May have lost some workers, but did hold on to the expansion, was able to shut down the army, was able to chase down the Corruptors as well. And we saw that once that fight occurred, it instantly triggered the counterattack. Like, Neeb did not turtle up, he just pushed immediately after winning a fight, and it all just snowballed from there. Snowballed out of control. I still wasn't convinced that there were enough Void Rays to allow for that to happen, but apparently so. Apparently, what, 5 Void Rays were enough to break through the main army. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Neeb takes a lead. Takes a lead in the series, and we're getting ready for game number 2. Going to be loading into the other small map, Rainfall. I should also emphasize that because this map is so small, it allowed for a slow and typically immobile Skytoss army to get across the map very quickly, right? So that's the advantage of these smaller maps, is that these pushes happen so fast, even with an otherwise immobile composition. Like, it gets across the map very quickly and in time to punish. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Rainfall. Let's go. Here we go. So we're going to be settling in. So chat, very off topic, what's the hotkey to switch the bottom center panel in a replay? Bottom center? We'll get into it. As in the bottom right hand corner, we do have Rainfall. Also, over Rainfall, we do have Scarlett, so the Canadian Zerg. And in the top left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. It is Neeb for onside. If you want to switch it, I believe it's Control X, Control Shift X, something along those lines. But bearing in mind that we are casting from a clean feed, so if you're insinuating that we like flip them, like unfortunately, we don't have the power to do so right now. Smooch. Oh. There you go. As from here, we're going to be opening up. And once again, welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall is a smaller map of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored. And you saw last game that on these smaller maps, after a solid defense, bam, you can just counterattack. You can counterattack, you get across the map so quickly. And we'll see how Neeb will adjust coming into this. Same with Scarlett as well. Remember that Neeb last game did go for a very fast Twilight Council into Glaives, into Mass Glaive Adepts. I don't expect to see that build again in this series, though. Like, that's typically something you do once in a series, not something you rely upon. Cloak was huge that game. It was like there were a lot of key moments where Neeb was very careful, not just with Cloak, but with his slow zone as well, right? The slow zone and the Cloak both used at very critical moments just to make sure that the army was being punished and shut down, and could preserve his units, preserve the carriers, preserve the Void Rays. Like, Neeb was very efficient with what little he had. Very efficient. But let's go. As again, we're expecting something a little bit different this time at a Neeb. Whether we go into committed Stargate play, whether we go into earlier Blink. We alluded to this previously, but we have seen some very aggressive like 8-gate Blink builds and like 3-base all-ins. I would prefer that on a bit of a larger map. But we'll see what Neeb has been cooking up. He's been cooking, Pappy. Yes, from here we're going to be sending our first Adept across the map. Likewise, still droning, still saturating. Last game, Scarlett did go for the faster Roach Warren and was able to get Roaches somewhat in time, but again, as you mentioned, it was still 16 drone kills. We'll see if she goes Roaches again or into an Evo Chamber, into +1 melee. For now, we're fanning out our Zerglings. It is once again the Stargate opener out of Neeb. Again, for those that are curious in regards to PvZ, Stargate openers are still very much to the meta. They're still the go-to. After the Stargate opener, then there's obviously like a couple of paths you can go down. Stargate is the go-to. And as always, like you can always mix in like Twilight Council openers into Dark Templar or into committed Glaives, into these quirky all-ins, but those kind of builds are much nicher, much more niche. Oh, nice figure. Catching out a probe. Scarlett does sniper probe, dips into the main base, confirms the Stargate, and may even confirm the first units. Oh, as the probe is saved. Yeah, this time Neeb saves the probe, cleans up all the Lings, and it is once again Void Ray first. Now, the power of a Void Ray opener like this in a series is that game 1, it was Void Ray opener into Glaive Adepts. Game 2, Void Ray opener could be into Glaives again, could be into Charge, it could be into second Stargate, it could be into a third base, into Blink, into a standard game. The issue here is that Scarlett won't know, but I do like the idea of Neeb kind of keeping Scarlett in the dark and having her second guess herself and make it even look like the same game and do something different in game 2. But just keeping his overall build and style and this kind of shroud of ambiguity. Lotus hunted down, and what's it going to be? Neeb has options. There it is, a very fast Twilight Council. So fast Twilight Council, based on the timing of this Twilight Council, I'll be honest, it looks like Glaives again. It does look like Glaives, but I do want to give the benefit of the doubt here where technically like this could be early Blink, like very, very early Blink into a Gateway Explosion. Otherwise, Glaives should be the go-to. I mean, again, Rainfall's not a bad map for it. It's actually probably one of the best maps for it. Just like Rorschach. No, we're making a Zealot into Charge. Okay. Okay. So I believe this looks like it's a hero build. It looks like the hero build where you go mass Zealot into Charge into Oracle support. And you mass up Oracles. We'll see. I believe there's only one Oracle so far. Adept said to shade into the middle line, catching out 2 drones. Nice damage. Yeah, 2 drones so far. Getting up to 3. Oh, this is getting a bit out of hand. Can we get 4? No shot. Jesus. Okay. 3 drone kills behind this. Safety Roach Warren. This is at 550. Safety Roach Warren here out of Scarlett. Neeb does not continue Oracle production, but is going to mass charge. And without Banelings, Mass Zealot can trade well, especially with a low Roach count. +1 melee is on the way. This tells us that Scarlett does not want to make Roaches. Oh boy. But again, based off of what Scarlett's seen, so far game 2 looks just like game 1. Looks very, very similar. Meanwhile, 2 probe kills. Some counter damage dealt. Double Forge, okay. Okay. Double Forge, double upgrades. This should lead into Archons and Storm. Zealots move out. They get spotted. Yeah, they have been seen. Scarlett's aware. We have 7 Roaches in production. Now, what I will say is that this time, there's going to be a big counterattack available. Zealots, they struggle defensively. So, after Scarlett defends, assuming that she takes minimal losses, then Scarlett can instantly counterattack with Mass Roach. Zealots, they dive into the 3rd. Nice position here by Scarlett. Reduces surface area. Despite that, one of the queens will still go down. Let's get 1, 2 queens. Oh, 2 queens do fall. And Zelsa on top of another queen. That's going to be a 3rd queen falling. Nice stasis, very nice stasis here on a queen and on a roach. But I believe Scarlett will hold. Yeah, Scarlett will clean this up. Plenty of roaches. Minimal drone losses. And soon Scarlett will be able to amass an army to push out across the map, as we have roach speed on the way. And I worry that Neeb did not do enough damage here. Neeb is behind. And Neeb is behind. We can see Neeb is getting into immortal production, Blink, +1, Temple Archives. There's a lot of tech on the way there for Neeb, and Neeb needs time, but the problem is Scarlett is all in. Scarlett is going for a reactive German taxi. Overlord speed is on the way. We do have Drop Lords already morphing in. Mass Roach with Roach speed as well. And Neeb should not be able to survive this. Like, no shot. Again, the Zealots just were not good enough. The charge lots. Scarlett is here to punish. Yes, it's a Void Ray for free damage, but that's what the queens are going to be for. The queens are coming. They're in the Drop Lord. Oh, until then though, Ravager does snipe one of the Ravagers. Sorry, Void Ray snipes one of the Ravagers. Oh, Jesus. There's 1. We have 2 more on the way. Queens, they have arrived. And Scarlett, it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Does start the spread creep. And now there's 2 immortals. Yeah, high immortal count. Biles on one of the pylons. Pylon goes down. Going for the other as well. The Void Ray taking a lot of hits. At the same time, Link drop into the mineral line. Not bad. Gets into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. And Neeb, does he notice in time? Tries to pull away. Tries to react. Neeb does actually take down all the queens. Oh my god, the Biles. Oh my god. Biles, they snipe one of the immortals. That should not have happened. And Neeb, he defends against the main army with 21 probe kills. 21. Again, so much damage in the bases. Insane economic damage. And again, I'm impressed by Neeb's main base defense. Like his, I say main base, main army defense. The main army fought well. But now Neeb is being outscaled. Losing too many workers. And Scarlett just needs to calm down. We just gotta calm down. Get out of the supply block. Saturate the bases. Build up the Ling Bane Roach Ravager. And Neeb is in trouble. Neeb is in trouble, papi. Again, the MVPs this game was the Link drop. The Link drops were the MVPs. Did so much damage. As Neeb clears up creep, Scarlett comes in from behind. Wiles on the batteries. Snipes both. And nice Wiles here from Scarlett. I love the okay, we good. Yeah, it does pull away. We have so many Ravagers. Just Ling Ravager here from Scarlett. Blink is almost done. +2 is on the way here for Neeb. Scarlett does get supply blocked again. These have been some heavy supply blocks. And can Neeb recover? Okay, these supply blocks are slowing down Scarlett quite heavily, actually. She's missing her windows. Her timings. Neeb drops across the map, distracting Scarlett. Neeb pushing right through the center. This is a bold move here from Neeb. Minimal sentries, minimal force fields. We are deep on creep. At the same time, Scarlett does go for a massive Ling flood. Lings, they flood into the natural. Probe's going to be going down. We have Mass Ravager to defend. Shows the Bailings. The Bailings. Oh my god. Decent connections. Yeah, Bailings they connect. Zelda gets shut down. And Scarlett holds. Scarlett does hold. Cleans up the entire army. The Zealots go down. Immortals are exposed. Your F91's going crazy. I say that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we have reinforcements. Mainly they connect with the Stalkers. Files on the prism, denies the warp in. 19 probes going down across the map. Neeb has nothing back at home. He has nothing. And Scarlett cleans up the final army. GG gets called, and Scarlett takes game number 2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Scarlett does type the series 1-1. Does have the series here. Again, when it comes to Neeb's game, it was a really interesting game for sure, rushing into charge, but the reality is that Neeb fell behind. Neeb, that charge-based opener, did so little damage, and because it did so little, I mean, it meant that Neeb was that much more vulnerable against the counterattack, against the massive all-in from Scarlett. We saw that despite that, Neeb had a really impressive defense at the outside of the natural and third. Like, he had a really impressive defense. He did deflect the main army of Scarlett, but Neeb was not able to defend his mineral lines. So we saw 21 probe kills, 21 probes, insane damage in the main and the natural base. The lane drops were the MVPs, and from there Scarlett was able to just snowball out of control. Neeb tried to recover, but just too much of a deficit. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a series. We have a back and forth, and we'll see who will claim a lead in this series. Let's go. Let us go. Okay, here we go. We're getting into the next game. Going to be loading into now one of the more standard size maps, if I recall correctly. Let's go. Was it at Attorney's Edge? Or was it Washout? We'll get there. We'll get there. Alright, we're good. So it's just setting. Oh, it was Washout. Okay, let's go. As spawning in the right hand corner of Washout, we have the blue Zerg player, the Canadian Zerg. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have her opponent. We have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. It is Neeb for onside. Let's go. Let us go. We're tied up here 1-1. So I'm just trying to where the playlist, Pappy? Guess I'll just stick with this for now. As we're settling into the game, Scarlett does open up pool first. Okay, so pool first opening here by Scarlett, going into a delayed expansion. We'll see what Scarlett can achieve with this. I believe this is just going to be a bit of a safer start. We can maybe sneak out some lings, maybe apply some pressure across the map on the pylon. But outside of that, we are calming things down. Yeah, Scarlett's force take the unnatural natural. Oh, Scarlett coming back. You can see Scarlett shake her head. She was playing chicken. There we go. The probe finally leaves, and finally Scarlett can expand, but a very delayed nexus or hatchery here from Scarlett. Very late. And you can see Scarlett shaking her head. Basically what was happening was there was a bunch of juking and jiving, basically, where Scarlett, she was like waiting for the probe to go up the ramp, and she anticipated it to happen a couple times and went back in, then had to pull back out. She's like, can this probe just leave? So nice start for Neeb. Very, very nice start. As Scarlett's opener is a little bit inefficient as a result. From here we have the early pull. We have 4 lings moving out, but Neeb should be fine. Wash out, yeah. And so far, we've seen some quirky builds at a Neeb. Game 1, Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. Game 2, Twilight Council into Charge. Game 3, do we see another fast Twilight Council, or do we see something more standard instead? It's all been off of Stargate openers, of course, and we still expect another Stargate opener. Nice wall-off. Adept is on the way. The Adept should clean this up, and the pylon should be saved. Still, there's some nice hold damage on the pylon. Neeb does hold. Adept moves out across the map. As Neeb moves out, behind this we do have our Stargate follow-up, as to be expected. Stargate into the Void Ray, we're assuming. Because we've seen Void Ray play Game 1 and Game 2, I'm not opposed to seeing it here in Game 3, and once again going for another build. Something different. Yep, there it is, Void Ray opener. So now at this point in Game 3, there's a very high chance that we just see Void Ray openers every game of the series. Every single game. But once again, it's all about what comes after the Void Ray opener. Now, this is a larger map of the map for longer rush distance by ground compared to Rainfall and compared to Rorschach as well. So once again, we could actually see, instead of going into a fast Twilight Council, we could see a Void Ray into second Stargate or Void Ray into Fleet Beacon. I would expect that more so than on the other maps. We'll see. As the first overload is hunted down, we'll supply block Scarlett. Big supply blocks. Once again, fast Twilight Council. Okay, so Game 1, Glaives. Game 2, Charge. Game 3, Blink? is that all that's left? No shot, it's Void Ray into Dark Templar. No shot. 3 more gates are on the way. Again, because of this gateway explosion, like I'm feeling Glaive Adepts here, but I also felt Glaive's last game. Do we revert to a build we've already done here today, earlier in the series, or do we go into Blink Stalkers instead? Glaives. Okay, so Glaive Adepts here, reverting back to Game 1. Mass Glaive Adept. Meanwhile, Scarlett. Ooh, look at the tag. Okay, thank God. So, Lair first into Evo Chamber into a delayed Roach Warren, but thankfully there is a Roach Warren. Now, because it's a little bit later here, we're going to plus on melee into a more Ling-heavy style, but if given time, Roaches will amass, and that will be a much more secure defense. Ooh, as that should not have happened, the Oracle gets caught. Yeah, massive pick off. The Oracle does get caught out. That means there's no stasis traps or additional support from the Oracle. Glaive Adepts are amassing. Scarlett has yet to confirm. Scarlett is still in the dark. Oh, Lings they try to pick in. Lings are deflected. A Spire is now on the way. This is a little bit greedy. Yeah, this is greedy here. Oh, this time with Warp Gate. Ah, okay. Now she knows. Yeah, now she sees, now she knows. 24 Lings are on the way. Roach production has begun. But are these Roaches too late? Spine Crawler. Yeah, we're throwing down spines. We have to fully wall off. Adepts are coming. That's a lot of Adepts. We do see Neeb already transitioning back at home. Forge and Robo into Immortal production in a charge. And Adepts have arrived. And they have made it. They already focused on one of the queens. Gets one, commits to the shade, trades well against the Zerglings. Yeah, massive chunk of Lings go down, and this is going to be a rough hold here for Scarlett. Roach is now amassing, but the queens are exposed. Gets 1, 2, 3. 3 queens go down. Massive pickoffs. Boys, they have to be pulled away. But what's important here is still no economic damage. Not yet. Yeah, no economic damage. Adepts, they do try to shade away. And the Adepts, they're trading well for themselves, but still have not killed any drones. And that's all that matters. No drone kills. Now we have enough Roaches, and now soon Scarlett can counterattack. You might be looking at this and you might be thinking, oh, but Neeb, he's up in workers. True, he's on 69 probes, that is true, but at the same time, Scarlett should be getting ready to try to punish, and there it is, Roach speed is almost done. But there is no Overlord speed. Regardless, here come the Roaches. The army's being active. Behind the Scarlett does start to drone up, actually. Oh, okay, so Scarlett's not committing. Scarlett's making 6 more overlords, droning up, saturating. This means that Neeb has gotten away with it. Wow, Neeb, he gets away with it. So Neeb, he has dealt damage across the map. He defends back at home, claiming a 4th base. And instead, Scarlett going to be relying on Mew to play. Blue Station moves in. He's out. Ooh, Neeb, he sees the Spire. He's fully aware of what's coming his way. We have 10 mutas in production. Oh my god, the Zelts. They're crazy. Yeah, the army comes over behind, and we have some cannons on the way, but still no Phoenix production. Yeah, no Phoenixes. No shot Neeb's pushing with this army. Uh-oh. There we go. First Phoenix is on the way. Zealot run by a Templar on the right-hand side. Scarlett does fully wall off. At the same time, Neeb coming in towards a 4th. But this army isn't really built to deal damage. Not to buildings, at least. Yeah, Neeb's going to lose everything. Neeb's going to lose everything here. This is a big overextension. Void Ray goes down, Adepts go down. Immortal might be able to get away, but these are some rough losses for Neeb. Yeah, just a little bit too committed, a little bit too cavalier. I got too excited, Pappy, too excited. And with that, it all gets cleaned up. Scarlett's almost maxed out, and Neeb is left with almost nothing. Neeb has a couple of Phoenixes, a couple of Archons are on the way as well. It's a very rough position for Neeb. My one concern is that Scarlett's going to be too passive. Scarlett is harassing a little bit, but there is a little potential for more damage. We need the roaches. As soon as they poke in. Catching out 3 probes. I believe the roach army is outside of the 3rd. Oh, gets a free immortal. Not bad. Does catch a free immortal. Commits further up the ramp. The immortal is still alive. But again, there's just barely an army here. It's what, 1 immortal, 2 archons, 4 stalkers. It's not much of an army. As the high-tech units go down, losing the immortal and the archon, just purely get units left over. And Scarlett has done it. Scarlett has broken the main army, pushing into the 3rd. Came with the production. The Phoenixes, they're trying to trade with the mutas, and you know what? They're trading. They're microing well for themselves, but there's only so much Phoenixes can do. Only so much. Now, as the 3rd base will crumble. And GG gets called, and Scarlett will take a lead in the series, 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a really awkward follow-up specifically out of Neeb. Winding it back a little bit here, again, I'm not opposed to the build of choice here from Neeb. Unfortunately, Neeb traded well against Lings, but did not get any economic damage this time. This time, it was a much cleaner defense from Scarlett as opposed to game 1. But the follow-up was a little bit odd. Neeb went into charge, into immortal production, and then went for a really awkward move out and lost everything. Relinquished any kind of potential defense that Neeb could have had, which I thought was possible, right? Neeb, he retained his 3rd base. He was getting a 4th base. Neeb had a decent drone count, but he needed time to build up these high-tech units, the Immortals, the Gateway Army as well. To push the way that he did would mean that there was just no build-up for Neeb. Neeb lost everything too early, and GG. GG well played. Just a really awkward push there. Maybe Neeb intended only to move out with the Adepts, but he moved out with everything. The Immortals and the Charge Lots as well. Like, yeah, a little bit overly committed that early on, and it all just snowballed out of control. GG. GG well played. With that, Scarlett will take a 2-1 lead in the series, and we'll see what Neeb has in store for us for game number 4, because we have seen Glaive Adepts now twice in this series. First time it worked, second time it didn't. I mentioned this previously, I don't like the idea of doing the same build multiple times in a series when it's that like specific and that specialized. Game 4 is going to be at Eternity's Edge, and we'll see if Neeb has something else, right? Do we have another build here? Because so far we've seen 2 different builds in 3 games. Do we have another build available, or do we revert back to Charge or something else? What's it going to be? Show us your build of choice, Pappy. Catching up. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Good evening, good evening. As again, this is potentially the final game of the series. Scarlett, on the flip side, we've been focusing a lot on Neeb just because Neeb has been dictating the pace of the game so far. Scarlett, for the most part, has been playing very safe and very reactive. At no point has Scarlett skipped the Roach Horn. Like, I feel like it's very, very important here in this series that we get a safety Roach Horn, even if we don't need it later on, just to be safe against these committed builds. Outside of that, has been looking relatively comfortable. Some of these defenses have been a little bit clutch for Scarlett, that's true, but so far has been looking solid. Outside of losing 16 drones in game 1, true. I mean, but again, the map favors that kind of play as well. That's the other thing, right? Like these aggressive builds, they can work better on the smaller maps. As we start to load into these larger maps, we should be seeing something different. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we do have the Canadian Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Scarlett for Shopify. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for on-site. It is Neeb. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into game 4. Natural was getting late. It was, if you recall, we were referring to that. If you remember how there was like a lot of like mind games with the worker control, where Scarlett was trying to get her natural and Neeb was like not moving the probe at all. As you can see, Scarlett shaking her head. True. It was a messier start. True. Not wrong. For now, though. For now, we're going to be opening up. And welcome to At Attorney's Edge. Once again, this is going to be a larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Specifically, the distance between third and third base is shorter on this map, so I do like mid-game aggression, but I don't want to see more glaives. I don't want to see more charge. I don't want to see these builds we've already seen from Neeb. Again, like their time in the series has come and gone, especially now that we start to open up into these larger maps, and I want to see some more mid-game play out of Neeb. But we'll see. Again, the pressure's on Neeb. We'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. But now, Hatchcat's pool, unnatural, natural out of Scarlett. So far, so good. As from here, we're still expecting a Stargate opener. I don't know if Neeb is willing to play standard though, is the issue. I feel like if we didn't see it in washout, that we might just not see it, period. So eyes are on Neeb. Again, if you've been watching players like Hero as of late in this on this patch, like Hero's been playing around a lot more with fast mothership rushes. And he had a lot of success against Shin, if you recall. That was during the Tuna Cup. Not Mothership Rush into Sky, till some Mothership Rush into like ground-based armies. Just for the utility that the Mothership provides. Now this Scarlett pulls out of gas. It does move out. And once again, Stargate opener from Neeb. Does open Stargate. Oh, at the same time, Scarlett does dip into the natural. Wants a probe. Neeb should be opening up Void Ray again, but we'll take note if he does decide to go Oracle. Oh. Oh, as one probe does go down. Nice pick up here by Scarlett. Very nice pickup. As it ups, they do shade into the main. Oh, catching out 1, 2 drones. Not bad. Can we get 3? Oh, not quite. Yeah, not quite here. But 2 drones for 1 adept. Not a bad trade here for Neeb. And once again, Void Ray. So 4 games in a row. Void Ray opener at a Neeb. Doing it again. From here, opening a Void Ray. And we'll once again be paying attention to the Twilight Council timing. Just to reiterate, I don't want to see another early Twilight Council. Like, I don't want to see it. Ooh, that does shade away in time. Very nice. 2 HP Adept. Does shade away. Void Ray hunts down the Overlord. The initial Oracle is on the way as well. And we are looking for the tech. Oh. As there are no links in position, boys are being pulled and drones are going down, losing one more drone. Two? Oh, 2 more drone kills for 1 Adept. Once again, nice little pickups here by Neeb. And he's doing it again. God damn it. Fast Twilight Council out of Neeb. This looks like Glaives. Technically, this could be that charge build again, which I'm not too convinced by, but okay. There's a 3-gate setup. Oh, ooh, Neeb gets surrounded. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol by Neeb. Did leave the Adept idle. Was not on hold position. Stage wrap across the map, catching out 3 drones. And again, show us Glaives, Blink, or yep, there it is, Glaives. I was going to say Glaives, Blink, or Charge. Glaives are on the way for the 3rd time this series. It's time to run it back. Now, this is where my game's going to play as, oh my god, we're getting another 3 drone kills. 4 drones going down, no Spore, Scarlett's being punished for greed. Late Spores. Now, this is where mind games come into play. There is a chance that if you're in, okay, imagine you're in Scarlett's, in her mind right now. What are the odds that Neeb goes Glaive Adepts again after doing it twice in this series? And then maybe you skip your Roach Warren, but there it is. Roach Warren gets run down, but this is a very late Roach Warren. Remember, last game is around a 5:20 Roach Warren timing. This time it's at 6:20. It's a minute later. So these are much more delayed, and that may impact the defense. So much later this time for Scarlett. Adepts are amassing. Neeb does morph in those warp gates, getting ready for a warp-in. Warping in 4 Adepts at a time. And now it's go time. Scarlet scouts. Scarlet does scout. Scout threw down a Hydra and cancels the den. Does cancel the Hydra. We have 8 roaches on the way. And we can see Neeb rush into a flea beacon behind this. Not a robo. Going for the mothership. Same time, Scarlet needs a wall. Oh. And does wall off here. Barely in time. Queens they engage. Roaches are amassing. Ooh, massive stasis in the main. Okay, Neeb. Like, Neeb. Aside from this main push that's being deflected, the harass from Neeb this game has been on point. Drones have been going down to the depths. Stasis traps have been popping off as well. Neeb rushing the carrier. Double Stargate. Triple Stargate even. Adepts are deflected. Scarlet does defend. But it's been a shaky early to mid game here for Scarlet. It's been shaky. Has also a lot of drones and a lot of mining time. As Scarlet does go for the Hydra Den this time. Still trying to keep up with the Adepts. Oh, another stasis into the main. Scarlet this time does react. Scarlet pulls away. Mothership is coming. This switch is going to be brutal. As we're going to Phoenixes? Wait, what? That I wasn't expecting. We have 3 Phoenixes on the way. Especially against the mass Hydra that's going to be on the way here. I would have preferred some carriers, but I'm sure we'll get there. As Hydras are going to be ideal. Oh. See Oracle's Court. Infestation bits on the way. That'll be for Hive Tech and potentially even Safety Infestors. Remember, they can microbable Shroud without upgrades. The Shroud can help if there's no splash damage. Once again, Scarlet is rotating. Neeb is still. I'm still not convinced by the mass phoenixes, I'll be honest. Like, I mean, at least the Hydra count is low. It is relatively low. Scarlett once again supply blocked. Pokes in, spots some mothership. Does spot the mass phoenixes. Going for the lift, and again, there aren't enough Hydras here. Nice catch. Catching out 4, 5, 6 Hydras. 6 Hydras go down, and Upstate busts into the main. Uh-oh. Scarlett, her Roach is out of position. Drone's going to be going down. Neeb somehow gets across the map. Catching up for workers, shading into the natural. Does give it to the shade. Oh, has more drones go down. And this is getting messy. This is getting very messy at this point. 11 drone kills. 11 drones. We see Scarlett now done with, Neeb now done with mass phoenixes, going into mass void ray. Oh, a bit of a misclick. No. Yeah, it does misclick. Did not recall. Wasting the recall. That's still 14 drones. The phoenixes are popping up. And if it was just purely mass phoenix, that would be one thing, but now we have void rays. Void rays, now carriers. We do see Neeb is perfecting his Skytoss army. Working on it. Oh, mothership gets caught. Massive pickup. Very nice catch. And Neeb caught with his pants down. Wasn't attentive. Hydras, they commit in. Now there's no cloak. Yeah, no cloak, no slow zone. Scarlett taking a much better fight, and Neeb was about to stabilize. Neeb was about to start to max out into Skytoss, but lost the mothership, lost map control. This base will fall, and Neeb can, Scarlett can just keep pushing. Scarlett can just keep on pushing. Trading with the army. Pushing into the natural, denying +2. Yeah, +2 is going to be denied. We have Voiders trying to commit in, but again, we have so many Hydras and no splash damage. No target firing though. There we go. Does focus out all the Phoenixes. Now does go for the Voids. Catching out 1, 2, 3 Void Rays. Some heavy losses here for Neeb. Neeb technically does hold, but lost so many Void Rays, and they're expensive. Like, can't afford those losses. Neeb can't afford it. Not like this. Scarlett's remaxed. 22 Hydras on the way. Yeah, it's a lot of Hydras, and it was a really interesting follow-up here by Neeb, but as we mentioned, Neeb to get caught out in the open and to lose so much of those Skytoss units was brutal. So I say so much, specifically referring to the mothership, like losing the mothership. That was the first big domino that did fall. Yeah, slow zone does buy time. We activate cloak as well. Hydra's forced to trade here with the interceptors. Detection is available. Scarlett's less respected though. Oof. Yeah, carriers, they trade well. Jesus. They fight back. Yeah, 3 carriers, they pop off. Scarlett commits with Hydras, going Hydra Viper. No Spire, which is a little bit concerning. Just to get ready for that tech. And here we go, Vipers have arrived. Just waiting for the abductions, waiting for the energy. And then it's go time. Then we can start to abduct the carriers. One at a time. Likewise, Neeb just cannot expand. Another base goes down. Scarlett moving in. Again, distracting well. Getting some cannons, shield batteries, forcing defensive warp ins. And now we just try to push forward. Where are the Vipers? As we're still waiting for them. Yeah, And just waiting for the Viper. We have Neural on the way. A couple of Lurkers randomly, sure. Why not? Is Scarlett taking too long is the question. Scarlett's been maxed for quite some time, and I've still yet to see the Vipers actually try to commit. Influence any of these fights. Neeb is almost maxing. Vipers, now they move in. Scarlett was pushing to the 4th base. Storm zoning Scarlett away. There's a recall to defend. Scarlett does back off. Oh, gets one. There we go. One carry goes down. Nice pickup. Ooh, barely does get the carrier. And not enough Hydras. Wow, not enough Hydras here for another. Oh no, the High Templar. Templar, they run into the Lurkers. The Lunkers, papi. Ooh. As one Lurker goes down, there's 2 left. And down to 2 Lurkers. Scarlett trying to collapse in. Does deduct 2 more carriers. Very nice. Yeah, 2 more carriers go down. Recalling 3 more in. Another abduction. Sniping another carrier. Down to 2. 2 left. Oof. Yeah, these losses have been rough. Neeb forced a warp in back on the top side. Nidus into the main. Still waiting for abductions. And in the meantime, we're baiting out storms. Like Scarlett just baiting out more storms, baiting out more units. That storm is dealt with. There's soon to be one more storm here for Neeb. And Neeb can't keep up. Yeah, Neeb can also sustain these losses. As that goes to the base. Again, for a moment there, it did look like Neeb was almost going to stabilize, but... Again, wasn't able to keep up, wasn't able to defend. Roaches are trading well for themselves, as we should be now done with roach production. It should be done. I'd be a little bit more comfortable if Scarlett did have a Spire. That's my one big concern. There is no Spire. But overall, Neeb is running out of resources. A couple of patches left in the bases. Oh, that was a kill not to cancel. Okay. Yeah, kill not to cancel. Scarlett does move in. Lunging forward. There are 5 High Templar. Storms are coming. With some well-placed storms, Neeb can win this fight. And is Scarlett trapped? So, there's a couple of things here. On the one hand, yes, Scarlett has a bank. Yes, Scarlett has map control. Scarlett is maxed out. On the other hand, Scarlett is stuck on a Lair Tech army. There are some Hive upgrades and there's Vipers, that's true, but... Ling Hydra doesn't scale amazingly, not as the game goes on, not as Neeb maxes out. Due to these storms. Oh, no storms! Yeah, one storm towards the end. Show us a production tab. Yeah, Hydra's being overwhelmed on the top side. I just want to see if there's a Spire coming. There is. Okay, it only just now begins? Oh god, these are late. No shot. These Spires are so late. Scarlett now recognizing that she cannot win this with Hydras. But this is a late realization. Very late. Neeb is in this game. Like Neeb was dead in the water a couple of minutes ago, but Neeb has recovered. Scarlett was just stuck on Hydras. Storms popped off. Scarlett still has momentum and does in either base at least. Like, there's still a lot of pressure on Scarlett, but Neeb is forcing further tech. Storm mainly zoning. Oh. We've got a flanking force of carriers moving out. Let's go. Very nice abductions. Gets 1, 2, 3 carriers. That's abductions. Ooh, as Hydras they get stuck in the storm. Meanwhile, another base goes down. Remember, there are no corruptors. Spire's Age just now finished. We have 21 more Hydras on the way. They're very inefficient. Oh, nice reductions. Two more carriers. Very nice. Down to 3. I mean, due to these abductions, I think it's still okay for Scarlett. I think she's at least trading well enough. If she wasn't killing any carriers, different story, but keeping the carry count low, it's still okay. Yeah, still okay. Speaking of another reduction, gets 2 more Archons. Ooh. Storm does zone. Once again, we have to respect the storms. Lurker behind the mineral line. 8 probes going down. Do you have another storm? We do. Oof. Scarlett tries to break through here, taking a lot of damage from the storms. Slow zone is activated. Another storm with the Hydras. And Neeb is trading well against the main army, but that's going to be 12 probe kills across the map. Oof. Yeah, another storm zones. Jeez. More storms. More storms connecting. Still a low carry count though, and that's making sure that Scarlett's army is still viable. If Neeb ever built up like critical mass of like 6 carriers, then I'd be scared, but only 3. Oh, gets another abduction. Gets 1 more. What a mass. Keep abducting. Keep going. It's still okay. It's still okay for Scarlett. Still abducting. Still catching at carriers. I believe down to 2 carriers left. 2 carriers, 2 Tempests. Again, limited Sky Toss. Haha. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't. Just because we were stuck on Hydra for so long, but I made it work. We made it work. Oh. That's a lot of Templar moving forward at the same time as Neeb moves out. Scarlett moves in. Hits the natural. Catching up more gateways. And Neeb is broke. Like, Neeb needs a base. Needs to maintain that base. Maintain saturation. Even long distance mining, that's how desperate Neeb is. Neeb does land a couple of feedbacks. Overwhelms a harassing army. Neeb looking good. Okay, denies the gold. A couple of nice moves here for Neeb. I believe should be able to recall out of there. Oh. As the carrier is caught. Jeez, oh god, the storms. She's standing in the storms. Again, Neeb doing what he can, trading as best he can as well. But due to lack of economy and lack of bank, like it's just really difficult to envision a world where Neeb can take a fight, win a fight, then counterattack or recover and take a lead from here. There are some nice moments like this where we do catch out every single Hydra. Some nice moments, nice storms. But we have another abduction. The final carrier. There's no Hydras. Where are the Hydras? Uh-oh. If only we had detection. If only. So a little bit messy there from Scarlett. Lurker's trying to keep up. Zealots a breakthrough on the south side. Archons a recall to the main army. And as Neeb is pushing, production's going down across the map. It's going down. And Scarlett pulls away, respects the storms. Once again within range. Catching up the Archons. Nice pick outside for Scarlett. Massive storm in the mineral line. Oh my god, the army gets trapped. Yeah, the army gets trapped. 26 drone kills. Insane damage here in the main or in the mineral line. Again, Neeb is trading very well. Even here, getting a couple of free lurkers. It's a couple of lurkers. Takes down an expansion. Another storm of the lurkers. Another lurker goes down. Again, the trades here from Neeb have been impressive. It's just the economy, right? It's just the lack of resources. As Neeb has to pull away, Neeb is running out of storms. And Neeb is running out. There's the NG overcharge. Oof. Nice storm with the lurkers. Very nice, actually. If only there was an observer. DTs, they do warp in, but there's detection here for Scarlett. Neeb does clean up the ground army. I guess we can just mass power bomb. Okay, sure, we can abduct. Okay, it kind of works. There we go, catching another carrier. 0 carriers left. That was the final carrier for Neeb. Neeb is down to 5 units. He's down to 5 zealots, 2 tempests, and 1 mothership. That's all that Neeb has. And again, like, Neeb has been trading very exceptionally. Like, it's been very impressive trades here from Neeb. Microing his heart out, getting as much as he could out of these units, but GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Scarlett will claim the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Scarlett, she will claim the series. She will advance on. Again, Neeb did make Scarlett work for it, especially towards the end there in that final game. Winding it back here, I'm not fond of Neeb committing to glaive adepts as often as he did in this series, but here in this last game I do think the transition was much cleaner, switching into Skytoss. The biggest issue, as we saw, was unfortunately we saw very little support for the Skytoss army, and we saw that Neeb had a very hard time expanding and maintaining a 4th base, a 5th base, a 6th base. The base count was very low, and Neeb, he couldn't retain his carriers. Every time he built up to like 3-4 carriers, he would lose them to abductions, right? We had some key abductions from Scarlett to make sure that the Skytoss army did not get out of hand, and made sure that, again, that Neeb was stuck with what, like 100 supply for so much of that game as well, losing so many carriers, losing so many High Templar. Again, Scarlett had the economy to afford these trades, still got a little bit messy towards the end, and again, really impressive control out of Neeb, but GG. GG well played, as Scarlett will claim the series, and Neeb is out of Douyu Cup. GG. Whew. And GG well played. And running back to this game again, there were like a couple of really key moments with like the cloak from the mothership, or adept harass, oracle harass as well. Like in general, like the harass was on point there from Neeb. But unfortunately, the follow-up tech was a little bit shaky after the glaive adepts, of course, switching into mass carrier. Oh, even if you remember, like before mass carrier, it was mass phoenix, right? It was mass phoenix, then void ray, then carrier. Like I wasn't too fond of the idea of going all those phoenixes, but it was, I believe it was just Neeb trying to blind counter Spire Muta play, just because he didn't really know what was going on. He didn't scout whether it was going to be Spire or Hydrogen, so it took a while for that to really kick in. But GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Scarlett will claim the series, and now we're getting ready for our next matchup. Let's go. Getting ready. Just catching up. Neeb has been at 6 carries a couple of times, with the abductions keep killing him. I think there was a couple times where he got up to 6, but like I don't think he ever like exceeded 6 carriers. Like the abductions were, again, they were the MVPs. The MVPs for Scarlett. But GG well played. And I believe we should be having a winners interview for Scarlett on stage before getting ready for our next series, I believe. So we'll get Scarlett on stage. Once again, Neeb again had some interesting builds. As I mentioned before, I'm not too fond of sticking with glaive adepts for as long as he did throughout the series of that best of 5. But I did mix it up a little bit here. Did make a series out of it, of course, getting up to game 4, and I can envision a world where we might even see a game 5 as well. But GG. Oh, as we have our interview.
位现场以及屏幕前的观众朋友们，让我们把掌声送给 Scarlett， 恭喜她获得了比赛的胜利，进入到我们的决赛。好的，那这边也是想问一下嘎姐，刚刚的最后一把其实前期是优势的，中期一度被对面打了回来，但最后是如何稳住，在最后一局比赛里面打得很焦灼，最后还是赢下了3-1，战胜了对手。
For the end match, we want to ask, you have a large advance in the opening area, maybe 10 minutes, but it seems not just turn it to winning. The Neeb just maintain his his situation in mid and just transfer to the Sky Toss. And how you just make that not make that be a comeback and to be the win in the continue.
Others what in the first 10 minutes?
You have great advantage in the mid.
I would say it's just easier to defend the depths this version. I actually practiced with Neeb 2 days ago before the group stage because we didn't know we'd be playing each other yet. And back then he always played Blink and I defended it pretty easily. So I thought he would be doing something different this time. And I kind of went into the match thinking that a depths were a possibility. So I saw it pretty early. The first game though, I made a mistake with not walling off. So the depths got in and I took a lot of damage. But aside from that, I think it went pretty well in the defense.
他说这几天他跟 Neeb 有很多对练，所以他们两个都其实已经很了解了。不过有让他意外的是，因为 Neeb 在跟他对练的时候，一般都喜欢用 Blink 闪追来进行压制，不过他这次用了使徒，还是让他有点意外的。不过他还是很好的防住了。然后他说这个版本的话 ，P 去打这些空 T 啊，不是那个虫族去打这些空 P 开飞机的。 还是有很多的优势的啊，所以可以很好的、很容易的就防下来了，不需要费什么力气。
确实，因为我们看到其实第一把的时候，Neeb他用的就是使徒一波转这个3vs， 然后后续再出使徒的时候就被嘎姐都防住了，打得非常漂亮。那接下来嘎姐下一场比赛将会由奥里维拉对阵到 TY， 那他们两个的胜者就会成为你决赛的对手。你更想在决赛遇到谁呢？
The next match is about Oliveira versus TY, and which you want to meet at final?
Well, I think TY would be an easier opponent, but I think the crowd wants it to be Oliveira. I think it would be a very fun match, so I'll say Oliveira.
他说，其实从本身上
Play to the crowd.
TY 肯定是比较简单的那个对手，他肯定是想选 TY 的，但是他想给大家带来精彩的比赛，所以还是选李培南吧。
哇哦，那下一场比赛李培南就要登场了，让我们来期待一下精彩的对决吧。那我们现在先稍事休息一下，一会儿回来。
GG well played. Big shout out to Scarlett for claiming the series and for advancing on, and of course a big shout out to our translator and to our host as well for providing said interview. Interesting, I really appreciate that Scarlett illuminated the series a little bit for us, where she explained that apparently a couple of days ago before the group stage they were practicing with Neeb, and Neeb was playing Blink at the time, but having a harder time with Blink play, and that gave a little bit more context as to the series that we saw and as to even her perception of the series as well. As we were trying to emphasize, every game we saw safety roach warrants out of Scarlett, whereas typically like that is inefficient. It's usually inefficient to get roaches, even if you're not playing, if you're planning to play standard and get into the mid game. So a very, very safe play out of Scarlett, and again we did see Neeb find damage throughout the course of the series despite that and have somewhat of a back and forth, but in the end Scarlett was able to shut it down. GG, well played. And with that, we have our first finalist. Scarlett does advance on. Again, well played at Neeb. Of course, before we move on, the big thing for Neeb is whether or not Neeb continues to compete. Neeb, there's something a little bit different about Neeb compared to the other players here, and that is that Neeb actually joined onside in the lead up to this tournament. Now, whether he only joined onside to represent for this very tournament, that has happened before, by the way, where a team sponsors a player purely for a tournament and just for one. whether that's the case, or if Neeb plans on sticking around and playing more and competing more and getting back into that competitive aspect of things. Hard to say. You know, eyes are out for Neeb to see if he plays in other tournaments, even part-time as well, right? Like even just every now and then playing in like an open cup or something. We'll see what happens, as I didn't look too bad at all. Right now, of course, ZVP is in a stage of like an exploratory phase. I mentioned earlier that Hero was having a lot of success with with mothership rushes, with ground armies instead. Here we had Neeb relying on glaive adepts. There are definitely other players that are, you know, practicing and trying out some other quirky builds, just because standard play is as difficult as it is in ZVP. We'll see. Regardless, we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we'll have the TVT between TY and Oliveira. Scarlett having some fighting words, saying that TY would be the easier opponent, so she wants TY to win. But at the same time, Oliveira would make for a more fun finals, especially with the crowd. I would agree 100%. I would agree. It'd be very nostalgic as well to see Oliveira in the finals of a tournament. So we'll see what happens in the TVT. Anything can happen. I do think that both TY and Oliveira have some killer TVT, at least historically. Best of luck as we go on the break and we come back with that Terran versus Terran matchup with TY and Oliveira. See you soon after the break. Hope.
来有请我们的 Shoe Boy 送上我们的抽奖箱。如果抽到的观众不在，我们就会延期。C51 这位观众在不在现场？来 C51的观众，好的，看到你了，来到我们的舞台上，恭喜你获得了我们的冰箱贴组合。恭喜恭喜！哎，来到我们的舞台上。你好，你好，你好！哎，我对一下你的C51没问题啊。然后是今天特意来现场，从哪里？昨天来了，从哪里来武汉的？
就是武汉本地的。
本地的，多大了
？22。
那么年轻的星际观众吗？那看星际比赛多久了？
牛牛哥夺冠开始看的。
就是奥利维拉夺冠的时候入坑的。
刚好是刷到了黑萝卜那个视频，然后就喜欢上星际了。
就是看到这么热血沸腾的一个夺冠视频，然后发现这个游戏很有意思，就入坑。那问一下，入坑的时候打的什么族？
人族。
手断了没啊？
啊？
你的手打人族操作多吗？累吗？
挺累的，想转 P 了。
哈哈哈，可以的啊！星际争霸2选 P 就能赢。好的，那也是有请我们的工作人员给我们这个小哥送上我们的一个奖品。好，已经拿到了。好，恭喜恭喜！希望你今天的观赛体验愉快，谢谢谢谢。好，那我们接下来为大家抽第2份，我们抽1套8机送给大家。看一下 C84 观众在现场吗 ？C84 还要不要 C84？ 来 C84 1次 ，C84 2次 ，C84 他说他不要了，换一个。C09在吗 ？C09 观众看一下我们现场，看一下，哦，在 C09，来到我们的舞台上。恭喜 C09 观众也是会获得我们的一整套8机。这么小吗？你好，你好，你好。
他没那么喜欢，所以让我上来了。
你的妈妈？
对。
哦，你的妈妈吗？你看我们星际争霸也是有女粉的。好的，还是替他妈妈过来领奖品的。来，有请我们的工作人员给上。你是陪你妈妈来现场看比赛的吗？
不是，是我和我妈陪我爸来看比赛的。
就是一家3口，就是替你爸上来领奖品的是吧？
对。
那你爸是从小带着你一起就是看星际比赛吗？
我爸很少带我看星际比赛，不过他经常打星际争霸的时候，带我一起看，所以我现在也会玩。
你也会玩？我们现场现在已经从娃娃开始培养了，从娃娃抓起，未来跟你爸爸好好学星际，未来一颗闪闪上升的星际职业之星可能就是你了。来，我们这边把奖品送给他，回去带给你的爸爸，回去带给你的爸爸，谢谢。好，谢谢。这就是我们星际争霸的未来。好，那我们也是稍事休息一下，一会儿就有精彩的比赛带给大家。 好的，也是简单赛前采访一下 TY 选手，这一次比赛打了很多的 TVT 啊，那接下来这场也是一个 TVT， 你觉得李培南选手的 T 的风格跟你之前遇到过的对手会有什么不一样呢？比如说跟吕布他们。
지금 경기장에서 테란전만 계속 하셨는데 올리베라 선수의 스타일이 뭐 이신영 선수라든지 다른 테란 선수에 비해서 어떤 다른 점이 있다고 생각하세요?
이번 대회 출전하는 테란 중에서 가장 강하다고 듣기도 했고 되게 공격적이라서 이신영 선수와 좀 스타일이 반대라 상대의 공격을 잘 막아야 될 것 같아요.
首先，我觉得李培南选手的那个人族实力是现在参赛选手里面的实力是最强的，而且他的这个风格是跟 Innovation 不一样的，是偏攻击型的，所以我可能接下来要好好防一下他的攻击。
哦，那我们也是问一下李培南选手，昨天晚上听说又练到了半夜2、3点是吗？
没有那么晚，2点多吧，差不多。
2点多，那就你的好兄弟咖啡之前其实对战过 T1， 而且是战胜他的。我们想知道咖啡之前很多比赛都给你出谋划策，今天的比赛前咖啡给你出谋划策了吗？
其实国内的人族我们都会聊一下。昨天晚上我也找现在新一代的选手，他们知道我要打比赛，然后大家又在积极帮我准备，所以我觉得在准备方面我应该挺足的。
那这场比赛有没有信心拿下？
我不能立这种 flag 吧，但是我只能说，我还是说我是觉得我不能说我是最强的，但我觉得我是对这个比赛付出最多的，而且对于我来说，这个准备过程让我很踏实，结果无非就输或赢，但是我觉得过程是我这次所有准备比赛里，我觉得像之前职业比赛一样，所以我很有信心。
哇，我们给李培南一点元气吧，我们欢呼一下，为他加油！ 好的，谢谢大家。那么我们精彩的比赛马上就要开始了，把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
好，欢迎回来啊。那么现在星际快闪店以及互动区都在营业中啊。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Douyu Cup 2026 day number 4. We are back, we're live. We're getting ready here for the semi-finals, the lower semis. Of course, Scarlett versus Neeb did just wrap up, and Scarlett did advance on into the grand finals. And we're here to determine who will be joining Scarlett in those finals. Will it be one Terran or the other, TY or Oliveira? Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, once again, a big shout out to Baby Lings in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your translations, letting us know what is going on stage, what is being said between the players. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, some very wholesome stories as well. I'm sure you've seen throughout the course of the last 4 days, but every now and then we do have a giveaway on stage with the audience members, and sometimes we have some very wholesome, I mean, I say sometimes we have very wholesome comments. More often than not, they just grill the casters. They just... they grill F91 and Chassé, but today much more wholesome. It was cool to see. Feels good, man. Feels good. But here we go. We're getting ready for our next series here. Looks like we have 2 Terran casters. You can see them here, XY and Coffee. So XY and Coffee are going to be casting the TVT. Does make plenty of sense here as we get ready for TY versus Oliveira. We are getting ready. Whew. But again, do appreciate the translations, and it's going to be an interesting one as well. Coming into this TVT, it's going to be harder to call. Like, I do feel like when I look at the 3 Terrans in this tournament, Innovation, TY, and Oliveira, they're a little bit interchangeable with who's going to be stronger than the other. Innovation versus TY went all the way to the ace match, and really interesting to hear that, again, the players have been practicing quite intensely over the past 24 hours even in preparation for this match. We'll see how everything unfolds. Bearing in mind that when it comes to TVT, TVT can be very intense, can be very chaotic, and very often does end early as well. The kind of stereotype of like long late game stalemate TVTs is from many years gone by, from like Heart of the Swarm era of StarCraft. In Legacy of the Void, we saw a lot more cheese, proxies, aggression, 2-base play, and a lot of aggression as we claimed the 3rd. We saw that a lot in the TY vs Innovation series, where we had 1 macro game. Out of all 5 games, only 1 of them led into mid-game play. That was the final game, actually, game 5. Between TY and Innovation. But here we go. We are getting ready here for our next series. Getting ready. Show us the Vitos, papi. Show us the Vitos. Beautiful. Wholesome toxicity. Exactly. Let's go. Even when they poke a bit of fun, it's a friendly level. Yeah, obviously. Always. The banter, baby, the banter. As we do have vetoes, and we're going to be jumping into game one. Game one is going to be on BlackRock. Vámonos, baby, vámonos. Practice till 2 a.m. last night. That's crazy. Also, oh my god, well, we'll get into it as jumping in. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of BlackRock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is TY. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player. The red Terran, it is Oliveira, the world champion himself. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are now open. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our TBT. Now, what I was going to get into here is that when it comes to said Terran versus Terran matchup, TY and Oliveira, we saw a lot more from TY's side of things. TY, he played against Coffee and he played against Innovation in this very tournament. So we'll see if anything has been gleaned from that. We did see a lot of two-port, two-base all-ins. A lot of two-port, two-base all-ins. I'm sure we're seeing them more here as well. We'll see if we're able to scout each other, react, respond, and shut that down. We'll see. Pressure is on. Let's go. Welcome to BlackRock. BlackRock is an interesting map of the map pool. Is a relatively medium-sized map. Doesn't have an overly short rush distance by ground. Has a more defendable natural base when it comes to the main attack path. There's a lot of choke points. In the center of the map, but specifically the third and fourth base options are much more exposed. They're much more open and much more accessible as well. So we'll see. I feel like, again, aggression typically does rise up when it comes to 3-base play or trying to claim a third expansion. For now, double gas opener out of TY. Meanwhile, we likewise have a double gas opener out of Oliveira as well. So far, mirrored builds. Both players are going for their faster tech. It is going to be a factory before command center. So again, a more safer tech heavy starts from both players. This will keep them safe against, say, proxy 2-axes, for example, 2-ax Reaper. And no proxies yet. Not so far, not in this series. Settling in. All right, before I get ahead of myself, though, it actually happened during the break, but a big shout out to hold on, I have to scroll up. Big shout out to Clackons in the chat. God, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you, we do appreciate it. Happened earlier during the break, so thank you. Do appreciate the support. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting of the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. So we are getting in. From here, Reapers do look to move out. It's going to be poking, prodding. We should not overcommit here with the Reaper. We should be pulling back in time. If we commit to a fight, whoever shoots first will overwhelm, and TY has the defender's advantage, so Oliveira, he has to pull away and make it back home. From here, we're kind of waiting for any kind of big divergence. We're just going to be opening up with our CCs on the low ground. We have the option to go for a safer command center in the main base if we did feel a little bit too paranoid. Otherwise, we can settle in, and there it is. Both locations or both command centers are on said low ground. Let's go. Also, I see PCH in the YouTube chat. Yo, calm yourself, because you're acting like a clown. Act like a clown somewhere else. You too, Hapsaya. See Hapsaya and PC. PCEC? PCH. Yeah, watch yourselves. As of now, we're going to be settling in. We have our Hellions moving out across the map, just poking, prodding. From here, oh, okay, TY does mix things up. If you're watching yesterday, you would have seen that TY did go for many a Raven opener, but this is the first time we're seeing TY, at least in this tournament, open up Banshee instead. So we have a Banshee opener in the main base. Reaper Hellion does poke in towards the low ground. Going to be delaying the CC. So far, so good out of Oliveira. We'll delay the expansion, but will not get into the main, and so far is unaware of said Banshee play. Is unaware. And as a result, this does have potential to get a lot of damage done. Bearing in mind this will be slowing down any attempted Raven play coming into a longer game, so this is quite a commitment here from TY, and we'll see what he can get done across the map. For now, Oliveira pokes back in. Cyclone will defend. TY can now start to saturate his bases. And we can see that we're not leaving much at home to defend. Ooh, ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Oliveira, he does commit here to his aggression. Picks up, does boost across the map. Banshee does move out. And behind this is no safety cyclone either. Yeah, no safety cyclone is already one SCV going to be going down. Nice damage here with the Reaper. Again, Banshee is on the way. At the same time, Oliveira, he commits into the main. Oh, does commit in. Catching a depot. Does catch a depot. Lock on the medevac. Lock on is broken. Dragging the army within tank range. Ay, ay, ay. Massive tank shots going off. Getting one Cyclone. Getting the other Cyclone as well. Massive pickoffs. Both Cyclones go down. Heavy losses here for TY. Yeah, some heavy losses at the same time. Banshee does get across the map. We'll find some damage. Remember, there's no cloak. There is no cloak. Vanilla Banshee will kill some SCVs, but we have Vikings just in time. No shot. Vikings, they pop out just in time to defend. Baby, let's go. It's still going to be 5 SCV kills, but this could have been so much worse. Could have been so much worse. Oliveira, he defends back at home. He's now down in workers, but he's up in army supply. Denies mining at the natural. Does deny mining, but he cannot quite get any ground yet. Still waiting for his Vikings. Ooh, as the Minerva gets picked off. Nice catch from TY. So far, nice catch. With that, we have the Viking lead. TY should lose that Viking. We attempt to throw down the order hearts, but again, another tank goes down. We trade 1-1. Oof. 1-1 trade when it comes to the tanks, but still a better overall trade here for Oliveira. Behind this, getting a third TC. He's not all in, is expanding, but still getting value. Yeah, still getting more value, pushing further in, getting within range of the mineral line. Does get within range. And TY now stuck on a 1-base economy, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, he's stuck on 1 base. Still even within range of the CC, actually. Yeah, still within range. Likewise, Oliveira still maintains that Viking lead. Has more HP. Snipes to the Viking. Takes down the tank as well. Yeah, still a very clutch trade here as the tank barely survives. Oliveira once again wins the fight, and now he's just snowballing out of control. He's snowballing out of control. Again, back at home, he's getting a third CC up and running, up in bases, up in economy. Second starport's on the way for 2-port mass Viking production. Oh my god, he can't repair. GG gets called. The tank gets caught out as well. And Oliveira takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oliveira does take a lead in the series. Again, TY had a lot of potential with his attempted Banshee play, but as we emphasized, going into Banshee does mean that the main army was going to be that much weaker. We saw that it did delay his own Raven production, his own auto turrets as well, potential disable if we did want to take in that direction. So it was a big commitment, and the Banshee did kill 6 SCVs, but only 6 workers. Only 6 SCV kills. From there, Vikings did pop out in time to shut that down. Vikings would be on the way to maintain air control, as you even saw a second starport behind that as well, but they happened to be able to shut down the Banshee, and again, there was so much riding on the attempted harass across the map. Likewise, you saw that specifically on Blackrock, you can abuse that low ground position, that natural, with siege lines. With those tanks that can we get within range of the first 2 patches that are closer to the top side, and with that, Oliveira takes a lead, and we'll see if TY can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can bounce back as we get ready for game number 2. Once again, a very aggressive game 1, which is what we expected. As I mentioned previously here, it's very rare to see kind of like mid to late game in TBT. We're expecting early to mid game aggression throughout the course of this entire series. Here we go. Is what we're expecting. Siege chat very aggressively played by Oliveira. I mean, that's kind of what we expect from both players coming into the series. Even TY was being aggressive himself, was being a little bit more risky by opening up Banshee. But let's go. Let us go. As in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have the South Korean Terran. It is TY. In the top right, we do have Oliveira, the Chinese Terran. Let's go. Let us go. Oliveira does take a lead, and welcome one and all to Sanctuary 3. Again, Sanctuary 3 is an interesting map in the map pool. It isn't the smallest map. It's a little bit more medium-sized as maps come, but as the observer is pointing out, there are certain aspects of this map that allow for more defensive play. When it comes to the slow zones, the choke points in the center, the destructible towers as well, there are ways to slow down a push if you see it coming ahead of time. When it comes to walling off, when it comes to engaging in the center, making use of that slow zone against your opponent as well, if it goes unscattered though, then the distance between your third and your opponent's third is actually quite short. Like that rush distance from third to third base, if we expand towards each other, is actually very, very short. On top of that, it's also on the same plane of elevation as well. There's no ramp, there's no point of elevation to try to defend. So that is also a factor that has to be brought in, has to be in the back of your mind. But here we go. Here we go. Bearing in mind that last game, both players went for double gas openers. We'll see if that trend continues. TY does scout the third location first for proxy. Don't blame him. Again, it's quite common to go for proxy Raxes and proxy 2 Maxes. We expect that at some point in this series, and oh, there it is. TY does go for the proxy Rax. Now, not the most committed build here by TY. There's 1 Rax back at home, 1 in the center of the map. It is 2 Rax Reaper, but a little bit more of a tame variation of 2 Rax Reaper. Meanwhile, Oliveira is going for an economic build, Rax Expand. So as builds do kind of fare off against each other, I do give the edge to TY. I didn't get to mention it, but one of the reasons why you want to go for an economic build on this map is because there's a ramp coming into the natural. It's a high ground natural base here on Sanctuary 3, so a much more secure 2-base setup. So Oliveira feels like he can get away with a greedier build this time. We'll see if TY can punish said greedy build. Now, thankfully, Oliveira does get the CC on the high ground, not on location, so it's a little bit of a safer variation, but this still means that the factory is late, right? It's going to be a late factory, which means late Hellion. It's going to be on Oliveira to micro well. He has to pull the boys. He has to minimize worker losses, pull back weakened SCVs, and buy enough time to build up his Reapers and to buy time for his Hellion. There's that factory now starting. Ooh, okay, so the factory has now begun. We do see that Oliveira is situated here on top of his ramp. TY starts to move out. And we'll see what TY can get done. As you can see, TY is floating back home. Like, this is not an all-in. As we mentioned, this is a very tame variation of 2 Rax Reaper. Reapers they poke in, no CC on the low ground. And TY doesn't test up, he does not check up the ramp. Okay, never mind. I assumed that TY would test the waters and try to find some damage here, but the answer is no. He backs off instead, so Oliveira gets away with a greedier build. So Oliveira, he's going to get a CC up and running, a faster command center, he'll be able to land it, and again, he was not threatened whatsoever. He was not threatened. So I do give the edge to Oliveira here. From here, TY, he's building up back at home, getting a safety bunker, getting to his own cyclone. Remember, Oliveira did not check up the ramp, so for all he knows, it could have been double gas, right? It could have been a double gas opener in TY's mind. So he's setting up defensively for something that is not coming his way. Because it's not Reaper Hellion, it's Reaper Cyclone. And even then, it's only 1 Reaper. So in the end, this is a better start, a better early game for Oliveira. So here we are going to be opening up. Stim is going to be on the way. Getting to Stim. Likewise, we do have a Banshee production once again. This time out of Oliveira. Okay, the turns have tabled. So we do have a Banshee opener out of our red Terran instead of our Korean Terran player. We do have Banshee opener in towards some harass across the map. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see much earlier Stim out of TY. So we do have a bit of a divergence here. On the one hand, Oliveira can harass earlier with that Banshee, and he's rushing into a third CC to be greedy. Meanwhile, TY, he delays tank production in favor of fast Stim. So really fast Stim out of TY. This tells us that TY wants to go for much earlier Stim timing. Much earlier. So again, TY is going to be the aggressor. And we'll see if Oliveira can piece together what's going on. If Oliveira tries to expand and spreads himself thin, then Oliveira will be in trouble. But now the Banshee does pick forward. Catching out 1, 2, 3 ACVs. The Cyclone will zone this away. Oh, and can we shut it down? We can! Very nice pick up here by TY. Shuts down the Banshee. And remember that Stim timing is coming. Stim is almost done, and Marines are amassing as well. TY can soon move out across the map. And the other scary thing about what just happened is that Oliveira didn't just lose his Banshee, but he failed to scout the main. Didn't get in, doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know what's going on. So Oliveira, he's playing blind.
这个组合现在哦，雷达扫了，看到了，他这个很明显是个空投枪兵开局啊，很明显了。这个打法只要看到了，对，哦，猪牙双线，然后加里防可以完美应对，两个猪牙应对很完美，因为对面只有枪兵啊，所以猪牙在家里面没有什么作用，也是多线骚扰。
As from here, TY does claim his own third. Getting on location. Here comes the bio move out, pushing across the map. He's pushing out. And we'll see if we can get into the main base. Yeah, he's going for that drop. Again, this is so committed out of TY, but again, it's completely unscattered. Oh, doesn't push into the main. Okay, where are we going? Is going to unload at the same time. Oliveira here harasses across the map, gets into the main, into the mineral line. We'll pick off a couple of SCVs. Gets 1, 2, 3. 3 SCVs going down, and TY has yet to pull the trigger. As we have the second Raven into the natural. Again, TY has a lot of potential with all that bio. He's had Stim for quite some time. But he has yet to commit. Yeah, TY just playing it safe. And he's missing his window. Yeah, TY, the window is closing. We tried to emphasize earlier that there was a window in time where he would have Stim and all these Marines over his opponents. But as time goes on, Oliveira is finishing up Stim himself. Oliveira is building up his tanks. He's building up his bio. And TY is missing that window. He's missing that timing, that opportunity. Yeah, for now, he's just distracted by the harass. TY pulls away. It's possible that he might just be waiting for the third to be thrown down. Or waiting for a move out. As now he's going to be reinforcing. Okay, he's got his 3 tanks. TY is pushing out. Now much more committed with a stronger force, true. We'll see if this pays off. The idea of waiting for reinforcements, waiting for his tanks. Oliveira does siege. It does siege up. Pulls back the 3rd CC. And TY pulls away. Yeah, there's no opening. Pushing into a siege line is going to be brutal. Does he commit? Ooh, not quite. Well, TY sims away. Does sim back. Nice hold position micro. Here comes the junior robot to the main. He's going for the drop. There are some turrets in position, but only 2. He commits. He does boost in. Does boost in. Will on the... Oh, no, he gets deflected. He doesn't commit, Pappy. He does not commit. Oliveira defends. We can see TY rotate towards the 3rd base, and are the tanks sieged up in time? They are. Yeah, they are sieged up. Tanks are exposed, and TY is going to lose everything. Aye. 3 tanks go down. Heavy losses for TY. TY, he was so tentative this game. It felt like he was second guessing everything that he was doing. Like he had his timings, he had his window. He chose not to go into the main base initially. He chose to wait for his tanks. He left the army idle. It allowed Oliveira to build back up. Even here, I was tentative when it came to dropping into the main. And with that, Oliveira is snowballing out of control. He's starting to get out of hand. Oliveira does take a tank lead. Does sim in. We can see Oliveira. He does bypass the entire army. Aye. Sims into natural. SCVs are going to be going down. Heavy losses here for TY. Completely out of position. 15 SCV kills. Oof. And this is critical damage. This is game-ending damage. At this point, TY is all in. TY is all in. In a mirror matchup, the idea of trying to recover economically here and just play standard is insane. There are other ways to recover. Doom drops, right? Drop play, counterattacks, trying to bypass, outposition your opponent. There are some ways to recover, but TY has to do something. He cannot just stay back at home. He cannot stand idly by. Oliveira going for another double drop. Oliveira does leave all of his tanks at the 3rd. TY does start to move out. As Oliveira gets spotted. TY is aware. And TY is going to try to turtle him up, getting a 4 CC on location. Now it's Oliveira's turn to move out. The armies are about to clash. Show us the armor shred. Oh. Does catch Oliveira. Shreds the armor. TY has to be careful. Abandoned his tanks for a moment there. But TY trying to buy time. Oliveira, he's maxed. This one he's maxed out. Can now start to push. I think the best chance here for Oliveira, sorry, for TY, is that Oliveira pushes through the center, TY backstabs, and then forces Oliveira to come back home. And then TY pulls away, right? Just to buy time to try to, like, force a pseudo-base trade. But engaging head-on like this? Like, no shot. He's going for it, though. Does sees the tanks. Marines, they stim in. Massive armor shred, but the tanks are disabled. Yeah, massive disable here on the tanks. 3 more tanks go down. At TY, he has 0 tanks left with the main army. Just purely Marines, and Oliveira, he is dominating here. He's going to move out across the map. We have 2 tanks left back at home. Did I say 2? Down to 1. Down to 1. Down to 0. 0 tanks left. Massive tank voice going off. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Oliveira, he'll take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oliveira, he'll take a lead. Once again, winning it back here. TY, it felt, to me at least, it felt like lack of confidence out of TY. His build made sense. He did have some timings available to him. Like, remember, how did this game begin? TY, he shot down the Banshee, right? He shot down the Banshee. He built them into early stim. He moved that across the map. And we saw he loaded it up. He got ready to go into the main base. He backed off. He unloaded. And he was waiting outside of the main for like a minute, like 60 seconds. He was just staying idle there, and it looked like maybe he was waiting to see if Oliveira would expand, but he never scanned the main, like to see if there was like an army waiting for him. Like maybe he was waiting for Oliveira to expand or to move out himself, so he just left the army there. He waited for his tanks to reinforce, which did happen much later, and this gave Oliveira time to build up his own force, to have a comparable army, and to finish up stim himself. Like there was a big window of time there where TY had stim over Oliveira, but he missed that window of opportunity. He wasn't able to make use of his otherwise tech lead. GG. GG, well played. With that, Oliveira, he's up 2-0, and we are getting ready for game number 3. The pressure is very much so on TY. It's been a short series so far, short games, which is what we expect out of TBT, to be fair, but I would select a back and forth of some kind, as game 3 is going to be on Rainfall. Ooh, hyper aggressive map. Let's go. Small map of the map pool, short rush distance by ground. Vamonos. Here we go. As we're getting ready here for game number 3. I got to set the tone, baby. Okay. Let's jump into game number 3. Nope. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of Rainfall, we have the blue Terran player, himself. We have the South Korean Terran. It is TY. In the left hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player, the red Terran. It is Oliveira. Let's go. Let us go. We are settling into game number 3. Game number 3 here, the potentially final game of the series. I'm hoping for a longer series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to sink our teeth into this series, this TBT. But the reality is, Oliveira needs one more game, and this map is Rainfall, favors aggression. Small map of the map pool, short rush distance by ground, exposed 3rd, exposed 4th base, short rush distance to the natural, high ground area outside of the natural as well. So there's a lot of aspects of this map that does favor hyper aggression, that leans towards shorter games, and we're expecting another short one here. But whether TY can fight back or not, we're here to find out. Here we go. All right, even before the speaking about tentative play at a TY, even in regards to the opener, remember he went 2x Reaper, but he did not poke up the ramp to see what was going on to try to find some damage. Despite the more aggressive build, he saw the lack of CC on the low ground, and that was enough for TY to back off. Whereas, you know, we can maybe take a risk, take a chance to try to find some other damage, but in the end, it also meant that Oliveira had a more economic build as well, right? He got away with the economic start. And remember, to put more emphasis on that stim timing, what was Oliveira doing when TY was rushing stim? Oliveira was rushing a third CC. He was rushing a third base, so he was being greedy, he was vulnerable. There's a lot that kind of played into that. But here we go. For now, we're going to be loading into game number 3, and we do have a double gas opener out of TY. So double gas opener with this, faster factory, a more tech-heavy start. This is considered to be a safer way to open up, as it does shut down proxy play, but also allows you to be aggressive yourself. Meanwhile, we do see Oliveira being greedy. Single gas opener. Single gas into a faster CC. So economic build once again out of Oliveira. This time we do see a bit of a more tech-heavy start out of TY. Now, technically, this can turn into a one-base all-in. One-base all-ins are quite rare if they're not proxied in TVT. From here, we should still be expanding, but it does mean faster Hellion, it can mean faster Cyclone, it can also mean faster Starport and faster tech and faster drop play as well. There's options for how TY wants to open up. We have options. We go. The normal man, let's go. True, true. The normal man. Ay, ay, ay. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Good morning, good morning. From here, we do have our racks into Tech Lab for Oliveira. Just building up initially Marines just to maintain control of his bases. It is going to be Reaper Hellion out of TY, but no reactor. No reactor play? Not yet. And again, we'll see what is done with our tech structures with said starport. As Tech Lab is on the way, we can go for the add-on swap and go into, say, fast Cyclone drop. We can go into a tank drop. We can go into an add-on swap into, instead, early Banshee play. We have seen a surprising amount of Banshees this series. True. Game 1, it was TY. Game 2, it was Oliveira. There's the swap. Are we opening Banshee or just Raven? So now we're calming down. And we have the answer, Banshee. Okay, so Banshee opener out of Oliveira and out of TY. You know what? Game 1, it was Oliveira. Sorry, game 1, it was TY. Game 2 was Oliveira. Game 3, it's both. Both players are going to be opening up Banshee. Let's go, baby, let's go. I don't know if you noticed something, but I was a little bit weirded out. TY's starport was late this game. It was delayed. So that's why the Banshees are actually neck and neck when it comes to their production, whereas it should have been faster for TY. But I did notice. Oh, we see TY researching Interference Matrix. I'm curious if that's a fake out as fake cloak, or if he intends to let it finish so he can go into Raven play after. Curious. As our Banshees are moving out, we see Oliveira starting up his own Raven. Oh, Oliveira being greedy once again. He got away with the last game. Very fast third TC. Third TC before any second racks or second factor or second anything. So hyper greed out of Oliveira. Banshees move out. And who punishes who? Now, TY does have one Cyclone backing him to defend. I don't think Oliveira has a Cyclone. His anti-air is just purely Marine. Ooh, so Oliveira is vulnerable. Yeah, his Cyclones are across the map, not at home to defend. Ay, ay, ay. There's potential for TY. Banshee does poke in. Cyclone to defend. Hellions get called out, and who catches who? Ooh, nice tank shot. Yeah, nice tank shot by TY. TY, he defends back at home, and can I say the same about Oliveira? Now, TY parked his Banshee in the corner of the map, so it has a long time to move in. So once again, this is giving Oliveira time to respond, and the Cyclones are coming home. No shot. Yeah, they're more or less in position. The Banshee gets 1, gets 2, gets maybe 3 SCVs. Yeah, 3 workers going to be going down. Cyclones, they come in. Auto turret as well. Doesn't even need the turret. The Banshee goes down and only 2 SCV kills. Oof. That's not quite worth a Banshee. And as the dust settles, Oliveira has a slight advantage over his opponent. I mean, I say slight advantage. Remember, Oliveira does have that 3rd CC. Ooh, he will lose his Banshee. Banshee goes down. TY commits. Last tanks are in position. And it isn't about the lack of damage being done here, but as we mentioned, Oliveira, he has a 3rd base done. TY just now starts his 3rd on location. Meanwhile, Oliveira is, I believe, is already in orbital. Oh. I believe it is already. Double E-base on the way for double upgrades. That is for Oliveira. 3rd TC not going to be landing. TY, the pressure's on him to delay. Again, TY is behind economically, so he has to delay this 3rd base. He's going to be moving in. Tank's already sieged. Massive tank shots here on the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Yeah, Cyclone does fall, and so will the other Cyclone. Massive stable in the tanks, and TY will lose everything here. Massive overextension. You got to respect the Ravens, Pappy. As it all just crumbles, and Oliveira, once again, he dominates the fight. He gets away with the faster 3rd base and with the better fight as well. He's with the larger army. And it all just falls apart for TY. It all falls apart. Force land the Vikings. He's got 1 tank left, trying to make a stand. The tank will go down. And it's going to be a clean sweep. It's going to be a clean sweep, Pappy. As Oliveira, he's rushing across the map. He does overextend and will lose both Vikings. Ooh, so a bit of an overextension there from Oliveira. Got to be careful. Pushing into tank fire. Oliveira, he's trading inefficiently here. He will... he's got enough anyway. He's got enough anyway. GG gets caught. He does everyone with littles left. And Oliveira, he will claim the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Oliveira. He does claim the series. He will advance on. A very strong showing here by Oliveira. Again, a hyper aggressive series, which is what we expect out of TVT, but it was hyper aggressive and heavily in favor of Oliveira, which I was not expecting. I was expecting a back and forth here. Of course, Oliveira, he was practicing until 2 a.m. last night, until 2 a.m. in the morning, so a lot of time, a lot of practice there for Oliveira. Meanwhile, TY, I will say, had some potential. I'm still thinking about game 2. Right? I'm still thinking about the game on Sanctuary, where if TY had a little bit more confidence or was maybe a little bit more daring in his play, with his early Reaper play, with his stim timing as well, then we could have had maybe a back and forth. Here, I don't blame TY for pushing the way that he did, because remember, he was behind. He had to do some kind of damage and delay the 3rd base, but he pushed too far forward. Usually, and this might show some of the lack of recent experience when it comes to TY, but sieging up your tanks and containing your opponents and denying the 3rd makes sense, but he did more than that. He tried to push into the natural, which is crazy, by the way. So he pushed further, more than just the 3rd base, in towards the natural. That's where you overextended. Mass disables went off, and Oliveira snowballed from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. Oliveira will claim the series, and we are getting ready for our winners interview up next. Let's go. Let us go. Likewise, we may have a show match as well. Someone in the chat was asking about it earlier, asking about any potential show matches, and I was confused. I was like, no, they already finished. But the Wikipedia page was updated, and a show match was added to the Wikipedia page. So I'm assuming that that's going to be before the finals. It is a show match between Diego, between Kellezer and... was it Emo? Yeah, Kellezer and Emo. For now, though, interview time.
恭喜李佩南3-0战胜了 TY， 进入我们的决赛哦。赛前如临大敌，结果比赛的时候非常轻松的拿下了。你赛前有没有想过自己会这么快的3-0拿下？
也没想过吧，因为我看他打吕布还有咖啡的时候打得挺好的，但是可能我打得更好一点吧。
哇哦！那也是问一下，就是有一把他是家里一个 BB， 然后在外面也 BB， 你当时是有一个细节把2基地放在主矿，然后导致他战术失败了。当时这个细节是怎么考虑的？
其实我不知道他野东西了，是因为我们之前练的，我就是跟咖啡还有其他人都说，我说我要打一个全防流，就是我可以不侦察的情况下也能防住他的部队，因为我感觉新版本的话太早飞2基地的话也踩不了，所以基本上我就后边就把所有基地都放在上面了，而且我这套整体运营下来比他快很多。
是的，那还有一波就是你是2个防空防住了他的一个空投，正面又偷掉了他3个坦克，还杀了他家里很多农民啊。那一波记得吗？其实细节把控的也很不错，那一波是算到了吗？
因为说实话，他这个先两兵的打法最开始和我练的，他当时最能打的时候就是我当时。我觉得我的 TVD 还是可以的，因为当时在韩国人族他们这帮人最巅峰的时候，我当时都能赢他们，所以现在我觉得我更能赢。
那总决赛要面对到嘎姐啊，也是你的这个老朋友了，要打这个 TBZ 了，有信心吗？
说实话，我对 TVZ 我不是对嘎姐，我打嘎姐没，我对重组没什么信心，因为我最近训练下来，感觉新版本的 TVZ 就特别难打，基本上我如果平稳的运营的话，就真的会落后1个身位。但是昨天晚上就是也集训了一下，搞了点新东西，看看就是很难打。但是我觉得我这次准备的还是那句话，我觉得我准备的很充分，无非结果就2个输或者赢。但是我觉得过程比较重要吧。我觉得这次我备战的让我很踏实。
天道酬勤，李少为了这个比赛付出了很多的努力跟训练。我们再一次把掌声送给李培南，期待他在决赛能有好的表现。谢谢大家。那我们接下来会为大家带来一场 emo 跟克拉祖的表演赛，千万不要走开，我们休息一下，一会儿回来。
Shout out to Oliveira. GG, well played. Oliveira does claim the series once again. Shout out to Babylings for some translations in the chat, and of course for our host for conducting said interview. Very quickly catching up with the interview itself. So Oliveira was asked, did you foresee a clean sweep? Oliveira's like, nope. God no. I was asked a little bit more about some of the games. The proxy, the proxy, Oliveira said he didn't know about the proxy at all. I mean, of course, because if you remember, the proxy was in game 2, and TY didn't even commit with the Reapers. Remember, TY, he went for the proxy 2x Reaper. Reapers moved in, saw nothing at the natural, then he retreated. So yeah, Oliveira, he had no idea what was going on. Like TY was kind of mind gaming himself there. And it was also really nice to hear that apparently they practiced together. I mean, we heard the same thing about Neeb and Scarlett. When Neeb and Scarlett were practicing in the lead up to this, sounds like maybe TY and Oliveira were also practicing a little bit as well. And Oliveira was a little bit more mentally prepared for potential Doom drops and drop play in general, which TY was attempting to do, and Oliveira was already kind of set up for that. I would imagine that they practiced this before they found out they had to play against each other, kind of like Neeb and Scarlett, where they practiced before the group stage. It's possible the same thing happened between TY and Oliveira, and then bam, they happened to play against each other. So a little bit unfortunate in that respect, but strong showing there by Oliveira. Strong showing. Yeah. Oliveira was asked, how do you feel about versing Scarlett? I'm not scared of Scarlett, but I'm not confident about versing Zerg in the new patch. True. I practice a lot, so I'll do my best. Oliveira. But again, thank you so much, Babylings, for the translations. And you heard the comment there as well from the host that it looks like we are going to have a show match first between Kellezer and Emo. So it's going to be a best of one. Remember that. Best of one show match. We'll see what kind of shenanigans ensue, but there's going to be a fun show match first, and then the best of 7 grand finals. This does mean that Oliveira has a little bit of time to rest, bearing in mind that Scarlett has been, resting and recuperating this entire time. So Oliveira's got a little bit of time to himself here to get ready and prepare for those finals. And Kellezer and Emo will do their best to entertain us while that happens. Let's go. Let us go. Let us go. But with that, we're going to be going on a short break. And as we mentioned, when we come back, we will have our next series. We will have our show match. Let's go. Let us go. We'll see you soon.
T 恤，那先让他跟我们大家来打个招呼吧。
大家好。
这是克拉祖自己提供的，
Yeah， he will 可乐猪会他亲情奉献了3件他自己的签名队服，一会儿来抽给大家。
是的，那现在有请克拉祖为我们来抽3位幸运的水友，先抽1位。
先抽第一个。
C38 幸运观众在现场吗？如果在的话，在那边排队区的也举个手，在吗 ？C38
一次
，C38 2次 ，C38 3次，好，换一个。
He's not here。
C26 在吗？哦，欢迎，来到我们的舞台上。来，恭喜这位水友，然后我们克拉祖会把他的签名队服亲自送给你，我们可以展示一下，背面有签名，背面有他的一个签名，对，我们可以对着镜头，我们一起来展示一下。哇哦，这是克拉祖自己提供的，他自己的这个队服，自己亲自签名的，有没有什么话想对他说一下呢
？Thank you very much and 欢迎来到武汉啊。可以多吃着武汉的火锅，很好吃，烧烤也很好吃，还可以试下热干面
hot barbecue 热干豆豆。
好，谢谢我们这位水友，可以到台下稍事休息一下。来，我们让克拉祖为我们再抽第2位幸运的观众，看一下是谁 ？A38 在吗？A38哦，这一位幸运的观众，请来到我们的舞台上，也是非常的好运。欢迎！好，也是让我们的克拉祖把队服亲手交给你，可以给大家展示一下。来，我们一起展示一下，然后背面有签名，可以展示一下。哦，好，有什么话想感谢一下克拉祖的吗？
欢迎来到武汉，非常感，然后。武汉的不仅热干面好吃，豆皮也好吃，可以尝试一下。这是孙哥严选的。
武汉热干 noodle is good. And we also have the soybeans. Yeah, we have that.
I agree.
Yeah.
好的，他
They all just want to feed him.
好，谢谢这位水友，可以到台下稍事休息一下。那最后抽最后一位幸运观众啊，这个真的是超级好运的了。来看一下 C92 在现场吗
Give this man some food, he's starving. His skin and bones.
C92 1次 ，C92 2次 ，C92他说他不要了，来，我们再抽一个新的，看一下这一次花落谁家 ？C83 在吗 ？C83，哦，看到了，来到我们的舞台上，恭喜你，我们最后一件克拉祖的签名队服就要被你拿回家啦。好，有请我们这一位水友来到我们的舞台上。来，恭喜，也是可以给我们的镜头展示一下。哎，背面有签名，可以展示一下，背面是有他的一个亲笔签名。好的，也可以跟他说一下感谢的话。
Thank you, come to China. I fly from Fuzhou to see all of you. It's a happy day.
好的，谢谢我们这位水友，可以到台下稍事休息。那也是感谢袁飞。那这边的话，可以把箱子先放在边上一下。我们要请 emo 上来，然后跟我们的克拉祖进行一个简单的赛前采访。来，有请我们的 emo 大神。emo 大神，欢迎来到我们的舞台上。因为接下来 emo 大神将跟克拉祖为我们打一场精彩的表演赛。来，也是来到我们的舞台上。好，那么我们这边也是先想简单的问一下克拉祖，知不知道 emo 他其实是一位非常出色的 Dota 2职业选手，但他的星际争霸玩的也很好。
Do you know emo is a very great Dota 2 pro player and he also good at StarCraft?
Yeah, I know. In Dota, he's a legend. I know he got top 4 in TI. He's a hero to many people. And I heard in StarCraft, he is even better because he is getting coached by Maxed.
他说 emo 他早就有所耳闻啊，是一位传奇的 Dota 2选手，曾经打入过 TI 的 Top 4，然后对他印象非常深刻。然后他觉得他的实力非常强，因为他星际被我们的赛德老师教导过啊，所以是一个不容小觑的对手。
那其实克拉素平时也是有打 DOTA 的，我们问一下克拉素最近 DOTA 多少分了
？Which your Dota pound recently?
My MMR?
Yeah, MMR Dota.
Maybe 5,500.
5,500 呀，5500分吧。
哎，那 emo 大神的这个星际分差不多 ，emo 大神的星际也是5000分的神族左右，很期待你们的一个表现。我们来问一下 emo 大神哦，平时都是打 DOTA 的线下赛，第一次是不是应该是人生第一次站在舞台上打星际的比赛？
是第一次打星际的比赛，感觉挺特别的。
那有没有让你的老师 Michael 赛德给你支一些招数呢？
有，我今天用了他的鼠标。
光鼠标有用吗？有没有战术？
我觉得我有一定的准备，但是不知道有没有用，但是我会尽力的。
哎，那如果说我们这个星际上面万一要输给了职业选手也没关系，我们未来有没有机会去 DOTA 上面找场子找回来？
没有问题，我会邀请他来打 DOTA 的。
哎呀，我跟你说，孙哥布这个局布了那么大一盘，就是等这一刻。那我们也是期待 emo 跟克拉素给我们带来一场精彩的表演赛，把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
好的，各位观众，欢迎回来。那赛前决赛前，我们给大家带来一场。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Douyu Cup 2026 Day 4. We are getting the grand finals ready, but before the grand finals, it is time for a fun show match with Kelazur and Emo. Once again, it was great to hear the giveaway just before their exchange with all the people in the crowd recommending some food for Kelazur. I'm getting hungry, baby. I'm getting they all just want to feed Kelazur. But also great to hear from Emo as well, just because I myself personally, I have no idea about anything Dota. Right, the last time I watched Dota was like in it was ESL 1, like in 2016 or 17. It was a long time ago. Like I didn't really get into Dota, so a little unfamiliar. But yeah, apparently Emo, like he's a legend in his own right. I'm just looking at his Wikipedia page here, and he has some huge wins, baby. So again, really cool to see that. I don't know if there are other esports events going on there at Douyu Cup, or if he's there like as a fan as well. Apparently he's being coached by Maxed in terms of Protoss. Don't really know what to expect. It's gonna be best of one. It's more for fun more than anything, of course. I don't really know what to expect from Emo, but regardless, hope we're able to put on a good show and have some good games for the fans, especially because Kelazur, he was very much so a showman earlier in the broadcast a couple of days ago, so great to see him on stage before the finals. Remember that Scarlett versus Oliveira will be happening after this show match. They just got some time to chill, to prepare for their matches. They got some time. Ooh. But with that, here we go. Again, when it comes to this series, it's going to be a best of one. Just the best of one, only one game here. Bit of a shame. I'd like to see a little bit more out of our players. And I feel like Kelazur is obviously coming in as a heavy favorite. Curious to see what Emo brings to the table here. I don't really know how or where to place him, but we'll see. Again, damn good Dota player, of course, in his own right. But we'll see how he does handle himself in StarCraft 2. Let's go. As we are looking to jump in. One moment. Okay, here we go. Do we even have vetoes, or are we just jumping right in? I don't even know. We'll see. We'll see, papi. We'll see. It's gonna just be the best of one. This is when we like load into Fruitland or something. Give us the lemons, papi. Give us the lemons. All these years later, I still remember Fruitland. And our players are getting ready. Diego stepping into the ring. Being offered all this food. And we're just jumping in. We're jumping into our game here. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the Dota Pro. It is Emo. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Kellizer. Let's go. Let's jump into our best of one. Best of one is going to be on Rainfall. Rainfall, small map. Short rushes by ground. Aggression here is favored. And we'll see. We'll see how our two players do compare to each other here. We'll see what Maxit has been teaching Emo. What's he been teaching him? Let's go. Emo hasn't had too much success in Dota lately, but it's still super cool to watch. Yeah, I saw that. I was looking at Wikipedia, and a lot of his successes were from a couple of years ago, but some big wins nonetheless when he was on IG. And apparently now he's on Glyph, I believe. But just looking at Wikipedia for sure. As from here, we're going to be calming things down. Once again, when it comes to the current patch and how things have been adjusting, we'll see if Emo is familiar with the meta even as well. Like, again, I don't know how much. I mean, it sounds like he's by default like a good Protoss player, like a good player in StarCraft. So I would imagine like at least Masters, maybe low GM. So should have a semblance or an idea as to how the meta does unfold. I don't know if Maxed has been coaching him for a long time or has only just been coaching him for this event, for this show match even as well. We'll see. Show us what you got. That's now just gonna be opening up, rallying across the map. Bam. Likewise, it is going to be a single gas opener out of Kellizer, so single gas going for a more economic start. Ranks expand out of our Terran player. So far, economic. The probe scout will confirm that there is no second gas geyser. This will prompt Emo to let him know that he doesn't need additional batteries back at home. Usually, if you see double gas openers, there's a higher chance it's going to be Reaper aggression, and it's quite common to get safety batteries in the main and in the natural to defend against Reaper and Hellion aggression. But upon seeing an economic start, we can take it easy, we can cut some corners and focus and fixate on our own build, as we have a CC on the high ground, and Emo will confirm the CC on the way. The probe is going to go down to the Reaper, but does at least confirm the opener of choice. I mean, was already aware what was going on, just confirming the location of the CC more than anything as we set up back at home. Likewise, Kellizer gains map control, moves out across the map, and it'll be on Kellizer to confirm the tech of choice, whether it's Twilight Council, Stargate, or even a Robo, which would be wild and crazy. But if Maxed is coaching Emo, then then Maxed can be a very stylistic player in his own right. It can be very unique in his own way as well. True. What has he been teaching him? True. Este Max said. As Reaper does poke in, does get a probe. Not bad. One probe going down already. Adept is going to keep up and looking to zone away. As we do commit to the shade. Reaper checking with the final locations before pulling out. We have a sentry follow-up here for our scouts. And are we going into proxy starport? Yeah, we are. Proxy starport across the map. So we have the 1-1 back at home proxy starport. This is for a Hellion drop. The goal here is to mass up Hellions, and the question is, how many Hellions does it take to one-shot a probe? The answer is 3. 3 Hellions to one-shot a worker. Ooh, as another probe goes down. Yo, Kellizer, calm down, baby. What are you... Yo, Evo, he's a Dota pro, baby. Let him play, baby. Let him play. But, if this is going to be a Hellion drop, this can do devastating damage. I say if because I don't really see too many Hellions. I think there's only 2 Hellions, right? Maybe there are 3. No, I can see them. Only 2 Hellions. Oh, it's not a Hellion drop. I mean, now it makes sense as to why there are so few Hellions. I was confused. I was like, there's only 2 Hellions. There's no reactor, so it doesn't make sense for a Hellion drop. It's for Proxy BC. Proxy Battle Cruiser here. Oh, meanwhile, the Reaper Hellion gets into the natural base as well. We'll get a couple of probe kills. And again, Kellizer, we gotta calm down. Calm down, baby. Calm down. There's no safety battery here at the natural base, and the early immigration is getting out of hand here. Likewise, the Oracle does race back home. The Sentry is going to go down. We do need an extra unit here to defend. The Stalker is on the way, but before that can happen, this is too much damage already. It's too much damage, papi. Kellizer. God, Diego has no chill. You know, he gave everyone his wardrobe. He gave the crowd, like, the clothes off his back. And now he's hungry for more, papi. He wants to go and get some hot pot. That's what he wants. Some Wuhan BBQ. He's like, yo, these guys, they told me about this place across the street. I want to go, papi. Oh, the SCV gets trapped. The SCV gets trapped behind us. We got BC's on the way, and we do see Emo is setting up for what looks to be a 2-base charge all in. So it's going to be a 2-base 6-gate charge all in. Meanwhile, Diego, he just wants to go get some hot pot, pappy. He wants to get some food. And that's what happens here. He's gonna have to pay for it. He's gonna. No. Oh, okay. We're being a little bit cheeky here, going for a 2 base 6 all in with a Dark Shrine alongside this for Emo. The problem with what's happening, so you tell me, we're rushing mass charge lots. We're gonna have some DTs. What shoots up? That's the real question. What shoots up for Emo, pappy? He has 1 vanilla stalker. Sorry, 2. He's got 2 vanilla stalkers, and they can shoot up. They can nibble away at the BC, I suppose. But it's gonna be tough here. I mean, of course, we can reactively warp in additional vanilla stalkers. Yeah, the BCs here can wreak havoc. The Reaper gets shut down. It's still going to be another 4 probes falling here. Again, Kelzer. Oh, no. The Hellion is going to get trapped at least, but here comes that BC. Wanders into the main base. We'll go straight for the mineral land as well. And we can try to warp in reactively a couple of stalkers, but probes are still going to be falling here, taking over the main base. At the same time, here comes the all-in. Let's go. Here comes the all-in. It's all or nothing. We have Marines back at home to defend. I believe they're vanilla Marines. I believe there's no stim, but there is a bunker. That's going to be already 9 probes going down. Oof. Yeah, let's go 9 workers. Zealots, they get across the map. They bust into the mineral and SCVs are going to go down, but the boys are here to buffer. They're here to buffer. They're here to tank. And with that, these Zealots are going to be cleaned up. They will kill a bunch of SCVs. A lot of workers are going to be going down here. But funnily enough, Kelzer, he just teleports back home. Yeah, he does teleport back home. Saves the BC. We lose 17 SCVs. Kelzer is still even on workers plus mules, so Kelzer still has a better economy. And he has a 2nd battle cruiser on the way. Now, the question becomes, how many stalkers are left? For last we saw, I want to say there were 2 stalkers remaining. I want to say there were 2 stalkers left in the main. Let's have a look. We have 1 at the natural. And there might be 1 in the main. As the 2nd BC is going to be floating into the natural. And nothing shoots up, pappy. None of it shoots up. BC has arrived. We chase down the workers. At the same time, we do have a 2nd wave ready here for Emo. He can send it. 3. Okay, there's 3 stalkers. We're warping in a 4th stalker to defend. Stalkers are being focused down, one after the other. That's going to be 8 probe kills and 2 stalkers. There's also getting into the natural. There's a bunker and a tank in position. The tank is going to go down, though. Yeah, nice side on the tank. Boys are being pulled. It's going to be a bit of a messy defense here, but a defense nonetheless. Yeah, it's a defense nonetheless. There we go. Doesn't lose any SCVs. Saves the bunker. BC back into the main base. 16 probe kills on that BC. That's crazy. And he teleports. He teleports away as well. And now we have the other BC coming in. The BCs, they don't stop. They don't stop. No. Feels BC, man. I can relate. GG. GG gets called. BC's overwhelmed. GG well played as well. Can play. I will play Dota 2 later. GG. GG well played. Kelzer will claim the show match. GG. Yeah. Diego. It's gonna head on over here. Be careful. Really, what this show match should be, like, I don't know if the PCs are set up for it. Like, is there, you can tell me because I don't play Dota. Does ARAM exist in Dota? Right? Is it possible to set up like a custom ARAM game of like 1v1 Kelzer versus Emo? Is that a thing in Dota? Like, that's we need 1 game in SC2, then 1 game in Dota. GG. GG. He's too hungry. Oh no. You can do 1v1 mid. There you go. There you go. See, that's what we need. We have 1 game in SC2 and 1 game in Dota. To make it fair. To make it fair. No, but GG well played. With that will conclude our show match, and we are going to have our grand finals soon thereafter. I don't know if we're going to have an interview. We might. We can see them in the background. Okay. So it looks like they're setting up the stage here for Scarlett and for Oliveira. They're setting up the stage, and from there we will have our grand final. So we're going to be going on a short break, I believe, or we might just go straight into it. because I believe Oliveira and Scarlett have been getting ready this entire time. So we'll see. But regardless, it was really cool to see just like a random impromptu show match. Saying cheese, here we go. Bearing in mind that this show match was not planned, by the way. It was not planned, but maybe they found Emo, you know, wandering the convention floor, and they're like, oh, actually, we can make something happen here. We can do something. As it looks like they are gonna have a Kelzer interview. Maybe. Okay, yeah. They're bringing everyone. Answer for your crimes, for your BC rush. Answer for it. Let's go. They're setting up on stage. Well, shout out to F91 and Shase, of course, for casting. Over the mainstream, over in Chinese. Big shout out to SC Boys. The SC Boys. Oh. Alright, let's go.
打我们一个星际业余爱好者用出了这样的阴招呢？
Let me check. Okay. Why you play with semi pro StarCraft player use this technique? You know, you're cheating him. Why?
Why'd you cheese him?
Well, I think there have been no battle cruisers this tournament yet, so I wanted to give something for the fans.
这比赛里没有人开大河，于是我就来给粉丝开大河吧。
也个大河给你们看一下。那这个 emo 打下来，感觉自己是不是有点紧张？
比较紧张吧。我觉得第一个使徒不失误，他前面骚不到我的话，我正常打应该可以再打一下。
这个有你打这个 DOTA 比赛的时候紧张吗？
确实有点手足无措，好吧。打 DOTA 的时候感觉很沉稳，一切都在掌握之中。打星际就感觉一个失误，然后就无限的失误。
哎，那我们这边问一下克劳苏，我们之后如果约 DOTA， 你问他敢不敢来中路对 emo？
If we play Dota 2 show match in future, do you dare to play emo in the mid?
To play in Dota or?
Yeah, Dota in mid.
Yeah, I think I have a feeling I'm gonna get absolutely destroyed in the show match, so I'm not looking forward to it.
Maybe Sasha can. 他说他跟他对线肯定会被打爆的，所以他不会来的。
怂了也玩你大河，然后不敢来中路跟你对线，怎么办 emo？
哎，我到时候好吧，我在欧洲，到时候我进了预选赛，我再去线下找他 solo 好吧。
When I play the Europe tournaments offline, I will go to find you offline.
Hunt him down.
Yes.
Hunt him down.
Okay, that's good.
好的，那也是非常感谢 emo 跟克拉苏给我们带来了一个有意思的娱乐表演赛。那我们接下来总决赛就会由李培南对阵到嘎姐，让我们期待一下总决赛吧。休息一下，一会儿回来。
There we go. So with that, this show match has concluded, and it should be a short break. It should be a short break here. When we come back, we will have the grand finals. Los grand finales here between Scarlett and Oliveira. They are setting up as we speak, and we will have that best of 7. Remember, best of 7, not best of 5, best of 7 grand finals. We'll have it ready for you shortly. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras, and we'll see you soon for the finals. See you soon.
下一位 C88，C88 在吗 ？C88 的好兄弟、好姐妹 ，C88，C88 也不要了吗 ？C88 一次 ，C88 2次 ，C88 也不要了。A24 在吗 ？A24，兄弟们都去哪儿了？去隔壁看妹哦。A24 来了，来吧，来，恭喜会获得我们一份小礼品送给你，来，这个给到你，来，谢谢。也是想问一下哦，是从哪里来现场看比赛的？
是在武汉这边。
武汉本地人，来看几天了？
我是浙江温州的，然后来武汉这边上大学，然后刚好这边有比赛就过来看了。
还在上大学，也很年轻啊，就那么小年纪，是怎么接触到《星际争霸》这款老游戏的呢？
是我当时上初中的时候吧，我们班就是很流行一本叫《龙族》的小说，然后里面的主角打星际非常的厉害，然后后面我就是看了之后，就是了解了一下这款游戏，发现是一款非常优秀的游戏，然后就喜欢上了。然后后来我还看了李培南的夺冠。
哦，是的，因为《龙族》这本小说里面的主角，就开头的时候就是说他是大星际争霸的。是的，哇，我们也是非常感谢来到现场支持我们的比赛，谢谢，也是恭喜你获得我们的奖品，可以到台下稍事休息一下。好，那继续为大家来抽一下 C36 在吗 ？C36 有吗？哎，有的，来 C36过来一下。好，那我先继续抽后面的啊，如果有的先到我们的台侧等一下。C36往前走一下，然后我们再抽了一份是 C31，C31 在不在 ？C31 在吗？哦 ，C31 在吗？也在。OK， 那 C36跟 C31我们就可以一起上来，好，到我们的台上。好，看一下这边是 C31，好，这给你，然后 C36。哦，我们这一位还是穿着我们的凯子队服的，很早开始看星际比赛的吗？凯子队服？
对，大概10年就开始了。
那最喜欢的选手是谁呢？
最喜欢的选手当然是我们的 Time。
当年的奥利维拉还叫 Time， 从 Time 时期一步一步走到奥利维拉时期，我们都见证着他的成长。那问问这一位兄弟是从什么时候开始看星际争霸的？
从18年开始看星际的，最喜欢的是 Invitational。
哎呦！可以，Invitational今天也在我们的现场啊，有机会可以找他签个名。那我们这边也是送给2位兄弟我们的一个周边大礼包，谢谢2位对星际的支持，感谢。好，那我们到台下稍事休息，还有2份，我来看看 C42 在吗 ？C42 有吗？哦，有，哎，这个兄弟很眼熟，我好像看到你好几天了。来，有请 C42。那最后一份我也一起抽掉 ，A33，哦，很远，来过来一下，再签收是吧？来，过来。好的 ，C42。来，我们的一个 A33兄弟 ，OK， 到我们的舞台上来，恭喜2位，很兴奋啊！来，你好，我先问一下，我好像看到你很多天了，你是不是来了很多天了？
对，我4天都来了。
4天全都来了，那所有的这个喜欢的选手都见到了吗？都签到名了吗？
除了李少的，我排了5次队都没有签到，其他都已经签到了。
别急，等一下李少有机会，有的是时间给你慢慢签名，好吧？好，来，我们这位兄弟感觉很兴奋，从很远的地方跑过来啊。这个什么时候开始玩星际的
？17年。
17年，玩什么种族的？
我神族。
也是神族，那喜欢的神族选手是谁呀？
但我看比赛看的不多，就是我一般来说看比赛的话，就是朋友带我看的。其实我最近关注的最多的就是李培南了。
哦，那今天等一下线下李培南就要打决赛了，决赛给李培南加油好吗？
好。来，李培南加油！
好，中气很足。来，我们2位也是获得我们这个 SC Boy 的一个周边大礼包，来1人1份。谢谢你们对星际争霸的支持，感谢。好，可以到我们的台下稍事休息。那李少跟嘎姐的比赛马上就要开始了，我们休息一下就回来。 把掌声跟欢呼声给他们一下好吗？好的，那我们赛前先采访一下嘎姐，因为我们这边一直开玩笑说你跟李培南就像母子，以前你们也在一个俱乐部过，然后呢，这一次你也要看着一个以前很小的时候跟在你后面打游戏的少年。 打比赛的少年也拿到过冠军，然后现在跟你一起站在我们传奇邀请赛的总决赛的舞台上面，心情是什么样的呢？
Yeah, you know, in Chinese community we have a meme. You is Oliveira's mother, and when you first meet him, he's a really young child, and now he's growing up. We are champion, and you guys have been in same club, and during this experience. What's your emotion, or what do you want to say?
So the first time I met him was like 10 years ago now, a long time. We played in Shanghai on stage. And then the next year he came to live with us in Korea. And I've known him very well since then. We've lived together in China, in Korea multiple times. And I've seen him get better and better since then. And, you know, I used to be better than him. I used to beat him. But in recent years, he definitely did way better than me. He got world champion. This is the first time we get to play in a finals, though. So I'm hoping for a very nice match.
在我记得我第一次跟他打比赛是10年之前的上海，在线下赛跟他打过一次。然后这之后呢，我们见过很多次，有的时候是在中国，有的时候是在韩国。在这之间打过很多比赛，也见过很多次。他们在韩国也在一个训练营待过。 然后这段时间呢，他也见证了李培南的成长，看到他变得越来越强，然后慢慢的他就开始打不过他了，然后但是呢，他非常开心能最后跟他打这么一场决赛，这是他第一次跟李培南打决赛，他也希望这是一场很不错的比赛。
那牛牛哥哥在赛前有没有想过自己总决赛的对手会是嘎姐？因为嘎姐也是，在你很小的时候你就跟在她后面一起打比赛的，现在在总决赛的舞台上面跟嘎姐相见了。
其实有想过吧，我就感觉重组肯定会进决赛啊。但是所以的话就是也准备了很多，按他说的，其实我们第一次去韩国，当时我才15、16岁吧。 然后有很多观众是夺冠之后看我比赛的，也有是从我当时该出道就看我比赛的，然后从14岁现在已经26岁了，就真的挺久了。然后我觉得每次真的线下赛也挺难得的，所以我不能立什么 flag 说我一定能赢，但是我觉得我的付出是足够，看老天爷给我一个什么样的剧本吧。
今天的牛牛哥哥，加油吧！ 我们期待你跟嘎姐能够给我们带来一场精彩的决赛。来，我们给牛牛哥哥加油，好不好？好的，那两边选手可以进入对战席了。我们的精彩决赛马上开始。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the SC2, to the Douyu Cup 2026 Day 4 Grand Finals. Let's go. Right, let's go. I'm, of course, VIP with you and joined by these amazing players and by the people in chat as well. Welcome one and all. It has been an intense week of StarCraft. 4 days back to back of non-stop StarCraft action over here in China. And now we return with our top 2 players of the tournament, Scarlett versus Oliveira. I'll be honest, I was expecting a Sue versus Innovation finals, but no, Scarlett took down Sue earlier. Of course, TY took down Innovation, and then Oliveira was looking dominant in his semis. Likewise, so was Scarlett. I love that they brought it back to some of their history, because for those that remember, I mean, it was back during the, at least for me, heyday of StarCraft. They lived together in Korea in the Team Unity team house. It wasn't just Oliveira. Back then he was called Time, of course. It was Time and Cloudy. I still miss Cloudy, not gonna lie. I was a big Cloudy fan. Cloudy, I remember he started casting for a little bit after retiring, and then I think he moved on to his own things, of course. But Cloudy, alongside Oliveira, alongside Scarlett, No Regret, Neeb, and many others, were all living together in Korea. Of course, this is back in, what, 2016? 2016-ish era of StarCraft, pre-COVID, of course. I'd say 2016, sorry, like 2017-18 kind of like period of StarCraft, pre-COVID, of course, because once COVID hit, then the Team Unity team house shut down. If you remember that, the team house shut down as everyone did return to their native countries, of course. But yeah, it's been so long. Of course, Oliveira became a world champion, retired from the game, recently coming back, of course, for this event. Likewise, Scarlett also has been taking a bit of a step back, focusing on Zero Space, but now is in full swing as well. And it's going to be a hard one to call. I lean a little bit more towards Scarlett here, but I know that, I mean, hey, if Oliveira was practicing until 2 a.m. last night, like, I'm curious to see what he brings to the table as well. I'm curious, I'm excited. Let's go as we get ready here for our best of 7 grand finals. Let's go, baby, let's go. Vamos. I wonder how much Chinese Scarlett speaks. From my understanding, she's pretty, I don't know if I want to say fluent, but she like understands a lot of it. And she's pretty good. Pretty solid. Solid. I want to say that she can like hold a conversation more or less, but we're jumping right into our game, into our series, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Lockdown. We do have Scarlett, the Canadian, Zerg for Shopify. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have our opponent. We do have the Chinese Terran player. It is Oliveira. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Again, it's going to be a hard one to call. Best of luck with your predictions as we get ready for that best of 7. Let's go. First things first, we're going to look down. Lockdown is an interesting map. The map pool, very secure on 2 bases. And ooh, Oliveira setting up on the low ground here. Again, going for a greedier start. But this does make sense considering the fact that this is a very secure natural on Lockdown. Because of the ramp, the idea of going 2-Rax Reaper here on Lockdown makes plenty of sense. So we're leaning more towards 2-Rax Reaper play. Likewise, we could otherwise go for the Juanito special build, which would be Rax Factory into Expand instead. Oliveira has options, but again, we're leaning more towards a 2-Rax opener. Meanwhile, Scarlett does go hatch first, is opening up standard hatch gas pull out of Scarlett. Meanwhile, the second SCV does come down, and we are setting up for that second Rax. So 2-Rax Reaper out of Oliveira. I will say that in general, Reapers are getting across the map a little bit faster, just because of the timing, just because of the lower worker count. And we have seen a lot of Zerg players open up with instead faster spawning pools. Here, it is going to be a later pool and earlier hatch. So I'm curious to see now with the new timings, because of the different worker count, how much damage is Oliveira going to find with the initial 2-Rax Reaper commitment. Now, traditionally, when it comes to 2-Rax Reaper, you only need to make 3 Reapers, and then you can transition. If you want to commit a little bit harder to try to punish a player taking their 3rd base, you can go up to 5 Reapers at most. We'll see if Oliveira cuts at 3 or goes up to 5. Remember, this is not an all-in. I should emphasize that as well for those that are maybe a little bit newer. 2-Rax Reaper is not an all-in. It's an aggressive opener. That is true. It's aggressive. It's designed to contain the Zerg player, delay the 3rd base, find some minimal damage, and build up in towards the early to mid-game. And it transitions nicely into a 2-on-1, or you could even go into a 3cc 2-on-1. But here we go. We do have our first Reaper moving out. We have our second wave behind this as well. Again, we're expecting 3, but we'll see if we go further than just 3 Reapers. Back at home, we do see Scarlett massing up her queens. We have 6 Lings on the way. The Overlord does confirm the 2-Rax Reaper, so Scarlett's fully aware. And as a result, Scarlett should be prioritizing Link Speed. There we go. Link Speed is being prioritized, and the 3rd base will be delayed. But now we have our dance. We have our dance here. Lings, they do keep up with the Reaper. It's all about minimizing losses, and the Queen will pop out. So with the help of the Queen, we can zone the Reaper away. Oh, and do you see what I see? Look at the production tab. That is not a 3rd CC. That is not a factory. That is a 3rd Rax. That is a very aggressive follow-up. Meanwhile, KDA charge on the Queen. Queen does take a lot of hits. Reaper's going to be zoned away. and it was 3. So as we mentioned, it is standard to stop at 3. So 3 Reapers, then you transition. And you might be looking at this and might be thinking like, hold up, but Oliveira's not killing any workers. True, but what's he doing? Denying the third. Scarlett cannot expand. Cannot expand. Scarlett is stuck on 2 bases, and now you can see the Observer zooming in. The Observer does point out that third racks. Again, a very aggressive follow-up here from Oliveira. This is going to be leading into a very strong, very early stim timing, which is not normal. I should emphasize that as well. Like, this follow-up that Oliveira is going for is much more unorthodox and much more aggressive, and is not often expected after a 2-rack Reaper opener. So it's on Scarlett to try to figure out what's going on. Now the Reapers, they poke into the main, they poke in, they pull away. Once again, we have not lost a single Reaper so far. Link speed is about to finish, and as it finishes up, Oliveira has to get the hell out of here. And as Oliveira pulls away, now Scarlett can finally expand. But again, this is a late third base. And Oliveira is aware of his timings because he pulls away as Link speed finishes, so he avoids the Reapers getting surrounded. So he pulls back home. Meanwhile, we have Sim, Combat Shields. We'll see if this hits with Medivacs or not. Like, I'm curious to see if Oliveira waits for the factory and waits for the starport and waits for Medivac production, or if he just goes purely with Marines, and he might even pull the boys with this, but we have the answer. Yeah, factory's on the way. Tells us that most likely Oliveira wants to wait for Medivacs. So factory into starport into Medivacs. Meanwhile, we can see Scarlett walling off across the map. Ooh, and Scarlett is going Lair first. Lair into Roach Warren. Okay, a very safe way to play here. When it comes to Roach heavy play in ZVT, it is considered very safe just because Roaches are very robust. They don't require too much larva. They're very larva efficient units, as Ling Bane can be larva inefficient because you have to spend so much larva on Ling Bane. You have to be on top of your macro, on top of your injects. Roaches, they're supply inefficient instead. That's the alternative kind of route here. Meanwhile, nice catch on Lord Marine, and Oliveira does move out early, does catch an Overlord at least, but Scarlett is aware of the push. Does scout the push, does stop any reinforcements for now, and Oliveira cannot get across the map. So far so good. In the end, the stim timing doesn't quite hit, but as we mentioned, Oliveira does have another window with Medivacs. Oliveira's only lost 1 Marine. There's that starport, eventually into Medivacs. More Marines are amassing. Oliveira does rotate, and it looks like Oliveira still wants to find some damage here, still being somewhat active. This is risky just because without Medivacs, it means that these Marines are on their own. But so far, because there are so many of them, they can hold their own against a low amount of Lings. Meanwhile, Scarlett is fixated on that Roach Ravager, +1 ranges on the way. From the side of Oliveira, this is looking more and more like a 2-base all-in. The reason why I say that, by now there should be a 3rd CC well on the way. There's no 3rd CC in sight. Just building up more tanks. Nice catch on all these Lings. And Oliveira will soon pull the trigger. Again, just waiting for his Medivacs. Does load up, does move out. Now Scarlett should have a decent chunk of Roaches here to defend, but is it going to be enough Roaches? We have 3 Ravagers morphing in, 3 Ravagers, I got more Roaches. Scarlett trying to get ready. So far, creep is being denied. Double drop into the main. Lings are keeping up, but only Zerglings. And Oliveira can fight. Yeah, Oliveira, he can stand and fight. All these Lings will go down. The Marines overwhelm. Lings fall. Queens are exposed. Does get a Queen. And Scar's falling apart a little bit here. It's falling apart. Queen goes down. Roaches as well. They're going down one at a time. Brutal losses here for Scarlett. At the same time, Oliveira pulls away with the main army, but in the main base is finding more damage. Gets another Queen. Another Queen goes down. Ay, ay, ay. 2 Queens, all those Zerglings, no real economic damage, but still damage nonetheless, still efficient trades, and we're still not done. Oliveira goes back in on the front line, Scarlett being torn apart, Mineral Land is exposed, drone's going to be falling, not many Roaches to defend. As I mentioned before, Oliveira has an abnormal amount of Marines because of how late the 3rd CC is, and how early the 3rd Rax was. And with that, 32 Lings, 3 Queens, 3 drones. I'll be honest though, not too many worker losses. I thought there were going to be more drone kills at the 3rd base. That could have been so much worse. Scarlett does hold. Whew, Scarlett does hold on. Now this is where I'm concerned. It is my perception here that this move that Oliveira just went for was supposed to kill, if not do crippling damage to the economy at least. Because economic damage was not dealt, only 3 drones just went down. It means that Scarlett has a booming economy to work with, and remember, Oliveira, his 3rd base is very late. The 3rd base is incredibly late here for Oliveira, so the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Scarlett. Like, these were really good trades from Oliveira, but still not enough. Still not enough. As that's going to be another 4 drone kills in the main base. Nice start. But Oliveira still needs more damage. Scarlett is stabilizing. Stabilizing. Marines, they come in from behind. Scarlett, once again, a little bit out of position. Does respond. Denies the 4th base. Will force a cancel. Oliveira trading with the roaches. Does get 1. Nah, not even. Yeah, the roaches do survive. Oh, does actually get into the natural. 3 overlords. Nice supply block. Supply blocking Scarlett, slowing her down. But again, Oliveira still does not have a 3rd. It is so late. There's a reason why we call this basically a 2-base all-in. I mean, these are nice pickoffs. This is nice damage. This is great, but this is necessary. It's very necessary. As Marines, they do join forces, but we're running out of bio, running out of Marines. And you can see here, Oliveira is running out of army, running out of Marines here back across the map. Scarlett moves in. Oof. Cannot push up the ramp, but Scarlett will outscale. Because we have a 3rd base, soon to be a 4th. I mean, the 4th was delayed and was cancelled. Like, there have been some really nice moves out of Oliveira to slow down Scarlett, but only to slow her down. Like, she's still not stopping. Tanks, they siege up. At this point, I feel like Oliveira just has to turtle up. I do like the drop play. There's potential, of course, but you can see, like, all the tanks are setting up back at home. Reinforcements as well. Oliveira fully walls off with the towers, knocks them down. Double Liberator towards the main, but we have Ravagers. Once again, denies the 4th. Like, the lack of 4th base for Scarlett, this is taking its toll. It's taking its toll. Drop into the main. Roach Ravager. The biggest weakness of Roach Ravager is how immobile it is. No anti-air. Marines, they drop into the main base. They get a queen. They get a couple of drones. 4 more drones going down. Again, some decent damage. Oh. Do we force another cancel? Uh-oh. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pick up at the 4th base. Biles, they do land. They take down a full medevac. Nice catch out of Scarlett. A bit of a back and forth, but Scarlett is now maxed. Scarlett, she's now maxed out. And we'll see, can Oliveira defend the 3rd? He's got a siege line. This is where my Microbo Shout can come into play. Do we land the fungal? Not quite. Oliveira with the fake out. Those are empty medevacs, by the way. Oliveira trying to force Scarlett back home. Cheeky moves. Ah, she doesn't fall for it. She doesn't fall for it. And in the end, she's still committing. Knocking down those rocks. Medevacs are revealed. Oh, massive fungal. But the medevacs, they survive. They do survive in the end. Oliveira's catching up in supply. Still needs a little bit more time. Nice spread here for Oliveira. Tanks are spread out as well. It does have a nice spread. Scarlett, we do go for the Microbo Shrouds. Yeah, that's 1 Shroud. We have a couple of fungals. The Biles. Oh my god, massive connections on the right-hand side. Oliveira took all the Biles to the face at the same time. Is still trading well. But that was a massive loss there for Oliveira. Taking those Biles. Now, when it comes to the damage that's being done, because Scarlett's 4th base has been so late, even though Scarlett was maxed. Oh, the Infestors gets 3. 1, 2, 3 Infestors going down. Heavy losses here for Scarlett. Aye. What I was going to say here is that the drone count for Scarlett's very low. Why is it low? Because the 4th base was denied like 4 different times. It's an incredibly late 4th base for Scarlett. So Scarlett did max, that is true, but Scarlett has no bank to remax. There is no remax. And now Oliveira, it's his turn. It's his turn to snowball out of control, catching out of the Ravager, stimming on forward, massive tank shots as well. And Scarlett's in trouble. Again, never got a 4th base, never droned up, never had a bank, cannot remax. Cannot remax, and here comes Oliveira with a massive counterattack. Tanks are moving in, heavy tank count. We do have Biles, they graze the army. And the Marines, the bio army stims, and we just snowball out of control. We snowball out of control. Oliveira does stim in, takes down the 4th base once again. For like the 5th time? The 4th base goes down. Oliveira moves in. Liberation has arrived. There's a couple of Biles left. Yeah, a couple of Biles. Let's take down one of the tanks. Oliveira keeps on pushing forward. We'll take a fungal to the face. There's not really much bio left over here for Oliveira. It's almost purely tank. Yeah, it's almost pure tank. Oh my god, but they just shell away at the army. So many roaches going down. The tank shots are crazy, papi. GG gets called, and Oliveira will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A very intense, very back and forth game 1 here. Back and forth is the way that I would say it. Where initially Oliveira was doing all this damage, but as we were trying to emphasize, he wasn't really doing any critical economic damage. So Scarlett's army was building up a massive amount of Roach Ravager Infestor. But something that we pointed out towards the end, and which was crucial, is that Scarlett never got a 4th. Never really got a 4th base up running, never got it saturated. So in a sense, because of the damage that Oliveira was dealing, Scarlett was then being forced, quote unquote, all in, where Scarlett didn't have the economy to sustain a continued production after losing a fight. So it all culminated, yes, Scarlett did max out, did push across the map, better fight for Oliveira. He had a massive line of siege tanks, took the fight, shelled away at the Roach Ravager, and Scarlett found herself in a position where after losing that fight, couldn't afford a remax, couldn't afford to keep going, couldn't afford any other units because that 4th base had been denied so often. GG. GG, well played. Whew, again, a very intense back and forth here. Oliveira does take a lead in the series, but this could have very easily gone either way. Could have gone either way here. Very close, very clutch, very intense, with that way getting to game number 2. And we'll see if Scarlett can bounce back. We'll see if Oliveira can extend his lead. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. Hey. So we are getting ready here for our next game. Once again, I don't know what it is, but specifically today, I'm sure you've noticed, but specifically today, whenever they show the vetoes in the map order, they show it for like a couple of seconds, and then they just quickly switch away. Okay, game 2 is going to be at Attorney's Edge. See? they show the maps and then bam! They just pan away. Show us the maps, papi. Ay. I know what it is today, but the production team, they don't want you to see. Shows up for a couple of seconds, then they take it away, papi. Quickly screenshot. I was tempted to screenshot earlier. I was tempted. They're hiding the maps from us. They're hiding them. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Attorney's Edge. We have Scarlett, the Canadian Zerg. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran player. The red Terran, it is Oliveira. Let's go. Whew, let us go. We're jumping to game number 2 here. And again, game 1 was very intense, very back and forth. It all began with the proxy. Sorry, I almost said proxy. It all began with the 2x Reaper. But I would say the 2x Reaper was very specialized for that map. This time, we're going 2x Reaper once again. But this time, there's a bigger risk involved. Okay. So very quickly here, talking and discussing about maps, discussing the opener, discussing the meta as well. 2x Reaper does leave you vulnerable to a couple of things. When you open up 2x Reaper, what does that really do to the Terran production? Well, it means that you open up with a second Rax, it means you go for a slightly delayed CC, delayed expansion, but it also means that your factory is late. And even last game, we saw a third Rax as well before the factory. So it was a very late factory and a very late starport. And that means that specifically the Terran player is vulnerable to Roach all-ins. Not what Scarlett went for last game. Last game, Scarlett went for a standard Roach opener. But if we see something more committed, then the Terran player is more vulnerable because their tanks are so delayed and you're stuck with the bio army early on with limited vision, limited scouting, because you have no Hellions either, right? You have no Hellions, so limited scouting. For now, a hatch pool opener, late gas from Scarlett. I bring this up specifically on Attorney's Edge, more so than the last map, because the last map, Roach all-ins are weaker. Why are they weaker? Because of the ramp. Remember, last game there was a ramp coming into the natural. This game, there is no ramp. So specifically on this map, going 2x Reaper is riskier because if Scarlett reacts and responds with something more aggressive, then the low ground production at the natural base for Oliveira is more exposed. So that's something that we might consider here. And especially with Scarlett going for a faster pool and a later gas geyser, I'm curious to see if she does go for a faster Roach war in this game. We'll see. We'll see if we go into faster roaches or not. The Overlord will scout the low ground setup. So Scarlett now knows the 2x Reaper is happening again, now knows that this map is a little bit more abusable, and we'll see if she tries to punish this or not. We shall see. Likewise, we'll see how Oliveira adjusts. Remember, last game, Oliveira went for a third Rax before Factory. This time, do we risk it again? Do we go 3CC 2-on-1? Do we go 2-on-1? Do we go 3-1-1 instead? Like, we'll keep an eye on Oliveira's follow-up. For now, the Reapers are coming. Link's speed is being researched, so Scarlett's not rushing into a Roach Warren, and I believe Scarlett pulls out. Okay. Yeah, you can see on the income there, Scarlett did pull out a gas, so we're not rushing into a Bane Bust or a Roach All-In. Looks like standard opener out of Scarlett. Oh, as we get the zoom in. Yeah, we do get the POV here of Oliveira. Poking forward. Once again, we're expecting only 3 Reapers. As we mentioned last game, 3 Reapers is the standard go-to to just apply pressure and deny the third, and again, force out Zerglings. And now we can start the add-ons. Is that a third Rax in the main again? Unfortunately, I can't quite tell. No, okay, it's a factory. Okay. So this time, this is a more reserved build. I say reserved, it's less aggressive, less intense, because there are going to be less Marines. It's going to be a faster factory, a faster transition into medevac into a 2-on-1. This does mean that it's going to hit faster because the medevacs are going to arrive earlier, but there are going to be less Marines. So there's a bit of a trade-off, a bit of a give and take here. Less Marines, but earlier medevacs, earlier drop play. So straight up 2-on-1 out of Oliveira. Once again, the pressure is going to be on Oliveira to find damage because Oliveira, with this build, is delaying his third. So he's going to have a late third expansion. We saw a late third last game as well. So he needs to make sure that it's worth his while and he can deal damage. Catching out roaches, queens, lings, drones. Last game, he did do enough damage to make it worth it, but it took a lot of work. Like it was not easy for Oliveira to deny all those bases for as long as he did, to kill drones here and there, to catch queens. It was an intense game. He put in the work, Pap. He put in the work. And behind this, you can see third TC. So it's going to be a 2-on-1 into a third TC. This is a much faster third basement to last game. And oh, we're pulling a bit of a Maru here. Okay. So what do I mean by that? If you remember, Maru and Bjorn, they popularized this build like 2 years ago. It was back when Bjorn was popularizing the 2-Rax Reaper, and this is one of the variations. It is common to go 2-Rax Reaper into Stim into a 2-on-1. What is a 2-on-1? 2-on-1 is when you go for a Tech Lab of Reactor on your Rax, you rush into Stim, you go into Bioproduction, and you go for a 16 Marine double medevac drop. And that's just standard. But Maru and Bjorn, 2 years ago, they started mixing this build in, which is where you skip the medevacs and you go straight into a Banshee instead. Technically, this is inefficient. Technically. Compared to a regular 1-1-1, the Banshee is going to be later than normal, but it's going to be unexpected because in a standard game, like as the Zerg player, you're thinking like, okay, if my opponent's going to be efficient, we should be expecting medevacs, and typically Zerg players will not get spores in time against a 2-on-1 opener, not against a Banshee. So because this is technically inefficient from the Terran player, it's unexpected, and because it's unexpected, it can do damage. It's a cheeky build here by Oliveira. Yep, the Banshee moves in, and as you can see, there's no spore, right? There's no spore because of the initial build and the initial opener. There shouldn't be a spore, like when you think about it, like kind of logically, or like when it comes to what's efficient. So kills a drone, nothing crazy, but you can see here we're forcing out all these spore crawlers. There was no cloak being researched. It was only one Banshee as well, and the Banshee survives. So Oliveira does force a reaction, gets a worker kill, then moves in with the 2-1-1. Going to be a little bit later instead, as the medics were more delayed. This is more delayed. Does drop, does catch an Overlord. So nice pickup here so far. Meanwhile, there was so much to talk about, but running it back here, Scarlett did go roaches, but did not rush into an all-in. Just going for a standard roach-based opener. This is very similar to last game. Very, very similar response from Scarlett to game number 1. Ooh, the medevacs, they do unload within the main. Scarlett is aware of this and is getting in position. These Marines, they shouldn't really get much done here outside of trading with Lings. And Scarlett this time is getting her 4th base. Ooh, is going to be picked away by the Banshee, and we're rushing into the infestation pit. Nice starter stepping here by Oliveira. Trades well against the Zerglings. Meanwhile, the hatchery does get a little bit low, but will survive. As Banshee does pull away. Nice snipe on the tumor. And now Oliveira knows his next target, the 4th. Deny that 4th expansion, slow down the growth of the Zerg player. So we can see Oliveira starting to move out. Behind this, going for a very fast 2nd factory. Interesting. So what does that entail? So this second factory is very abnormal. To go for a fast second factory like this means we're going into a very heavy tank style. Very, very heavy tank style. Which is not what we expect in ZBT. Not before 3-base saturation. Meanwhile, Marines, they do stim in. Catching out the Spore. Marines, they do attempt to catch a Queen here on the right-hand side. They catch a couple of active tumors, not bad. Queen gets low, gets one! Barely not. Queen does survive. Oliveira pulls away. And Scarlett is getting away with her tech. Ooh, this screams Ultra Rush. So again, Scarlett got a fast infestation bit, got her 4th base up and running, unimpeded and uncontested. Now we're rushing into the Hive, into +1 melee. It's very common for Zerg players to open up Roach. Into what? Into Ultras. Like Ultras, that's the end game. That's the ideal here for Scarlett. All roads lead to Ultras, and they're coming. And that's going to be a big power spike for the Zerg. Right now it's on Scarlett to defend, to survive, to maintain the 4th base, and to get into Ultras. Nice fungal. Banshee, does go down. Banshee finally goes down. Marines, they stem in. They will catch a Queen. I spoke too soon. Yeah, he goes instead for the middle line, gets an Overlord, gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, 5 drones. Queen does survive. And again, this is okay damage from Oliveira, but hey, we spoke about this earlier. We spoke about how this screams Ultras. You can see in the production tab, Ultras are on the way. There's that Ultra Cavern. Now, the reason why we say this is a big power spike, because Scarlett is rushing into Ultras in such a way, Oliveira won't have Ghosts. Ghosts will not be available here, so Oliveira's going to have to work with purely Marauders, tanks, and then eventually Liberators, and then eventually Ghosts. But there's going to be a big window in time here, pre-Ghost, that Scarlett can dominate. And there's the Observer pointing out the Ultra Cavern. I will say as well, in terms of Ghosts, is that Ghosts in the new patch, I would say, are now weaker against Ultras. They're stronger against Broodlords, if that makes sense. So what's different about the Ghost here? The Ghost, the snipe can no longer be interrupted, which is pretty huge. It means that Fungals no longer interrupt snipes. Oh, there's a Moopy dancing there. I didn't realize it's dancing on the pillar, on the pole. Oh no. But snipes, like, they no longer get interrupted by Fungals, so because of that, especially against Broodlord Infestor, Ghosts are stronger than they once were. Like, they're quite strong against Broodlord Infestor. But against Ultras, the dynamic is different, because Ultras are accompanied by Ling Bane, and the Ghosts are now more vulnerable to Ling Bane. It's a little bit different with Broodlord Infestor, because there's less Ling Bane support on the ground, so Ghosts have less to be wary of. But there's some... The dynamic has changed, I should say, when it comes to the Ghosts later on in the game, if we can get there. For now, Oliveira does him in, setting up his 7 tanks. Oh my god, 1 tank does go down. Yeah, a little bit of overextension. Tank does overextend. Blinding Cloud's going to be covering 3 tanks, but not everything. Ooh, and the tanks survive. Wow, the tanks do survive. We had some nice Blinding Clouds, but Scarlett could not break through. And we spoke about it earlier, how there was going to be a big power spike when the Ultras hit the field. This is pre-Ultra. This is pre-Ultra. The Ultras aren't ready yet. And before the Ultras come out, Oliveira is here. Very strong timing from Oliveira, hitting pre-Ultra, breaks down the 4th base. Ay. Ultras are just now popping up, but we're not done yet. We don't have Kindness Plating. Kindness Plating, +2, just now finishing. The Ultras aren't ready. And Lings, they slip in. Catching out one of the tanks. Nice pick off. Tank goes down. Distracting Oliveira. But that was a very successful push. Very, very successful. We have the token Swarm Hose in production. The token Swarm Hose. And we were fixating a lot on the window of time, on the window of time where Scarlett would have Ultras pre-Ghost. But what we should have also brought up is that there's a window in time here where Oliveira can kill Scarlett pre-Ultra. which is what's happening here. That's the risk you take when you rush Ultra, is that you do leave yourself vulnerable for a period of time. As Ultras are now being squeezed out. I think we're up to like 2 or 3 Ultras. Blinding Cloud comes in, covering 4 tanks. Nicely done. Microbo shot as well. But there's still another tank line behind this. Oh my god. There are so many tanks. And do you remember what we said earlier? What was weird about Oliveira's build? He got a fast second factory. We brought it up. He got a fast second factory, and that means extra tank production, which is not normal. And that led into this. This is why he has so many more tanks, more than usual. So a heavy tank count leading into these very, very strong tank pushes. Remember, he got his second factory before the 3rd base was saturated, before he had his extra gases. So very fast 2 tank production. And with that, Oliveira takes down the base, pulls away, rotates. We have some borrowed links here, which might find some damage. But Scarlett is hurting in regards to her own economy, knocking down base after base. Now, what is important, though, about what's happening is that Scarlett has been slowly accumulating those ultras. How many do we have? Show us the main army, Pappy. What do we have? As we do have to take stock. Scarlett attempts to take the golds. Oliveira will rotate, will deny. Gold base is cancelled. Kindness plating is done, so when the next fight occurs, now we have better upgrades for the Ultralisks. Bear that in mind. And how many do we have? 3? I can see 3, maybe 4. That is quite a lot. Vipers are coming in. Here come the blinding clouds. This time the tank count is low. Only 5. Yeah, the tanks are completely shut down here. Better engage for Scarlett. The tank count goes down. The ultras overwhelm. And again, now Scarlett can show off the ultra, right? Now she can show off these ultras. They break through the main army, resets the tank counts. Unlike previously, Oliveira, he only had, what, 4 to 5 tanks, so a much lower tank count, could not maintain that position. And Oliveira's running out of steam. Running out of steam here. It takes a long time to rebuild that army. And Scarlett is remaxed. And we have 3 more ultras on the way. What's that, 6 ultras? She lost some earlier, to be fair. But we have more ultras coming. Again, Oliveira is losing momentum. This move out, for example, it's risky. Yes, the gold base is going to be denied, but we're going to be losing 2 tanks potentially. Oh, we can knock down these towers? Okay. Okay. Yeah, blinding clouds, they come in. Catching out 1, catching out 2, catching out 3 tanks. Oof. And you can see Oliveira just cannot build up his tank count anymore. Just bleeding out far too much. Banelings, they roll in, they hit the planetary. The ultras have arrived, they lead the charge. The planetary is going to go down. There's my Microbial Shroud. Yeah, my Microbial Shroud keeps the ultralisk alive a little bit longer here. The planetary falls. And we do see Oliveira takes down one of the bases, but he will lose 26 SCVs. 26 workers go down. Heavy losses there for Oliveira, losing far too much. 26 SCVs and his tank count and the 4th expansion. And Scarlett has done it. Again, we had a really impressive push earlier from Oliveira when he was knocking down bases. But remember, Oliveira was only knocking down bases. He wasn't pushing further in. He wasn't going for the kill. And Scarlett made it to her Ultra Tech. She made it. And not just that, of course, but retain the spellcasters, the infestors, the vipers. And again, Oliveira, he just ran out of steam every time. Does kill the hatchery. Again, these are nice pickups. Kills the base. It's good. Not good enough. Scarlett has, again, is gaining map control. May be losing some fringe bases, but it's fine. Scarlett can afford it. Unlike the last game, Scarlett is on 78 workers, so she has a solid economy. Here we go, we have our spellcasters, we have our ultras. It's all coming together. Oliveira going for the counter drop. Scarlett moves in. Here come the blinding clouds. Covers 1, 2, 3 tanks. Ultras, they close the distance. They get on top of the tanks. There's just not enough support, not enough buffer here. And with that, Scarlett will overwhelm. There's a Microbial Shroud, and GG gets called. GG gets called, and Scarlett will tap the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Once again, a very intense back and forth here between Oliveira and Scarlett. And I really liked Oliveira's build overall. Like the idea of going, I mean, if you remember, it went for the 2x Reaper into a 2-on-1, into Banshee before Medevac, into a very early second factory, into early tank production. And I was concerned that Scarlett was going to get away with rushing into Hive Tech and rushing into Ultras. But Oliveira almost seemed like he was ready for that kind of scenario. And he pushed out just before the Ultras were ready. And remember, Oliveira, he killed 2 bases. He killed the southern 4th base, then he rotated over towards the northern 4th base as well. And that was cool, that was impressive. but that's all that Oliveira got, right? He just knocked down the fringe bases, and then he couldn't keep pushing. Was bleeding out some tanks in the process, of course. And because Oliveira backed off, Scarlett got away with kindness plating, with +3 carapace, with +2 melee, preserved the drones, right? The drone count was, for the most part, still in a very comfortable and very healthy position. And she was able to get into her hive tech and then snowball out of control. It almost felt like Oliveira's build here had a bit of an expiration date, if you will, where it had like a big power spike himself, and then it petered out. Then it petered out just because he couldn't sustain losing all those tanks. Once they started going down, they were not being replaced anywhere near as fast enough. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a tied up 1-1 series here, and we'll see who takes the lead in said series. Let's go. I should also give credit, of course, and give praise to Scarlett. So Scarlett was also very tenacious. Despite losing bases, she was always pulling away her workers, preserving her drones to make sure that even though bases were going down, once they got retaken, she could always go back into saturation, and likewise did not falter when it comes to teching, right? Still had kindness plating on the way, hive on the way, ultras on the way, vipers on the way as well. Like, she always had her eye on the ball, if you will, like ready for that kind of like big moment, that big breakout moment with that hive tech army. Despite things, you know, catching fire and going awry, still was able to steer the ship, if you will. But let's go. Let us go. We're getting into game number 3, and we'll see who claims the lead in the series. Let's go. As spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Zerg player representing Shopify. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Oliveira. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into Fear and Faith. This is one of the most vetoed maps of the map pool. Crazy. Welcome to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, top right, bottom right, and bottom left. 4 possible spawn locations, and they can be anywhere. To help when it comes to scouting and to help when it comes to a 4-player spawn map, this map does feature a monorail system. I'm sure our players are going to make use of them. But basically, we have this tubing system that connects all 4 corners of the map. But what's important is that these tubes, or this monorail system, the subway system, depending on how you want to phrase it, can only be entered by workers. Only workers can fit inside, so you can't like ling flood, you know, through the tubes and go across the map or anything like that. Only workers can fit in, so it's an easier way to scout your opponent's spawn location. That's to try to minimize some of the RNG factors that can influence a 4-player spawn map. For now, though, CC first. Oliveira throws caution to the wind. Oliveira's like, you're not going to cheese me. You're not going to 10 pull me or go gas first against me or anything crazy like that. I'm going to take the risk. So CC first out of Oliveira. A very greedy build, should not be punished. Based on the openers, based on the builds, Scarlett cannot punish this. So Oliveira will be able to get away with the greed. Scarlett pokes in with the Overlord, and Scarlett does find Oliveira immediately with the first Overlord, so very fortunate for Scarlett, and we have found ourselves in close by ground spawn locations. Close by air and by ground. Just close spawns in general. If we had diagonal spawns, that often leads into longer games, but now because we have close spawns, we can lead into something more aggressive. But remember that currently Oliveira has not found Scarlett, so Oliveira doesn't really know what's going on or where Scarlett is yet. As Oliveira did skip his SCV scout as well. True. So no SCV scout out of Oliveira. Oh! And this is what I wanted out of Scarlett last game, if you remember. That's a roach all in. We've been seeing roaches every game so far in this series. That is true. But this is not like the others. This is a much earlier roach warren. There is no ling speed either. So we're skipping ling speed, rushing for the roach warren. It is going to be for an early roach rush from Scarlett. And remember, Oliveira went CC first, and he also went Marine afterwards, and he did not scout across the map, and he's going for a third CC before Starport, which means a late Starport, which means a late Banshee as well. Oliveira is being so greedy this game with 0 information. Here come the roaches. Oh no. 6 roaches are on the way. We're rallying across the map, and this can do devastating damage. What is it going to be to defend? Vanilla Marines? No bunker? Maybe some Hellions? What's that going to do against roaches? No. And a big part of this is because Scarlett scouted, right? Because she saw the CC first, Scarlett, she came up with a plan to punish that CC. I thought that Oliveira was going to get away with it. But again, Oliveira didn't scout. No Reaper scout, no SCV scout, no nothing. No nothing. Here come the roaches. Here come the roaches. They're welling across the map. Now, Scarlett is droning up behind this, so Scarlett is not all in. But honestly, this will deal, this can deal devastating damage. And here comes the Roach Ravager. Pushing into the mineral line. We're here to punish. Oliveira has to get the hell out of here. Does evacuate, and SCVs are going to be going down. Getting one, getting two SCVs already. Ooh, does wall off in time. We have Widow Mines on the way, but the wall is going to fall. Yeah, the wall is going to fall. We have the boys are being pulled to repair, which means SCVs can now be focused down. Ooh, breaks through the depot. Yeah, the depot is full. Oh god, that's a kill, not a cancel as well on the eBay. And the roaches, they bust into the main base. The more boys are being pulled. This is already becoming, this is already getting out of hand. It's already getting out of hand. Critical damage is being dealt. And again, Scarlett, she's here to punish. Oh my god. 13 SCV kills. 13 SCVs. Widowmine does borrow. We have the Widowmine. And these roaches are going to be cleaned up, but this is still so much damage. Oh my god. Biles down the Widowmine as well. Does bile down. Oh, as the Ravager takes down the remaining Marauder, the Marine, the Hellion, the everything. Oh, the Widowmine, the one Ravager. the Ravager's crazy. Ah, she's crazy, pappy. Oh my god. Biles a bit of a Hellion goes down as well. So much damage being done here to the initial push. From the initial push. Ravager finally falls, but that is critical damage. Look at the worker count here. 50 drones. Look at the value. It was 3 roaches, 3 Ravagers for 16 SCVs, 2 Hellions, 2 Widowmines, Marauders, Marines, Depot, Reactor, eBay as well. Scarlett is miles ahead. Ah, the money Ravager. And again, a lot of this came down to 2 things. I mean, there's multiple factors at play here. 1, the Overlord Scout. 2, close by ground. Remember, we emphasized that at the beginning, that that both players did spawn in close locations, so that helps benefit aggressive builds. And then, of course, Scarlett was able to react. And also, Oliveira didn't SCV Scout and didn't Reaper Scout. So, lack of vision, lack of scouting from one side, the RNG factor of close spawns, and of course, Scarlett being able to recognize the greedy build and punish said greedy build as well. And it all just aligned up. It all just aligned here in favor of Scarlett. And now we can go into double Evo chambers into 1-1 upgrades. Lair is now on the way. Scarlett is joining up the 3rd base, 4th base on the horizon for Scarlett as well. Scarlett will get supply block for a moment here, and Oliveira does find some damage, but there's so much pressure on Oliveira to find more. We need more damage. Overlords, creep, drones, cancel the 4th. There's a lot to do. We gotta work. We gotta get to work, Pappy. Oh. Yeah, as Marines, they do stem in. They do catch a queen. Pick up a couple of queens, but the roaches do keep up. They do keep up. From here, we have 10 more roaches on the way. And Scarlett may just cut workers at 3 base saturation. Right now, we have 6 workers. That is 3 base saturation. We're not joining up the 4th base. Scarlett is just going for one massive 3 base push. Looking to end the game. If Scarlett wanted to, she could join up the 4th base and start to tech, but there's no need. To be honest, there's no need after all the damage that was dealt earlier. No need. As you can see, the roaches are massing. Again, Scarlett has not made a drone in quite some time. Oof. As the tanks are trapped. Some rough SimCity in the main. Rough SimCity. Oof. As from here, we're rallying. And if Oliveira can force a fight within range of all 3 tanks, then maybe we can try to pull this off. Speaking of tank shots, they do connect here with the Roach Ravager. Nice tank volleys. 3 more Raxes on the way. I believe we're getting up to 5 Raxes. I don't think that's 8 necessarily. Tanks they move down to the low ground. Yeah, they're going to be exposing themselves. And even though Oliveira can defend the area outside of the natural, the third base is much more exposed. Now we can see Scarlett does start to drone, recognizing that she might not be able to break through, so drones are now on the way. Infestation bit as well. Roaches they poke in. Scarlett does pile down one of the tanks. Gets one. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. There's 1 tank left on low ground. But Oliveira's defending well. Defending well. We see Scarlett try to rotate from the top side, but yeah, at this point Scarlett has recognized she cannot kill. She cannot kill Oliveira. Not like this. So she's droning, saturating, Baneliness is on the way, working towards Lingbane Roach Ravager, and then eventually towards Hive Tech, towards Ultras. So just like last game, it's kind of the same end goal here, is Ultra Tech. So we're taking up in Ultras. As a result, Oliveira can try to stabilize on 3 bases and build up a semblance of an army. We do see more Roaches coming in from behind though. It comes in from behind, tanks are out of position. They're further back. Scarlett gets into the mineral line. Oh, SCV is going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, rough moment here for Oliveira as he has to pull the boys. Losing 10, 12 SCVs, 13. Ay, ay, ay. Again, not like this. 14 SCVs going down. The piles they land on the Bio Army. Yeah, SimCity working against Oliveira there as he tried to get away. And again, Scarlett is content to just trade like this. To pick off the mineral line, pick off the Marines, back at home. Hive is now done, which means we can start the Ultra Cavern. Get ready for that end game. Vipers are on the way. Link speed has begun to make that transition out of Roach Ravager. Oh, nice catch here from Oliveira. Very nice catch, catching all the Roaches and Ravagers. Okay. Does catch out the army. Very efficient fight here for Oliveira. Very efficient. Oh, and even forces 19 Roaches out of Scarlett. Oh, at this point, we want to be done with Roach production, so that was a big reaction from Scarlett. Yeah, big reaction. Which means for now we're going to be sticking with Lingbane Roach Ravager as a composition. Yeah, we're just pointing out the Link speed is still on the way. Oliveira does push. We only have 2 Ravagers. Uh-oh. The Ravager count is not there. Yeah, we're lacking Ravagers. This base is going to go down. At the same time, Oliveira does drop on the south side, denying mining. But Scarlett has Vipers, and we're waiting for Blinding Clouds. We're waiting for the Clouds. Scarlett sitting up for the surround. We're coming in from behind. There's a Mass on Siege. Yeah, there's a Mass on Siege. Scarlett does commit. Tanks on a full. Show says Blinding Clouds, and they connect. Yeah, they connect with the tanks. Massive surround here. Oliveira will lose everything. The entire army gets swallowed up. Every tank falls. And again, that was the one push that Oliveira had. Unfortunately, the tech was just too high for Scarlett with the Viper tech, with Vipers, with the Hive. There's that Ultra Cavern now on the way after the fight. So it's on the horizon. Again, trying to break a turtling 3 basing Terran is still quite difficult, and Scarlett's going to just focus on building up and maxing out. Scan, ensuring that there's no southern bases. Hit with tanks on siege. I wouldn't matter if Scarlett hit with them siege, because remember we had Vipers. Like that's the purpose of them. Scarlett had the setup with the Vipers anyway. And from here, Scarlett can start to incorporate some Ultras. Ultra Cavern is not done. Kindness Plating has begun as well. And once again, the best that Oliveira can hope for is to try to turtle up and mass up once again. As we commit, here come more blinding clouds. Yeah, covering 1, 2 more tanks. Bailey's Day, not the most efficient trades here, connecting with tanks more than anything. So a little bit messy here by Scarlett. Likewise, the Vipers go down to the Vikings. Okay. Snipes all the Vipers. Viper count is reset. Scarlett pulls away. I mentioned earlier that Scarlett was forced to make 20 roaches, and because of that, the roaches are kind of dead supply here. Scarlett needs to get rid of them to make room for something more efficient. Just has to refine the army. As Oliveira's claiming a 4th. Claiming his 4th base. Lings, they just attempt to harass. They will find a mineral line, not bad. Find more SCVs. Again, Oliveira doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. Oof. Once again, more tanks go down. Another bit efficient fight here from Scarlett, but takes down the tanks. Takes down 25 SCVs without letting run by. That's where the damage was really dealt. Crippling the economy even further. And Oliveira just with the desperation move out here. Might kill a hatchery, I guess. Yeah, snipes the hatchery. Kills the base, pulls away. He's doing what he can, Bappy. Again, it's one of those things where, hey, if you had a tournament with fantasy, like you gotta pay homage to your boy, Bappy. You gotta pay tribute to fantasy, who's there at the event. True. As with our bio connects, we just pick off more Marines. Just catching out more Marines, more bio. Ultras have finally hit the field. We have our Ultras. These Liberators have been quite annoying just because there's no anti-air. So very annoying Liberators. Anti-air is quite limited. Ultras, they finally hit the field. They have kindness plating. And now we can break through. Now we can finally push on through the main army. And Biles in the middle line. More SCVs go down. Planetary will fall. And with that, Scarlett will take a lead in the series. Okay, we were tied up earlier. And the final ultra goes down in the main. Ah, no. GG gets called. And with that, Scarlett does take that 2-1 lead. GG. GG, well played. Winding it back here once again. I mean, it was critical damage earlier, so winding it back. If you remember, Oliveira went for a very greedy build. Went for a very greedy build here on Fear and Faith. Went CC first, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout either. Scarlett scouted, and because of the spawn locations, did go for the early Roach Rush. And with that, was able to punish the greed. Punish the greed of Oliveira, was able to cripple the economy and deal crippling damage. The game did continue from there, and Oliveira successfully defended on 3 bases, but at no point was Scarlett in any real danger. At no point was Scarlett ever really threatened on 3, 4, 5 bases. Yes, there was some drop play. Yes, some workers were going down and some bases were going down, but for the most part, Scarlett had a very comfortable game after the successful Roach push. GG. GG, well played. With that, Scarlett does take a 2-1 lead in the series, and we'll see if we have any other 4-player small maps here in this series. I didn't quite see the vetoes earlier and the map order, but curious to see how the game or how the map does unfold. Once again, I will say that this game was pretty decided by like the openers themselves, by the openers and by the early game more than anything. So we didn't really get Oliveira to sink our teeth into this DVT, as it was a little bit more one-sided due to the early game damage. So it was very comfortable from Scarlett, very comfortable. Let's go. Let us go. As from here, we are going to be getting ready. Hold on, I'm going to check the Wikipedia page. Un momento. Do we have the map order on Wikipedia? The editors. We do. Okay, so the next game is going to be on Washout, followed by Rorschach. Rorschach made it through the vetoes. Okay. Followed by Rorschach, Sanctuary 3, and Blackrock. Okay. Looks like we have vetoed Old Sun Temple and Rainfall. So we vetoed some of the more extreme maps, but we only had one veto each for a best of 7. Only one veto each. As it looks like our players may have asked for a break, which is understandable, right? It's a best of 7 grand finals, long series, so our players may have asked for a small break here as we get ready for our next game. Okay. So can someone explain to me why TY and Oliveira are playing again? Is this some sort of show match? Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the Wikipedia page yourself, but this tournament is featuring a bunch of old legends from StarCraft. So Innovation, TY, Deer, Trap, Impact, Sue, Oliveira, and many, many others. They all came back for this tournament to play the new patch as well, to play in this tournament. It's been a blast. It's been 4 days. This is day 4 of the tournament. It's been an intense week of StarCraft. If you missed it, I recommend the VODs. Do recommend the VODs as we've had a lot of fun games. But for now, again, we'll see you guys after the break. See you after the break. Check out the page. Check out the VODs. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, welcome back. We are getting into our grand finals. We've returned here. We just had a brief break here as we are mid-series in this best of 7, getting ready for game number 4. Currently, Scarlett is up 2-1 in this series, and we'll see if Oliveira can bounce back. We'll see if Scarlett can extend her lead, as we did have a very intense game 3 here. Again, game 3 was a little bit more decided by, as we mentioned, the early game aggression from Scarlett and the hyper greed and lack of scouting from Oliveira. But again, that was very unique to the map itself, very unique to the map, very unique to that current situation. So we're hoping to be able to sink our teeth into the mid game coming into game number 5 onwards, or game number 4 onwards. We'll see. We shall see. Once again, they only briefly, I don't know if you noticed, they only briefly showed us the vetoes there once again for a couple of seconds. But the next game should be on Washout. Yes, it's going to be a washout followed by Rorschach. Now, once again, remember that for this best of 7, it is first to 4. First to 4 will claim the series. So we need 2 more for Scarlett, 3 more for Oliveira. Vámonos, baby, vámonos. No. But again, did notice a lot of people that were asking about the event. As we mentioned before, like, there's a big offline event happening over in China, a big Legends event bringing everyone back together here from years gone by. So it's been a nostalgia fest. The series even began with us reminiscing about the Team Unity team house in Korea back when Cloudy and Time at the time were, of course, in Korea, staying with Scarlett and with No Regrets and with some of the other foreign players over in Korea, competing in GSL at the time, and the qualifiers, streaming and having their vlogs as well. It was a big part of SE2 history, for sure, for sure. Big part of modern SE2 history. Oh, but here we go. We have our players. We have our players. As we are going to be jumping in, looks like our players are back from their break. And we are loading into game number 4. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washout, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player herself from the land of Canada. It is Scarlett. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have the red Terran. It is Oliveira. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into our 4th game. We're jumping into game 4 here, and we'll see how our players will adjust. So far, we've seen a lot of 2max Reaper out of Oliveira and some CEC first, but this time we have the high ground setup instead. Standard opener out of Oliveira, no 2max Reaper shenanigans, and no CC first shenanigans either, I would imagine. Welcome to Washout. Washout does have some unique features here, of course. We did take note earlier in the Innovation versus Scarlett series that there are certain kind of avenues of attack here that have limited ways to engage or flank the army, and we saw Innovation with great success pull off an ARAX. He was able to 3-base ARAX all in Scarlett in their previous series earlier in the tournament, and I'm curious if Oliveira was watching. Was he watching? Was he taking notes? And are we tempted to maybe go in that direction, or do we take a different approach instead? In general, like, ARAXs nowadays are not really as viable as they once were, but that is also a lot. That is also very map dependent, but also patch dependent as well. Referring to the Bailing buff from last year, which did more or less almost kill ARAXs. We still see it every now and then, but it's quite rare. We'll see what Oliveira feels like going for. For now, hatch, pool, gas, later gas geyser, earlier pool to make sure that the Queens and Links come out in time. Meanwhile, Oliveira might not be going CC first, but that is not a Reaper. Is going Marine first, and I believe no SCV Scout. So once again, greed from Oliveira. Not as greedy as last game, but greed nonetheless, as he's foregoing scouting. Oh wait, whoa. Okay, it's Marine first, later Reaper. Okay, you have my attention. Yeah, the Overlord is going to be hunted down. I believe we'll still get to the pillar in time. Yeah, it does get away, it does get to the pillar. But now Scarlett will have limited information. So here we go. Oh my god, Jesus. See, Overlord actually went out to check for the expansion first before going back in. A very risky maneuver, but Scarlett does manage to pull away to the pillar. Likewise, our Reapers have arrived. Still staying back at home, still does not move out across the map. And the racks even float over. Oliveira really wants to night vision here. Okay, the Overlord is hunted down, and I'm curious, what are we hiding exactly? With this, Scarlett will have very limited information moving forward into the mid game. And are we going for a 2-on-1, 3cc 2-on-1, 3-1-1 setup? So far, Rax in a factory. No shot we go like for a second factory, right? Like no shot. I think we can say with certainty though that Scarlett most likely is going to go for a Roach one to play safe. We've seen a lot of Roach plays so far. I mean, every game Scarlett has gone Roaches in some way, shape, or form. Oh, and there it is. Behind this, it is going to be a 1-1-1. We have a starport before the CC, but that's also a second Rax as well, also before the CC. This is very committed. This is very committed, very aggressive play here from Oliveira, and we'll see how far this goes. Here we go. As Reaper does poke in, again, second Rax is finishing, fast tech lab and a fast stim. Oh, and we are still going into Cloak Banshee, by the way. Okay, this is wild. So we're going into Cloak Banshee. As you can see here, the Raxes are hidden. Again, this is for the 2-base all-in. Like, very, very committed play here by Oliveira. It's going to be difficult to scout. But there's layers to this, and I'm curious to see how it all is pieced together. Especially considering that this isn't a small map, right? Like, I would like to see this on Rainfall or on Rorschach. We'll see if Oliveira can get away with this on Washout. We'll see. As again, the Banshees are going to be unscouted. Scarlett being active with her Lings. Ideally, Scarlett will see this Banshee with said Zerglings. We'll see if she can. Gee, that's a lot of Lings on the way, though. Oh my god. Yeah, 16 more Lings in production. There is a hole in the wall here, but Scarlett pokes in, sees the Bio Army, and drones. So late droning here by Scarlett. These are so many Zerglings, and she has to make use of this in some way, shape, or form. There's finally the third CC on the way, but very late. They're basically going to be at 5 minutes. Ooh, the Banshee's deflected. Cloak is activated. No Spore yet, and we'll get one drone. One drone goes down, maybe two? Just the one. Just the one drone. Spore will finish in time. Banshee rotates to the main base. Spore's in position, and the Banshee has dealt no real damage. Just one drone. Scarlett does go for the lair. Again, a much later lair here from... I mean, it's still there first, but after all these Zerglings, Oliveira does trade well. Oh, decent surround there by Scarlett. Yeah, tries to surround, trading as efficiently as possible, surrounds the Bio Army. Very nice trades, punishing Oliveira. Oof, and remember, Oliveira was trying to build up a big Bio Force early on, and the Lings even get into the main base. They get a full scout. They get a full scout as well. Yeah, rough start for Oliveira, rough start. Again, if he wasn't surrounded, then he could hit a really strong stim timing. But we'll lose so many Marines early on here. Got caught with his pants down. And now Oliveira falls behind. Does fall behind here. What's brutal about this start is that Oliveira lost all of his bio that he wanted to be aggressive with, but on top of that, he went for a late third base in favor of this. So now he's stuck with a late economy and is stuck with no army. So from here, Scarlett can look very comfortable. Scarlett can just drone, saturate, build up her economy, catching up the Banshee. Oliveira moves out. And this should be a full 2 medevacs. This is supposed to be 16 Marines. We're down to 6. Yeah, only 6 Marines left. The issue is that builds like this, they need to be crisp. Like you have to hit your timings. You have to be able to execute well. If you're unable to, it all just falls apart. Jeez. 6 more Raxes on the way. Double armory? Wait, what? Oh, we're smurging. We're smurging, papi. Going double armory. Lings, they do flood into the natural. Marines out of position. SCV's going to be going down and denying mining time as well. True. Denies mining. And this is just a very chaotic game state here for Oliveira. Lings are going to be from behind. 6 SCV kills. That third base is going to be delayed. And Scarlett can now take up. Infestation bit, Hive Tech. Hive Tech, we're leaning towards Ultras once again. We could just go straight Ling Bane Ultra. No need for Roach Tech, of course. Now, based on the rack setup that we have here, it's looking like a 3-base all-in. We spoke at the beginning of this game, actually, the potential for an 8 racks, and that's kind of what we're getting into. Unfortunately, we're stumbling our way into the 8 racks, so it's going to hit it's not going to hit very hard. But I mean, what else can Oliveira do in this position? As he's forced into the all-in. Scarlett keeping up with the drop play at the same time, does go for the counterattack. Ooh, takes down 6 SCVs. Some rough losses there by Oliveira. Yeah, some rough losses here, and it's and it's going to take a lot to recover in this kind of position, just because Scarlett has an untouched economy. 85 drones now, 85 workers, peak economy for Scarlett. From here, now we can fixate on purely army production. We spoke about the Hive earlier. Hive is now on the way. Infestor production has now begun for Fungals, for Microbial Shrouds. Scarlett now just refining her army, refining her composition, and soon to max out. And Scarlett doesn't need to push into the 3rd. There's no pressure. Scarlett can just wait, defend, and then knock down the 4th base when that's taken, if that's taken. So again, just like a very comfortable mid-game here from Scarlett. Oliveira moving on towards the left-hand side. He does have a couple of Widow Mines with said army. And maybe, like, with the best mine shots, we can maybe take a better fight here, but it's just the, what, 2 Widow Mines? Oh, God. There's not much there. Scarlett coming from behind. Yeah, it does come in for the flank. Collapsing the army. No Fungals needed. Bio army gets shut down. And Scarlett can now commit. Can commit across the map. Here come Adrenal. Now we can throw down tech. There's the Ultra Cabin that we mentioned earlier. Ultra's on the horizon. Oof, we'll take a massive mine shot to the face. Another one. Oh my god. Yeah, a little bit inefficient there, but GG gets called. Scarlett will extend her lead 3-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Winding it back, it was a really quirky build here from Oliveira. I say quirky, there was definitely potential with what Oliveira was doing. But as we mentioned, it all fell apart when Oliveira lost all of his Marines. If you recall, Oliveira went for a 3-1-1 setup, Cloak Banshee into a very late 3rd base. This means Oliveira wanted to do economic damage or trade in some way, shape, or form, and sacrificed his 3rd base in favor of that. But for Oliveira to move out with his Marines at the natural, to get fully surrounded, and to lose all the bio, took any of the teeth away from his build, so he couldn't do anything. We saw the double medevac drop. He had 6 Marines. It was only 6 Marines left over, and it did nothing, so there was no pressure being applied. Oliveira was kind of cut off at his knees before it could really get going. GG, well played. Again, when you go for these like committed builds like this, when you go for such a late 3rd base, like you need everything to go well to be able to execute said build. But for it all to just fall apart so early, like everything fell apart. It's just the foundation was shaky there for Oliveira, and with that, Scarlett does take a massive lead here in the series and is 1 game away from claiming the series. But now we're loading into Rorschach. Rorschach is going to be up next, a much smaller map of the map pool. Smaller map of the map pool, short rush distance by ground. This is going to be the opportunity for Oliveira to be aggressive in the early to mid game. Like, this is Oliveira's map. Pressure's on. Let's go. Let us go. Again, traditionally, smaller maps do favor Terran players, as Zerg players have less time to react, to respond, less time to counterattack, less room here to try to extend creep and buy time. So this is where we expect aggression from our Terran. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rorschach, we have the Canadian Zerg player, we have the blue Zerg. For Shopify, it is Scarlett. And spawning in the bottom, in the bottom right hand corner, we have her opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player, the red Terran. It is Oliveira. Here we go. Beautiful. As welcome one and all to Rorschach. Rorschach again is a smaller map of the map pool, smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is heavily favored here. We have healing pads in the center as well. As the observer just pointed out, we do have the high yield base on the top side, so you can try to be cheeky and go for that as a ninja expansion, but it is very difficult to get away with that hidden gold base. Likewise, we have hybrid bases right next to the main, so you can take those bases at some point, but they're also very isolated, so ill-advised to rush into the hybrid bases. But again, we have seen a lot of successful pushes here early on in ZVT. Pool first by Scarlett. So Scarlett does open pool first. Very safe play here. This would shut down if Oliveira went for a proxy. Scarlett would be able to shut it down much easier here. We can see there is no proxy. Likewise, Scarlett now has access to early lings. With this, we can move out with 4 to 6 lings to delay the CC of Oliveira and avoid the Reaper. Remember, there's not an all-in, but this is a way to, 1, be safe against proxies, and 2, try to get some damage done early on here and delay the economy of the Terran. The downside is late gas and late link speed as a result of that. So here we go. From here we do have 2 lings on the way, so only 2 lings. As you mentioned, like, this is not for an all-in or anything, so 2 lings, they can try to slip out across the map. Queen is on the way, gas is now being taken. From here we just build up, we just open up into our builds. Scarlett confirms that it is going to be a Rax first. Rax expand. The lings, they move out, and we'll see if they can avoid the Reaper. Can they avoid? Likewise, we actually have a Reaper, by the way. We have not seen a Reaper in quite some time. Oliveira's been skipping. I mean, to be fair, last game we did have a Reaper, but it was Marine first. If you remember, Marine into Reaper. Oh, we're going for a Roach Rush. Okay. I mean, we just mentioned that this is a small map and it favors aggression. I was leaning more towards Terran aggression, but no, Scarlett wants to go for another Roach Rush. Lings, they get across the map, and they will distract Oliveira. There's a second Reaper back at home to defend. SCV will be saved. More importantly, does Oliveira get into the main? Does he get into the main base? Does he confirm what's going on? For now, it's going to be zoned away. With 2 Reapers, Oliveira should get in. Oh boy. Can he get into the main base? Can he scout, Bappy? Can he scout? Oh no. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC for Starport. Roach production has already begun. This is looking a little bit dire. Reapers, they dance with the Queen. They head for the mineral line, but they don't get into the main. He's not scouting. Oliveira's not checking, Pappy. This also lines up well with the early pool timing as well, as we're just skipping link speed. Roaches are revealed. Now he knows. Now he doesn't know what's going on. Wooden mine production has begun. Not Hellions. Good call. A bunker is now on the way on the low ground. And it's on Oliveira to buy time. He's got to buy time. Nibbling away at the Roach. Again, he will delay somewhat. I mean, nice dancing, nice control. Roaches, they keep moving out. Oh. They do keep pushing. Widow mines are out, they're getting in position. But there is that Ravager. Oh. Does borrow. Oh, going for the Overlord. One of the Widow mines is going to fall. This will deny his high ground vision, I suppose. It does get the Overlord. We get the mass repair here on the SC, in the bunker, but so many SCVs going to be going down. Yeah, losing 3, losing almost up to 4 SCVs. Marines, they fill up the bunker. They fill it up, but that's still 5 workers falling. Nice focus firing on the Ravager. Yeah, nice focus firing. With that, Oliveira will hold, but this is still 7 SCV kills. I mean, this could be worse. This could be the game on Fear and Faith, right? Fear and Faith, this was critical damage. This was like 15 SCV kills. Here it is only 8 in comparison. It could be worse, but this is still some brutal damage being dealt. 8 workers do fall. Again, it was a bold move to intentionally target the Overlord with the Widow Mines. Like, I kind of understand it, but at the same time, like, it was a bold move. Bold decision. As the Cyclone moves out, getting a local on the 3rd base. Can we force a cancel? Link speed is on the way. Building up our Roach Ling. Hatchery taking a lot of damage. And it looks like we will force a cancel. Okay. Oliveira denies the expansion. It's going to be a cancel. Dancing with the Zerglings. Again, efficient trades, but bullying the fact that there is no speed. Even catching a queen. Very nice. Does catch a queen. Reapers a dip further into the main. Do we get a scat off? Can we get in? He tries. And he barely does. Yeah, he barely does get into the main base. Whew. I believe he checked for the lair, and he did see it researching. Even gets away. Okay. Oliveira does pull out, did spot the lair. We can see it's going to be fast lair into 2-base Muta. Ooh. Once again, Scarlett with Flare. 2-base Muta, papi. Again, Oliveira saw the lair, but that is not a tell. Like, for all Oliveira knows, it could be Roach speed into heavy Roach Ravager play. Back at home, Oliveira is recovering. I mean, what I will say is that because of the denied third base, Scarlett has been slowed down. That is true. But Oliveira is still playing blind. And is still stuck at home. Oh, did I say Red Zergo? My apologies. My apologies. It's been a long week. Also, meanwhile, big shout to Lagger, to Lagger Spatico, baby. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome to the grand finals of the Douyu Cup. It's a best of 7 between Scarlett and Oliveira. Scarlett up 3-1. And remember, we need 4 games to claim the series. But thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Stim is complete. Oliveira is being active. But again, the Muta Spire has still not been scouted. Oliveira trades well. Catching out the Lings. Yeah, catching out 1, 2 Roaches. The Queen as well. These are efficient trades. And Scan still has yet to confirm. Now does spot the Mutas. Ooh, but the Mutas, they're going to be focused down. Yeah, gets 1, gets 2. Catching out 2 Mutalisks. But cannot get the rest. It's going to be forced back. Did trade well for himself and does have some precious time to recover, to respond. Medevac's going to be chased down. Target production has begun. Marines, they do save one of the Medevacs. Oof. Oliveira saves 1, and now we have a back and forth. Oliveira had time to respond. Throws down 2 more Raxes. We're A-Raxing. Oh, okay. Oliveira, the healing. Yeah, let's go. The healing pad. Heals up the Marines. He's A-Raxing. 3-base all in. I do actually like the idea of an A-Rax here, specifically on Rorschach. At the same time, he doesn't come in from behind. They delay reinforcements. They keep the Marines back at home. And do we have any Banelings ready to defend? It's going to be 0-0 Ling Bane against the 1-1 Bio Army. Oliveira ferrying his reinforcements. Baneling speed is done. 9 more Banelings on the way. Scarlett cannot engage off a creep. And so far, nice spread. A nice spread here from Oliveira. Tanks, they're pushing in. They're getting within range of the Banelings. They're going to finish. Yeah, they do finish in time. Massive tank shots. Oh my god. Mine shots as well. The Banelings, they get shut down. There's no more Ling Bane. The expansion has been broken. Oliveira, he snowballs out of control. Breaks through the Queens. Breaks through Ling Bane. The hatchery will fall as well. And can we keep going? Remember, this is an 8-Rax. It's a 3-base all in. Oliveira is 8-Raxing and Scarlett is in trouble. We have more Banelings on the way. Oliveira's deep on creep. True. Deep on creep. But Banelings, they will be able to connect this time. But Scarlett's in trouble. And again, this is the power of a smaller map. Like, these reinforcements from Oliveira, they arrive faster than any other map out there. They arrive very, very quickly. In the current map pool, I should say. So these pushes, they hit harder on Rorschach. Starting back Scarlett's. Banelings are trying to roll in. Massive tank shots on the Banelings. Ay. Yeah, tank shots, they pop off. Mutas, they catch reinforcements. Nice catch here from Scarlett. Catching out the reinforcements. And Marines, they're getting caught out. Oliveira pushing in. Show us the main fight. Show us. Oh my god. We had a couple of decent Bane connections and Oliveira's running into Marines. He's running out of Marines here, but does he have enough? He does. Yeah, he does have enough here. The mutas get focused on one after the other. GG gets called, and Oliveira fights back. We have a series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Scarlett going for the early roach rush, was able to get 8 SCV kills, which was good damage, but Oliveira was able to counterattack, able to catch and deny the third base. If you recall, we spoke about how that was going to, and that did slow Scarlett down. Scarlett went 2-base muta. Meanwhile, what was Oliveira doing? Was going for an A rank. So it was going for an A rank. 3-base all in by Oliveira. Hyper committed, hyper aggressive. And this hits harder just because the reinforcements arrive so much faster. That rush distance by ground is very short on Rorschach. So this build is specifically, I would say, bolstered by the map specifically. By that map. That's why we mentioned earlier that aggression is favored on Rorschach. We saw that one bad fight and everything just snowballs out of control for Scarlett. Breaks through the railings, breaks through the base. GG. GG, well played. Whew, with that, Oliveira does fight back. We do continue this series, but remember, Scarlett still needs one more game to claim the series, and we'll see if she can claim it. Very quickly here, the next map is going to be on Sanctuary 3. Oh, okay. We're going to be loading into Sanctuary 3 here. Sanctuary 3 is a larger map compared to Rorschach, compared to Rainfall, and a little bit more defendable in certain ways. We'll get into it. We will get into it. As you can see here, still very tense for Oliveira. You can see him breathe a big sigh of relief after that last game, but he's not out of the woods yet. Can we make it to the ace match? As a caster, I'm greedy. Like, regardless of who wins this series, like, I would love a game 7. But we're greedy like that. True. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the blue Zerg player. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the Chinese Terran, the red Terran. It is Oliveira. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Welcome one and all to Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 is one of the larger maps in the map pool compared to some of the other smaller maps, of course. It does have a very secure 2-base setup. What I mean by that, ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural, so a very secure 2-base setup here. The third base is a little bit more open, a little bit more exposed, specifically the triangular third and even the low ground third base as well. And there's an area in between the bases that you can abuse, but we bring this up all the time. When it comes to that rush distance across the map, it's relatively short, but there are ways to slow down an opponent. There are slow zones in the center, there are choke points in the center, there are destructible towers in the center as well. There are ways to slow down an army, there are ways to try to slow down, to buy time, to engage ahead of time as well. The center of the map has been made a little bit more complex over the past couple of TLMCs. And I'm curious to see how our players do approach this game. How do we approach this? Show us what you got. Whew. Here we go. We have a series, Pappy. True, true. Do we have an ace match, though? For now, it is going to be a hatch pool opener here by Scarlett. Once again, going for a slightly later gas geyser. This is to be able to get the queens up and running in time. The lings as well to defend against said Reaper. To get them out a little bit faster. Likewise, we do have Oliveira back at home going for a standard opener himself, going for a Reaper first. There's no Marine first, so there's no 2-Rax Reaper. I don't think I would have been opposed to 2-Rax Reaper on this map, but maybe the slow zone or the rush distance is a little bit more complex. It does kind of dissuade that. For now, though, we're calming down, we're settling in. So what haven't we seen yet from Oliveira? I don't think we've seen the 3cc 2-on-1, like an economic variation of 2-on-1. I think this might be a good map for that sort of thing, as we have 6 lings on the way. So an extra pair of lings here for Scarlett. Just to be safe. Reaper does move out. It's on these lings to buy time for the queen. And they should be able to. Yeah, the dance has begun. Reaper pokes in and nibbles away at the lings. But so far, Scarlett defends well, and the queen will pop. So Scarlett defends, Scarlett deflects. Behind this, we do have the factory follow-up, so there's no 2-on-1. Oh, Scarlett barely saving the tumor. Let's go. Oh, and we're going for a fast third CC. Okay, it's been a while. So fast third CC here from Oliveira, going for a more economic build. And again, it makes sense considering the larger map. Likewise, Scarlett goes to the low ground third base, gets spotted. Won't be delayed though. So we can settle into a more macro back and forth. This is where I'm going to be a little bit concerned for Oliveira. So when it comes to the new patch here, and I'm sure you've noticed it throughout the entire series, but we have been seeing a trend of Terran players be more aggressive, and they felt the need to be more aggressive. For the most part, in a standard ZVT, if the Zerg players left alone for too long, they can just snowball out of control and excel, and they can just ramp up very, very quickly here. So the idea of Oliveira going for a more economic build does give Scarlett a lot of freedom early on. That's true. She's going to have a lot more freedom. Observers pointing out that there is no starports. Lings, they do flood across the map. Hellions should defend. And Oliveira won't lose any workers, but he will lose some mining time. So the mining time is going to be denied. Oh. Oh. Huh? Okay, it's a 3cc 2-on-1, but we opened up with a faster factory. It's kind of weird. It's very weird. Okay, interesting. You could hear the Chinese casters, they were like, what? So this build isn't really a thing. The reasoning for this is because the second Rax is so late, it means that the marine production is delayed. And what do you get for it? You get like 4 Hellions for like some map control, I suppose. I suppose, but and I guess this is hidden as well, right? Because you reveal Hellions and there's no scout into the main base, Scarlett's not aware of what's going on and doesn't know that this is going to be a committed like bio setup. But it's a really interesting and a very unique way to get there. It's like a less efficient version of 2-on-1, just because you're making all these Hellions early on. And I mean, they allow you to threaten some of the creep at least. As you can see here come the Hellions, they move out. Oh, right, no, yeah, it's yeah. So my apologies. 362-on-1s, they usually do arrive with Hellions. But there was something off about the timing. I know, it felt weird to me. Regardless. Hellions I poke in. You have a bio army setting up. And again, we'll see what Oliveira can achieve when it comes to the medevacs. The medevacs, they're on the horizon, they're coming, they're on the way. There's going to be Ling Bane here from Scarlett, not playing Roaches this time. Building up our Ling Bane, Lair is on the way as well. See Oliveira massing up his Marines back at home. Again, keeping them hidden, true. I don't believe Scarlett has gotten into the main base yet. She has not gotten in. Here we go, we have our 16 Marines, and it's go time. With this, Oliveira can now start to deny more creep and have a little bit more presence on the map. Bearing in mind it's only going to be Link Queen to defend, so Oliveira has potential here to find some damage. Assuming the Hellions didn't get caught. That might have happened. Might have happened off screen. Yeah, Ling's they zone away. I think the Hellions got caught out. I could be mistaken, but I didn't see them. As Scarlett has joined up to 80. If you recall, I did express my concerns at the start of this game, where it's like, if Oliveira is going for a fast third CC, that means Scarlett has the freedom to do whatever she wants, and Scarlett has joined up to 80 already, which is crazy, by the way. Meanwhile, does try to focus on the hatchery, but Ling Bane is in position. Slow Bays, they do roll in. And again, Scarlett's on 88 drones. Oof. And the supplies, they don't really tell the whole story here, because Scarlett is about to skyrocket ahead. Oliveira moves in, denies a bunch of creep. Okay, the pressure's on Oliveira. He needs to find some damage here. We get some decent trades. Cleans up all the Lings. Yeah, he cleans up the Zerglings, so more reinforcements have arrived. Oliveira, he has to pull up. He has to get out of here. At the same time, moves in towards the fourth base, but Banelings are ready. Yeah, the Bailey's smash into the Hellbats. Scarlett is holding. We have 18 more lings on the way. The target firing. Impressive target firing out of Oliveira, but he cannot keep pushing. Not like this. Yeah, not like this. Has to pull away. And you can see that supply get larger and larger now. Well, the disparity get larger here as Scarlett is building a more Ling Bane. Hive is on the horizon. Infestors are on the way as well. Oliveira needs more damage. This is not good enough. Yeah, Zuderman's getting caught. Infestors are coming. Fungal's going to be soon available. We can see Oliveira back at home is getting a 4th CC, so he wants to try to build up into a macro game. Into a later game state. Once again, going for the hatchery. Oh my god. Yeah, Oliveira's controlling well. Controlling very nicely here. It's the economy that's my big concern. It's the economy. Ooh. Yeah, Fungal lands. Scarlett does catch at the bio. Marines get shut down. I think Scarlett doesn't have the larva to actually spend all her resources here as the base does fall. Okay. Snipes a 5th. 5th base goes down. Scarlett does push off of creep, so a bit of a rough fight here for Scarlett. Uh-oh. Oliveira gaining some ground. And again, Scarlett, unfortunately, we have a bit of a man here. We need to spend that. There's Ultra Cavern. Scarlett still needs more time. Oof. As Bailey's reconnect. Oliveira getting caught. And we were here earlier in the series. Oh my god. We were here earlier in the series where the pressure's on Oliveira to try to get critical damage done pre-Ultra. Is denying the 5th base. Denying the 5th. Pushing on the right-hand side. At least is denying all the creep here as well. This time pushing out with his main army. And this is it for Oliveira. Ooh, Scarlett goes for a massive Ling counterattack. Okay. Does hit the 3rd. Yeah, Lings, they do get into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. This is getting out of hand here. So many SCV kills. Oh, the Fungals are landing as well. Yeah, the Fungals land massive Baneling shots. Banelings, they connect. 14 SCV kills. And as I mentioned, Scarlett, she was allowed to drone up to 88 workers. Like, yeah, it lands another Fungal, catching up more of the bio. And Oliveira is just being torn apart. Oliveira cannot keep up with this. Not like this, not these losses, not after losing 14 SCVs. And it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart here. Again, the one game that Oliveira decided to play more standard, more macro, and it gives Scarlett so much freedom. So much more. Once again, you could definitely argue that maybe the map itself did kind of de-incentivize Oliveira from trying to be more active and trying to be more aggressive. Oh. Just because of the defensive nature that is Sanctuary 3. And it's on Oliveira to turtle up. To try to turtle up. Liberators are amassing. What's our tank line looking like? Scarlett's maxed out. Oh, we're shocking around, ready for the Fungals. Lands one. Yeah, one Fungal lands. Ready for another. Mind Shield stay. Ooh. We get some okay connections. But now we have some anti-air. Yeah, power bombs on the Metamax. Bio Army gets caught out at the same time. Another Link Force here towards the mineral line. More SCVs falling. Some heavy losses there, and GG gets called. GG gets called, and Scarlett, she will claim the series 4-2, and she will become the Douyu Cup 2026 champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Scarlett. She will claim the series. Again, we did see a lot of intensity throughout the course of this series, but here on Sanctuary 3, we did see Oliveira go for a much more economic build, and Scarlett, she was left to embrace the swarm, if you will. Drone up to 88 so quickly. Drone up to 80 specifically so quickly. High drone count, strong economy, and despite the damage from Oliveira, could not keep up with the economy of Scarlett. GG well played. With that, congratulations, and with that, we have our winners interview.
我们把掌声送给 Scarlett， 恭喜她获得了本次传奇邀请赛的冠军。
Yo, we got some Kerrigan cosplay.
带来了一场非常精彩的总决赛，也是想问一下 Scarlett， 觉得在总决赛的时候，其实自己一开始已经拿到了一个赛点，然后当时被扳掉了1分的时候，是怎么去调节心态，最后一波拿下的？
You know, when you get the match points and Oliveira turn one match back, and how you just change your man, you move to just make the match point, make the final match that come true, and to be the champion.
Well, earlier in the series, when I was playing the Lingbane styles, it felt much stronger than when I played Roaches. So I stopped doing some weird builds. I just played normal, and I thought that would be good enough.
OK， 一开始他觉得受到一些压力，因为他输了那一局，然后于是他在下一局呢用了一些不同的构筑去对阵李培南，然后也起到了效果，然后最终也拿下了这场比赛。
那这一次来到我们中国线下，其实已经时隔了很久。
The art is solid, by the way, for the players.
冠军，然后在这一次比赛里面，觉得自己最大的收获是什么
？It's a long time to be the champion almost in China, and which your greatest harvest of in this offline?
Greatest what?
Harvest. Harvest. Yeah. Well, which you get this get. I mean, if you get something in this offline, yeah, just like feeling. Yeah, it's feeling.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I won a tournament, so I'm very happy. On this patch, I definitely had more advantage than before, especially against Protoss, so I don't know, that kind of sours it a little bit, but I'm still very happy to win a tournament after a long time.
OK， 他非常开心，终于拿到了一个冠军啊！虽然说，这个可能是有一点点这个版本的原因啊，他觉得有一点点内疚，但是还是很开心赢得了这个冠军。
我们这一次线下也是来了很多的中国观众，其实我们中国观众很多人也是一直看着你这么多年打比赛到现在，那这一次又能在中国线下亲眼见证你拿到这个冠军，有什么话想对我们的粉丝们说的吗
？There are a lot of Chinese supporters to you, and a lot of Chinese fans come for you. Do you want to say something to Chinese fans?
我已经打了星际争霸很久了，我很开心，现在还有这样的线下的比赛。我每次来到中国，我很开心，认识了很多粉丝。中国的粉丝一直对我很热情，所以我感谢你们。
谢谢大家一路以来一直陪伴着星际争霸，现场有很多观众都是从很早就开始看比赛，一路陪我们到现在。那这一次的传奇邀请赛也是落幕了，但是我们星际争霸的传奇永远都不会落幕。那接下来我们会有请我们获奖的选手们都来到我们的舞台上进行颁奖，那也是有请我们的选手们来到舞台上，我们的2、3、4名都会来到台上，我们一起来进行我们的颁奖典礼，把掌声送给我们的选手。这几天给我们上演了非常精彩的星际对决。
Yeah, we're getting TY and Neeb on stage.
来，也是有请到了我们的这个季军、殿军，然后也是要有请我们的 SC Boy 来为他们送上我们的这个奖金牌。
Oh, the big checks. They're coming out.
来，我们把掌声也是送给我们的4强选手们。好，那接下来的话要有请我们的 SC Boy 来给我们的冠亚军颁奖。来，我们有请一下我们的颁奖嘉宾。 把掌声送给牛牛哥哥，这几天的比赛打得非常的精彩，让我们能再一次时隔了很多年，我们又能看到牛牛哥哥在线下比赛。无论结果怎么样，他的每一场比赛都值得我们为他欢呼。来，也是我们的，有请我们的这个 SC Boy 给我们的冠军嘎姐进行颁奖。谢谢我们所有的观众朋友们，也谢谢我们的主办方以及我们赛前的幕后的所有工作人员，还有我们所有的参赛选手们，是他们在这个夏天带我们又重新领略到了《星际争霸2》这款游戏的魅力。知道现场有很多人从很早就开始关注着比赛，那么到现在我们线下还可以看到那么多熟悉的面孔，那么多老选手依然在这个场上拼搏。我们跟《星际争霸2》的故事永远都不会落幕。希望下一次我们的线下赛还能再看到你们。
Oh, the confetti!
掌声有请本次比赛的所有参赛选手来到舞台上，掌声欢迎他们。
Let's go. I love that usually for events like this, we have like confetti dispensers like in the ceiling or like coming out from the ground, but here the front row. We hired the front row for the confetti. Let's go. I like the idea of like the finals they start and then they go to the front, the people in the front row, they're like, okay, you're on confetti duty. You're on
谢谢我们的选手们在这几天给我们上演了
a very important job.
很多人的 ID 我们可能以为他们已经退出了比赛的视野，但是也是要感谢星际老男孩，感谢我们的斗鱼，感谢我们的武汉当地为我们筹办了这一次的传奇邀请赛，让我们再一次看到这些曾经熟悉的 ID， 他们依然可以在比赛场上给我们带来精彩的比赛。那现在我们全场一起欢呼，送给大家。星际争霸2永不落幕，我们下一次再见吧，拜拜。
拜拜。
今天还是一个特别的日子，你们知道是什么日子吗？来，我们也是为李少准备了一个小小的蛋糕，我们全场一起来为李少的生日庆祝一下吧。
Oh, is it someone's birthday? Wait, what? Oh. Whose birthday? Cyan? Oliveira? This song better not copyright strike us on YouTube. Is it Penon's birthday?
谢谢李少这么多年的陪伴，我们觉得我们能够在线下再一次看到你站在比赛的舞台上，对很多人
Yeah, it's his birthday. Ah, it's his birthday. Ah, I didn't realize. Yeah.
很多人也是因为你的这一段传奇
It's Oliveira's birthday.
最后跟我们的
28th of June.
我觉得这次我尽力了吧，这次尽力了，确实，确实决赛，我是感觉有2把还是有点机会，但是确实差点吧。而且我是觉得这次没什么遗憾嘛，就对我来说，我确实尽力准备了。而且我觉得，确实生活不止电竞吧，也不止游戏。我祝各位，就是趁着生日这个机会，也祝各位除了电竞，生活方面顺风顺水，然后越来越好吧。谢谢大家。
谢谢李培南的祝福。那我们最后一起全场来祝李培南生日快乐。我说李培南，大家一起说生日快乐。来，3、2、1，李培南。
李培南。
谢谢大家。
I wish I'd known. I wish I'd known ahead of time.
好，那我们一起来一个全场大合影，我们选手一起，背对着，被摄影师到上面来，然后我们背对着，我们大家一起来合影留念一下，来吧。
兄弟们，上台合影了。
来，我们后面的 的兄弟注意啊，注意安全，不要那个急，不要急，慢一点。
They're like, okay, everyone line up. You get a slice of cake.
一起来一个大合影，哎，不要上台，观众们
line up.
注意安全，注意安全。
One slice each. Now we're taking a big group photo. Taking a photo of the crowd, of the audience. Let's go.
来，兄弟们往后退一点，我们选手们要到下面来，不然照不全。来一个大合影环节。
Ah, crowd shot. Let's go. This is really cool because for those that are curious about big events like IM Katowice or DreamHacks, they often do photos like this, but of the crew, and the players, like the production team, I should say. I don't know the last time it's been something like this where they get the crowd. Ah, the crowd and the players and the crew. Let's go.
来看一下我们这边的摄像机啊！牛逼！ 来，我录一段视频，我们一起《星际争霸2》牛逼！来，3、2、1，《星际争霸2》牛逼！
It's like everyone.
谢谢大家。
We're going to hop on after this. Let's go. Let's.
我们下次再见，拜拜。
Bye bye. It's hot pot time. Scarlett's paying.
下次再见。
GG, well played. So wholesome. I didn't realize it was Paynon's birthday. Happy birthday, Oliveira. Happy birthday. A little bit bittersweet, but hey, he made it to the finals. Did make it to the finals. Did make for a very fun finals as well. Very intense, very back and forth. A little bit bittersweet that, of course, Paynon wasn't our champion. But I will say, it's good. I will say that despite Paynon not becoming the champion, I mean, I feel like Scarlett is a really nice fit for the crowd as well, right? Scarlett has so much history in China, going, of course, to China, competing in so many events, knowing Chinese as well, or Mandarin, I should say. So it was still quite fitting and still very wholesome as well. And I'm sure the crowd and everyone did appreciate that she even had some words in their native language to, of course, send that appreciation to the people in the crowd as well. So GG, well played. Congratulations. Scarlett is going to be our champion of Douyu Cup 2026. Here's to more in the future as well. GG, well played. And again, hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Hope you guys had a great time. It was a lot of fun seeing all these players from years gone by once again. Some old school players like Impact, Fantasy, TY, Innovation. I highly recommend the VOD. VODs are available over on YouTube. They're already available there. Hopefully the birthday song doesn't copyright strike us. Fun fact, some of the parody songs from yesterday did actually land us some copyright strikes. I had to edit it out of yesterday's VOD. SMH my head. It's a birthday song. It should be available to the public, but we'll see. Regardless, CG well played. When it comes to the patch itself, when it comes to the event itself, we kind of alluded to it before. When it comes to the ZVT that we just experienced here in the finals, is Oliveira being hyper aggressive throughout the series, and I feel like the final game shows kind of the current strength of Zerg in that matchup and why we've been seeing so much aggression in ZVT in the current iteration of the game. That is because of the lava change, the lava spawn rate. Because of that, we do see increased droning, increased saturation, increased economy, and a faster kind of explosion in the mid game. And I feel like the best example of that was the final game. The final game was on Sanctuary 3 was the best example of that, where Scarlett was able to secure her economy very quickly, very easily. Oliveira went for an economic opener, so he was unable to be aggressive early on, and Scarlett just snowballed out of control. Like it was I would say that the last game was the most one-sided game, but it was the game that showcased the current I would say, issue with Zerg at the moment in ZVT. But when it comes to the other games, like again, because everyone knows this, like Oliveira was being hyper aggressive and hyper in the face of Scarlett, and it was we had some good games. We had some good games. It was very intense, very back and forth, of course, as we did need some more intensity out of Oliveira. And there were some of those games that could have even gone a little bit further his way. There were some unfortunate moments, like, for example, the game on Fear and Faith, where Oliveira had no idea the Nolan was coming and did not see the build coming across the map, for example. So there's some other extremes like that. But that was just based off of scouting, of course, based off of scouting. When it comes to ZVP, which Scarlett also did allude to as well, it's very similar for the Neeb series. If you remember, Neeb versus Scarlett, Neeb went for a Twilight Council opener every game. It was Glaives or it was Charge. The rationale for this is because standard play, which would have been blink play, if you remember, Scarlett mentioned this in her winners interview, Neeb just could not hold his own. Like, playing standard against Zerg just was not able to cut it. Scarlett was able to dominate those games, at least according to Scarlett. So we had Neeb trying to be like hyper aggressive and all in instead, and was able to find some success with that with those glaive ups, but was kind of forced into that. And we saw something similar with Oliveira as well. I think what I will say, and again, Scarlett even said it herself, that like it does kind of like sour the win a little bit, but again, GG, well won, well deserved play here from Scarlett to be Comrade champion. I think what I will say is that I think everyone knows. I mean, everyone who's in StarCraft right now. Maybe just everyone should be aware that a patch is coming. A patch is coming. A patch will be adjusting a lot of this as well. So the real question becomes, how long is it going to take for that patch to hit? We know that it's going to be like probably pre-BlizzCon. From my understanding, from what I know, like Blizzard are seeing the games, they're seeing the feedback, and there is going to be like a response to this. But like when that's going to hit and what tournaments are going to be impacted, it's hard to say. Homestar Cup is around the corner. BlizzCon is in September. So we'll see. But yeah, regardless, GG well played. Regardless, it was still a very fun event nonetheless to see everyone coming back. Again, for those who are unaware, Homestar Cup, which is next week, is going to be on the live version of the game, not on the old version. It's going to be on the live version, so you're going to be able to see more of these games there as well. Masters of the Game was the only event that played on a mod that features the older version of the game, but that's the only event that's doing that. And you should just assume that all the other tournaments are going to be on the current live iteration, at least when it comes to Homestar Cup and RSL and weeklies as well. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up. Just catching up. Korean BBQ for everyone. No. Chinese hot pot. Wuhan hot pot. I'm hungry now. I'm hungry. But yeah, with that, GG well played. Congratulations to Scarlett. Shout out to Oliveira. And again, if you missed out on some of the other games here, do check out the VODs. Do check out the VODs over on our YouTube channel. youtube.com/CranKy Ducklings, or you can see the links on Twitch. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up here, and our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow. Let me just double check here. Do we have our schedule updated? I'm not too sure if we do. Bam, not quite. So our next stream should be tomorrow. We're going to be live with the RSL qualifiers. RSL, the Americas qualifiers, are going to be tomorrow, and the Korean qualifier is going to be on Tuesday. So we're going to be all over the RSL qualifiers, and we also have the Wardy TV Monday tomorrow evening as well. So again, plenty of content. For those that may be tuning in for the first time, we do cast StarCraft on a daily basis. We cast the Open Cups, and of course big events like GSL, GSL CK, of course, like Douyu Cup, Homestar Cup. In the past, we were the B stream for Homestar Cup, but nowadays we will not be the B stream anymore, as it's at a really rough time for us here in Australia. So I like sleep. I've learned to like to sleep at some point, so so we're not covering Homestar Cup. We'll probably cover it via replays or something later. Otherwise, there's plenty of other events going on that we're otherwise busy with, and a lot of StarCraft on the horizon. As always, GG well played. With that, take care, everyone. Take care. If you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. We do host events. We do run events on a weekly basis here. The Sparkling Tuna Cup is our weekly Open Cup, all funded via the Patreon. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Take care. Hasta luego. Ciao. Papi ciao. Hasta luego.